Back on top over to Murray. Left side Watson in a three. Jumper's good for Payton Watson. And the Nuggets are within 4, 62-58. Murray gets double teamed, throws out of it, over to Payton Watson. Watson fadeaway jump shot. Good! 116-114. Denver leads it by 2.
Well, next step. Yeah, absolutely they can. We got to, I think, I keep saying this, for years we were conditioned to raise the noise level when they broke the huddle. The noise level needs to be loudest when they enter the huddle. And then can you do that? Hey, can we do that collectively for 120? No, I don't need it. I just need it for half the snaps in the game, right? So say 65 snaps.
Yeah, that press conference, it featured another moment that we all know and love, which was very simply Luka Evans asked a question and got a response. So we'll get to that in a bit. But the Nuggets last night, I got to tell you, as far as level of impressed, I don't know if it gets much higher than this. I know they played a really bad New Orleans team that is just, I mean, they are on the ultimate struggle bus. I think it's 11 of their last 12 they've now lost. But it's just the guys that are doing it for you, and in particular, Payton Watson. You know, it's one of those things, I asked this, I didn't believe it, but I just, for the sake of argument, wanted to throw it out there. Is there any benefit towards Nikola Jokic being out of the lineup for an extended stretch? Like, would giving guys who normally don't get more playing time, could there be some sort of advantage to it? And the only way I thought about it really was, well, maybe they get a little bit more experience in case they're needed later in the year. I did think that was going to come with losing, and now it hasn't even done that. I'm going to give you guys some numbers from Payton Watson to put in perspective what he has accomplished since Nikola Jokic and Cam Johnson and everybody else has been gone. And the level of ease it puts you in when you see how well he's played. Payton Watson, 25-point games in the last 7 days. He has 3 of them. In the first 1,175 days of his career, he had 2. Here's his numbers over the last 8 games. Points, 31, 19, 25, 30, 24, 23, 21, 24. 25 points a night. That's what Jamal's averaging for the year. He's also doing that with 6 to 7 boards a night. He's throwing in assists. He's playing good defense. The thing for him, as he was one of those guys, I don't know if you guys had this when you were in school, grade school. Did you guys have a class that had the old, the incubator? Did you have the little chickens that would grow up inside your second, third grade class, and you'd wait, however long that was? I was in the second grade, so it felt like it took all year, and it probably was 3 weeks. He is one of those chicks that you put the egg in that incubator, you put it over the hot lamp, and you're like, all right, I guess we'll just wait and see what happens. And the second he hatched, you're like, that's not a chicken, it's a dragon, or something. I don't know. But it was just, when he started to get playing time, it's like it opened up a whole new avenue of confidence for him. And he is obviously going to be a big-time rotational player in an even bigger way than he was previous to Jokic's injury when Jokic returns. The question now is, does this production, I don't think the points and all that stuff can stay the same because once everybody gets healthy, the same argument with Michael Porter Jr., who was at the game last night. Same argument I've had with him. There's only so much ball that can go around. And I think for Payton Watson, he's not going to put up 25 a night, but can he keep similar level of consistency when everybody else returns? And it's going to be a lot harder than you think. I don't think just because he's had this nice little stretch that this means his arrival into the NBA and this sort of production is going to be a night in, night out thing, because I think it's really difficult when you have so many different talented guys on this roster already. But if, he was getting playing time all year, not 39 minutes like last night, but when everybody was healthy, he was in, that 20 to 24 range. Maybe that ticks up to like 27 to 30. Maybe you give him essentially starters minutes just coming off the bench. But it's going to be really hard to justify how to keep him off the floor in any role that is not considered like starter level. He's 11 of 16 last night with 7 boards and 5 assists in 31 points in 39 minutes. It's remarkable. And you throw on top of that the game Jamal Murray had. He was 11 of 19 for 35 points, 9 assists, got some steals. Like, he did everything that was necessary to win the game. The ultimate sort of compliment you can pay to this team is that they are not scared at all of the moment. Like we all were, like I was, when Jokic and Cam Johnson and Christian Brown and AG were all out. You just had this doomsday feeling until at least half of them returned, and one of them had to be Nikola. But for them to hold this together with another sort of ragtag bunch last night, it was starting lineup featured Jamal, Payton Watson, and AG. That's great. And then it was Spencer Jones and Jalen Pickett. You had Zeke getting 22 minutes off the bench. Hunter Tyson was in there for a second. Like, it's crazy. But the way they went about their business last night and the way they've gone about their business in the absence of Joker, it's so impressive. And I think the ultimate compliment here goes to David Adelman. Like, to be able to keep your team believing despite all that you're up against. Even when you're a backup in this league, there's this prevailing sense that, yeah, I'm good enough to be in the NBA, but you're not Joker. And you know what you're missing. And I know that Spencer Jones is like, he's really struggled to be consistent offensively. Last night he missed some threes. He couldn't even make layups, really. He is not someone you're going to rely upon to score points, but I think he's a necessity right now within that lineup just to bring some sort of defensive intensity and pressure. For those guys to stay believing that they can go out and win basketball games still is not a small detail of what David Adelman's been able to convince them of, essentially. And what I was going to say was, even if you're a backup, I think everybody feels like they deserve a spot in this league. But even Spencer Jones, after they beat, I think it was the Philly game, he sends the post out on LinkedIn, of all things. And it's basically, yeah, I didn't think we had any business winning that game either, but hey, we did it. I mean, an ultimate paraphrase from me right there, but it wasn't that far off. So David Adelman here in the locker room postgame, as he is, again, he keeps this up. I don't know who, there's a couple different candidates you can consider right now for Coach of the Year, but he's got to be up there.
Once again, only 7 turnovers for 4 points in that whole game. getting shots up to the rim has been so good to us. Keeps you in the game. Your defensive energy in the second half, the deflections, there was an uptick in the second half. The shot making was incredible from so many different people, and you need that to win these games, okay? Special players making plays at the end, but just really proud of the defensive effort in the second half. Okay, taking on Zion, taking on the bigs, that's all we can ask for. Okay, that's all we've been doing lately, man. And slowly but surely, if you realize, now you've won 4 or 5, now we can win 5 or 6 tomorrow. Okay, you're doing it. You're doing it any way you have to. Okay, sometimes it's low scoring. Tonight we finally got some buckets. Got stops at the end. You're winning in a million different ways. That's the NBA. There's a lot of ways to win games, man. So proud of you.
I think he's absolutely right. They have won in a bunch of different ways, with a bunch of different people, with a bunch of different combinations. And the results just continue because of effort to give you a shot. Did anybody see at any point when we found out Joker would be the latest one out of the lineup that the Nuggets would win 4 or 5 games? I didn't know if they'd win 4 in Jokic's absence. And they've won 4 or 5. There's an interesting thing with Payton Watson, by the way, so we can get to this later, but I'll give you a little preview of it. Payton Watson, with how he's playing right now, to a certain extent, puts you in a pickle. His contract is almost up. He is due to make some sort of money. I can guarantee you he is going to be coveted by the entire league. He's a restricted free agent, but that means teams can just start chucking deals at him, and the Nuggets would have to match. If you're cool with what the roster looks like, you can give him money, no problem. You can go in the tax and you can go on the aprons and you're fine. If you feel like the team needs pieces in the offseason, then that makes that incredibly difficult to do. The second you get in that apron, that's the place you were with MPJ on this roster. Like, there's no offseason where you get Valanciunas and Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway. Like, that doesn't happen. But he went from a player that's going to get, like a decent extension in the offseason or get picked up in the offseason from somebody else to a decent rate to someone that almost feels like they're indispensable now because of how high the ceiling seems to be. You watch Payton Watson do this for the last week. This doesn't feel fluky. It feels like somebody who has just arrived at the destination of, I've put in all this work, I'm going to go show it. And when he plays with confidence, that's what it looks like. So again, if you're good with the roster, the depth you have, everything else, paying Payton Watson is not a problem. If you're not, then it becomes a little bit more tricky. Like, I'm almost curious. I almost want to get Bobby Marks on this show because he does sort of the forecasting of what guys are going to make. I wonder what he would say right now. Like, let's say Payton Watson hit free agency now. What kind of contract does he get? Because it's going to be sizable. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Nate and Andy, they're going to be out at Jackson's. And if you want to be at the first Broncos home playoff game in a decade on Saturday, start your weekend off right with Nate and Andy at Jackson's. They'll be live for a special Bud Light Football Friday show starting at 3 o'clock and giving away tickets to the Broncos and the Bills. We'll see you at Jackson's on Friday. So a lot to get to here. One of my favorite pastimes. Sean Payton steps up to a press conference. He receives a question from Luka Evans. He then immediately takes a poop on whatever Luka Evans says. And we've talked to Luka on this show. I have a lot of respect for Luka. Never takes it personally, never does anything like that. But if you guys missed it, it's quintessential. Like, how about this? This is how you know Sean Payton's in playoff mode and he's ready to go. We'll get to it next.
My name's Luka. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right.
But
Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
This is a bit now, right? It's just a bit.
Evan.
You can't continue this long and have that not be something that is absolutely a running gag between those two. What do you know about running downhill? I'm going to drop so many what do you knows on people. You guys watch out. You could say anything to me. No, they say anything. Whatever pops in your head, just say something.
Hey, Brett, how you doing this morning? It's a little
What do you
chilly
know
today.
about chili and how people are doing? What do you know about that? You been watching film? I mean, again, I know he gets after media members. It's extra with Luke Evans. It's extra with him. We've talked to Luka. We've had him on this show. We've had him sort of address this. Now, him being a good journalist that he is, said, I don't want to be like part of this story. Sorry, buddy. Like, every time you speak to that man, you get a response like that. Let me hear that one more time, Nelly. Run that back.
Hey, what do you know about running that back?
What do you know about playing audio?
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right.
But
Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
That is unbelievable. Well, that's not the right word either. It's totally believable because that's who Sean Payton is.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
What do you know about words and what they mean? What do you know about that? I told you, Sean Payton is in mid-postseason form. He is ready to go out and attack anyone and anything that stands in his way. He did say more in that press conference. He was talking about, a whole bunch of people were asking questions about the playoffs, and he was saying that a lot of these things that we talk about are myths, that they aren't real. Here's one of them. You get the 1 seed. You get the bye. You get a week of rest. Let's cut 4 here, Nelly. Does it guarantee you a fast start because you're well rested? Here's Sean Payton.
The rest is important, but that doesn't, the myth number 2 is that ensures a fast start. It doesn't. You understand this. We're playing a team that's coming off one of their biggest wins in the last 10 years. And so we've got to earn a fast start and take advantage of the energy, take advantage of the rest, but it has to be done out here. And today was a good start.
I kind of just want to go through all the myths that he has for us, like he can break all this down. It is funny, when Payton steps up to a podium, he has all of the answers that you're looking for. All of them. Without question. You ask a question, he's got it. He's got the answer for you, and you're actually stupid for even asking the question, if we're being honest. Because what would you know about myths? What's the third one here? The third one's playoff experience being important. This is cut 9 over here. Now, let's just go through the myth. What's that show that Rob McElhenney has? Is it called Mythic Quest? This is our myth quest.
Well, hold on. You're skipping steps, just like Zach Stevens. So do you want to go back to myth number 1?
Yeah, let's hear 1. I'm sorry. Yes. Let's hear 1.
Sheesh. Wait, what do you know about myths? What do you know about
What do you know about
myths?
numbers? What do you know about how to count?
Hey, don't start counting. All right, this is myth number 1.
Well, I just look. we talk about earning seeds and trying to get all edges, and so it was the same way I felt, in that first year in 06 in New Orleans when we lost in Chicago in the championship game. How do we get this game? Now, there's some myths relative to the playoffs. Home field's important relative to the crowd noise, but just look at the weekend we just had. I don't know what the numbers were. So I know our crowd will be fantastic. We've got to be ready to play our best game.
So that's myth one.
By the way, is that the fastest we've ever gotten 2 relative twos?
I mean, they're almost back-to-back.
Almost back-to-back. Impressive numbers.
And what do you know about saying relative to back-to-back? You don't know anything about that. So that was one. Number 2 was what we just played.
There's some myths relative to the playoffs. Home field's important relative to the.
Bam, bam. Number 2 was having the 1 seed doesn't guarantee a fast start, and that's right. It's actually a concern I have is that maybe Buffalo has found a rhythm playing last week, and it might take you a second to get started. It certainly happened even in games where you didn't have a bye beforehand. The third myth, playoff experience from Sean Payton. Let's hear it.
Do you think there's much of a benefit for all the guys that got their first postseason experience last year in terms of knowing what that moment?
Myth number 3, postseason experience is important. Myth number 3. Obviously, they played in it, but historically, when you go back and look at teams and records and you look at rosters, now there's about 8 of these myths, but you hit one of them. Obviously, being in that environment and it's really the week, it ratchets up. It's different. It's different.
I love that he's just out. So he said there's about 8 different myths. Somebody should have asked him the rest of them. We got 3. And I guess that I know he's not going to divulge things that he doesn't have to. But I'll tell you this much. With the way that the Denver Broncos have gone about winning games, I don't think there's any question that the crowd noise is going to be a gigantic factor in all this. I think that the way that the fan base can go about making that opposing offense and Josh Allen uncomfortable is a pretty big advantage in this game. And he didn't say this was a myth, but I've heard this, that coaches have said this before. The screaming and getting loud when they get to the line of scrimmage is not when you want that. You want them to get loud when they're in the huddle. It needs to start then. By the time they get to the line, they already know their play and their check. So as long as they can do hand signals, by the time they get to the line of scrimmage and they can check into something else, it's in the huddle that makes it super difficult. And that, I believe, is what we started the show with today. Correct, Nelly? So let's hear. You didn't call it a myth, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about.
For years, we were conditioned to raise the noise level when they broke the huddle. The noise level needs to be loudest when they enter the huddle. And then can you do that? Hey, can we do that collectively for 120? No, I don't need it. I just need it for half the snaps in the game, right? So say 65 snaps, 10 seconds. That's a huge advantage.
It is. I mean, that is totally true. And when you get a crowd that's got their first home playoff game in 10 years, you know there's going to be extra juice in that stadium just to start with. Not to mention, it's going to be, 53 or something like that on Sunday. It's going to be a beautiful day, middle of the day. I think that you guys can really, and I'm talking to you, people listening who are going to be at the game, can get in the head of Josh Allen as much as anybody. With how much anticipation has been leading up to a moment like this, there is no question in my mind. that you being the home team is a nice boost. And if you're nervous about facing Josh Allen, well, you have the ability to make life as difficult as you possibly can. The question I have surrounding the game this weekend is pretty simple. Is this about quarterback or is this about team? The Buffalo Bills are a decent team with a really good quarterback. The Denver Broncos are a really good team with a decent quarterback. Which side of the fence do you fall on? History, and it's been easier for us just to say, well, the better quarterback is going to be at the greater advantage because he touches the ball every play. That's going to be the guy that wins the game. And I still think when you have a defense that's built the way that the Broncos is, it is an equalizer. Because we've seen it happen repeatedly. The 2 Super Bowls that the Broncos most recently played in, they had the better quarterback. Or I'm sorry, in one, they had the better quarterback in 2013. The better defense resided in Seattle, and we all know the result of that. Then it happened the opposite way. MVP of the league, Cam Newton, plays against the Broncos in the Super Bowl. The Broncos had an all-time defense, and the defense came out on top again. I don't think we give that enough credit for what it means in the totality of stacking up player by player, unit by unit. The defense is just, it's a massive equalizer. Even when you're facing a generational type quarterback that can do everything, that can put a team on his back and go out and get a win. Buffalo survived last week because Josh Allen willed them to a victory. And at the same time, the Jags, who are a good team and have really decent pieces of their defense, are not built like the Broncos from a straight up, we are going to get after the quarterback and put him on his back. The number you're looking for here, 4 sacks for Josh Allen. When that happened this season, he was 0-3. At least 4 sacks led to all losses. Because when you're asked to be Superman and you start taking out and beating up that guy over the course of 4 quarters, the pass rush can be something that is ultimately his kryptonite, we'll say. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. So we were wondering about Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin stepped down yesterday, which is a very interesting detail because he wasn't fired. And I thought at first, you ask him to step down. That is the polite way. We see this at a lot of college football universities. When they have a long-time coach where it's not working anymore, they don't want to fire the guy, so they ask, hey, can you just resign? And then that'll help you save some face. It won't make us look like an ass. But the detail in this is stepping down means the Steelers retain his rights. And by retaining his rights, he cannot go coach elsewhere unless the Steelers release him from his contract, which means this. It's very similar to how the Broncos got Sean Payton. They did not sign Sean Payton. They traded for him first and then got the contract done. It's a huge distinction because now Pittsburgh still holds a lot of power over this. The question for Tomlin is if he just does, do you want to coach anymore? Maybe he just wants to go do some television, have not a job that requires 24/7 attention, and just hang out for a little bit. Certainly coached for 2 decades. I think anybody could understand why. But if you thought Mike Tomlin was just going to find a job immediately, and he still could, but it's going to have to take some coaxing away from his contract that still resides in Pittsburgh. So an odd little detail there. But what that tells me is he's not coaching anywhere this year. Don't think that's happening. You know, Steve Bisciotti, who is the owner of the Baltimore Ravens, who also fired a coach who has been there for a long time. He had a couple of different audio clips yesterday when he was doing his, State of the Union, end of the year press conference. And somebody, I guess this happened live during that presser, told him Mike Tomlin was stepping down. Here's what he said.
Mike Tomlin stepped down at Pittsburgh.
He did? Is it official?
That's what I keep hearing. So, is he a candidate here?
Holy Mike, wouldn't that be awesome? Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job.
It's funny. It would be bizarre to watch those guys just flip teams. It's one of those, I think that should be allowed. You just say, hey, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, you guys keep your same contracts. Just go coach the other team, and let's just see who's better. Would there be any better indication of who's the better head coach between those two? You coach the Steelers. I coach the Ravens. We'll figure it out after that. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Keep in mind, tomorrow is a Nuggets ticket Thursday. Keywords all day on the 20s and your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit WilhiteWins.com. Tonight, the Nuggets face Cooper Flagg and the Mavs live in Dallas. And tune in at 7 for the pregame coverage. It's powered by Ramos Law. Another opportunity for them to get a improbable win. Cooper Flagg has been a lot better as the year has gone on. And they're, I think, going to be a tough team to beat, especially with the lineup that the Nuggets have out there. And if they could win 5 of 6, it would just be remarkable. Broadcasting from the back is the Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have full pregame of Denver Buffalo on Saturday starting at noon, live from number 38. Then a viewing party immediately following the show with awesome prizes to give away hosted by Andy Lindahl. Then tune in for the rest of the games all weekend only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. I saw something else from the NBA that is really bothering me, by the way. Really bothering me. LeBron James is wearing a patch that says 23 on it. And this is for his 23rd year in the league or something? Is that what it's for, right? I believe that's what the patch is. So the NBA has given LeBron a commemorative patch to wear. Now, this isn't odd. People have commemorative patches on jerseys all the time. The Broncos did it for Pat Bowlen. A whole bunch of guys do it when their owners or previous owners pass away. The idea of wearing a patch is not odd. But the NBA gave that to LeBron to wear on his jersey in honor of LeBron. And let me just tell you guys this right now. I would never wear a patch of myself. Like, let's take this on the surface. LeBron is going to wear a patch that celebrates LeBron. There is something so egomaniacal and I mean, just such an insane look at me play. And I get it. He's going to say, well, the NBA told me to do it. Yeah, okay. You know, there is a thing called no thank you. Imagine if the NBA went up to Joker and they said, hey, in honor of you, how about this? Because this will happen. He passes Russell Westbrook for most triple-doubles in NBA history. And they said, Joker, I got great news for you. It's Adam Silver. We made you a patch where it's going to say triple-double king. What are the odds? Well, there's not even any odds. There's no way he'd wear it. He'd be like, I'm not wearing a patch of myself. Sorry. Who's the ESPN guy who has like the big initials that's always on his suit, like the lapel of his suit? Ryan Clark. He's got that big RC on there. And every time I see that, I'm like, really? Do you need to brand your own name? What if I walked in here with a giant Flavor Flav size chain that says BK?
Maybe you could parlay that into a Burger King endorsement.
Well, maybe that's part of the plan.
BK, baby.
I can't believe he would actually do that. Wear a patch of himself during a game. Again, what the Nuggets did last night was remarkable. Again. And we'll get back to that in just a little bit. I do want to talk about, and full disclosure here, I am playing hurt right now. It is taking everything in my power to not run and bury my face in a trash can at the moment.
Vomiting and all that.
So I'm going to try and power through this to 7. But if you can tell, I sound off or I am constantly questioning what I'm saying, it's because my focus is not putting anything in front of camera. Buenos dias. The bummer of this is I'm going to miss the Moser meltdown today when it's discussed that Nolan Arenado got traded to the D-backs. And there is something funny to the idea that he played less playoff games in St. Louis than he did in Colorado. The issues that I have with that discussion is Nolan, I can't put him at full fault for leaving here, considering what I've heard about what the Rockies said to him when given that contract. That they would still be pursuing free agents, that they'd still be trying to like fill out the roster. It just didn't happen. And so he leaves, he goes to St. Louis. This is funny for everybody here in Colorado that you get to laugh and say, yeah, how was all that success you had in St. Louis in front of those real baseball fans? And now you're being shipped off to Arizona. Funny thing is, for him coming back in this division, you're going to see him more, number one. Number two, I don't know what kind of game he has left. You know, Nolan has been, I think he's a Hall of Famer. He's just, his raw numbers, if not, he's borderline. Like, he's got a ton of them, especially when you factor in defensive statistics. 350 homers, a 280 career hitter. Like, he's got a lot of stuff going for him. But it's really tapered off the last few years. And we noticed it. Last year in St. Louis, in 107 games, he hit 237 with 12 homers. You know, he's 34. He'll be 35 by next year. I don't see this game getting a lot better. He just feels to me like veteran presence. You throw him in at third base, and he makes a couple of plays for you. Whatever you get from him offensively, you get. But I am really, really bummed that I'm going to miss the Moser meltdown of him being traded and the cackling laugh that Moser will have on top of it. By the way, just a quick aside, I think the Rockies offseason, it hasn't been too eventful, but they've made a couple of moves that I think is really smart. We kind of talked about the Michael Lorenzen signing. 1 year, $8 million. Here's the great thing about that. If Lorenzen is good, then great. Even better, you can trade him at the deadline. If he stinks and he's bad for the Rockies and you can't trade him, then it's a 1 year deal, $8 million gone, no harm to anybody. That's the kind of moves that I think they were missing over the last couple of years. So again, 303-504-0925. A lot to discuss with the Nuggets last night as Payton Watson has just bloomed into this almost must-need player. Have to have him in the lineup. I am very curious at if this sort of production continues. If it continues when Joker and everybody else gets healthy. It can't go at this rate, but I'm talking about the efficiency and just the way that it looks. Does it continue to look this way? He is now somebody who's not scared of just putting up shots. He's worked really hard on it. He's earned this right. And so for him, I think it's massive. And again, the entire roster to win 4 of their last 5 games now in a category that what the Nuggets do best, second game of back-to-backs. They're excellent at that, have been for years. Even with this lineup, they won one earlier. That was the Philly game. Can they do it again? Well, here's David Adelman in the locker room postgame.
Once again, only 7 turnovers for 4 points in that whole game. Getting shots up to the rim has been so good to us. Keeps you in the game. Your defensive energy in the second half, the deflections. There was an uptick in the second half. The shot making was incredible from so many different people, and you need that to win these games, okay? Special players making plays at the end, but just really proud of the defensive effort in the second half. Okay, taking on Zion, taking on the bigs, that's all we can ask for. Okay, that's all we've been doing lately, man. And slowly but surely, if you realize, now you've won 4 or 5. Now we can win 5 or 6 tomorrow. Okay, you're doing it. You're doing it any way you have to. Okay, sometimes it's low scoring. Tonight we finally got some buckets. Got stops at the end. You're winning in a million different ways. That's the NBA. There's a lot of ways to win games, man. So proud of you.
They have won a bunch of different ways. Defensively, offensively. Last night was a little bit more of a struggle to make some shots from most of the guys in the lineup, but you had enough from Jamal and Payton Watson who just carried you that entire way. But Payton Watson over his last few games, the amount of just stat stuffing that he's done. Making threes, consistent jumper, getting boards, getting assists, still doing his defensive thing where he's getting big blocks and steals, making clutch plays. I mean, his shot that put them up with about 30 seconds left, sort of a turnaround float, like for him to, number one, have the confidence to attempt a shot like that shows his growth. And number two, for a shot that looks that difficult to actually fall, it's the same thing with Jamal's bucket that he had, is insane. So a lot more to get to with this. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup, the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Moser, you want behind the wheel or do you want me to do it?
Why don't you do it because you seem to be the one.
Jesus. It's going to be one of these days.
You seem to be the one that can actually do it.
Well, for those of you driving around town, listening from Denver or parts all over the world, understand something. There is a disease going around, and it has nabbed everyone at the Altitude 92.5 studio. The worst place to work if you want to avoid disease is in a radio studio. I don't know who started with this thing, but it has now gotten everybody to the point where our friend Brett Kane had to bolt out of the office there just moments ago because he had to puke. So anybody who speaks into the microphone is gone. I might be the last one standing, knock on wood. Where's the wood?
Yeah, you're on the road.
I'm in Dallas.
I've been doing it from home, and rightfully so. Actually, I think, that would...
And you sound terrible.
I appreciate that, buddy. That's very kind of you.
But it's okay. At least you're doing the show. Brett is gone. He cannot do the show. How bad was it, Nelly? I mean, was he on the verge? Sounded like it.
Oh, yeah. I'll try to describe this in the least gross way possible. But you know how sometimes when somebody's right on the edge of puking, they make that face where they purse their lips tightly, kind of like the face Peyton Manning used to make, the disappointed face?
Yeah.
Brett was just making that face the whole time. Come on, keep it inside. Keep it inside.
Right. Well, it's Moj and Vic for 3 hours, so buckle up because no idea where this show's going to go. But that's
I'm going to be sucking. I'm going to be sucking on a lozenge about half the time. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I got my Ricola right here. I'm up and down all night with Ricolas. Yeah, okay.
I'm in Dallas, Texas, where the Nuggets are going to tip off tonight. Second game of a back-to-back last night. They won in clutch time again for the 5th time in 6 games. They're now 5-1 in clutch games without Nikola Jokic. They're now 5-3 without Nikola Jokic. I don't know what the hell is going on, but this team continues to win. And now, granted, the New Orleans Pelicans are not good. They're not good. They're a 9-win team in the West. Okay,
they seem like they should be better than they are, but they're not.
I get it.
They seem to me like they should be. They're a 9-win team. It feels like they should be maybe a 17-win team or an 18-win team.
But they just don't, the pieces don't come together. And the Nuggets found a way again last night. Keep it close. Keep it close. I've never seen a game, Moj. In fact, this has not happened in almost 20 years for the Nuggets, where they get out-rebounded. All right? The rebounding totals last night. New Orleans had 50 rebounds. New Orleans had, where's that total of rebounds here? New Orleans out-rebounded the Nuggets by 17 rebounds. 17. 50-33. And the Nuggets won the game.
I had 51-32.
Either
way, I had it 19.
17-19, what's the difference? It's the biggest disparity in rebounds that the Nuggets have faced with a win in almost 20 years. The fact that they won that game, besides not being able to pull down a rebound, is amazing to me. And it just speaks to how clutch they have been. It speaks to the development of Peyton Watson, who again last night, reigning player of the week in the Western Conference, goes for 31 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. Jamal Murray coming off illness. Same illness that just sent Brett Kane home. He comes in with 35 points, 9 assists. And I thought his best play, I don't know how closely you watched that game last night, Moj, but it was a 2-point game late. And he finds AG under the rim, just drills a one-handed pass, which was so beautiful, so stunning.
I watched it. Yeah, I watched it pretty closely, Vic.
Yeah, and that kind of play, that kind of winning play, where you don't have to shoot it, you just have to make a play. That's what Jamal Murray's done this year.
And he got away with one right before that where he got stuck at the shot clock and threw up sort of I want to say about a 17-foot prayer, kind of, but nothing. I mean, it was a total swish, but I'm saying he got kind of stuck, right? And there was nobody around him, so he just kind of, I don't know, it was a funky-looking play, but listen, when it's going your way, it's going your way.
I want people to be aware of something.
And on that particular play, he knocked it in. It was great. Great to see.
So 4 guys did not make the trip Jonas Valanciunas, who I do believe with that calf strain, he may miss the entire month. We'll see. Cam Johnson, he did not make the trip. I think Cam Johnson is close to returning. Now, again, nothing official. The sense I get, and he's very close. He's been shooting around. He's back home rehabbing. I would not be surprised one bit if Cam Johnson is back next week. Christian Brown is rehabbing and recovering again with that ankle, which is giving him fits. He just doesn't feel right. So they want to make sure it feels right before he tries to do this again. And Nikola Jokic. What did I tell you about Nikola Jokic when he first went down? I said, if there's anyone who will beat the deadline back on the court, it's a guy like Nikola Jokic. And again, no inside information here, none. But I would not be surprised one bit if he is back long before that 4 to 6 week mark that everybody gave us. He's
so
now
saying he's the anti-Moj. He's a fast healer.
He is a very fast healer. And how many weeks has it been for Nikola Jokic? 2? 2 weeks now? I think we're going on 2 weeks.
Okay. 2.5.
All right. Just be on the lookout is all I'm going to tell you. Be on the lookout for Nikola Jokic.
Nelly, do us a favor. Just be on the lookout. Have your scouts out. Okay. Yeah. Be on the lookout for Joker, just in case. All right.
But what I want to tell you.
No, but back to CB real quick. Hold on a second.
Sure.
Just because you're driving the show today doesn't mean you can just run roughshod over everybody.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I forgot that I have to let other people talk.
Yeah. But no, with Christian Brown, it seems to me it's probably a natural thing when you have your first real injury, not a ding, not a bang, not a bruise, not a whatever, but your first real injury, right? That's going to keep you out for an extended period of time. It would seem to me that anything you do on the comeback trail is going to feel weird at first. And again, it's that brain process, Vic, where can you trust that ankle again? Yeah. And I'm not saying it doesn't feel weird to him or something doesn't feel exactly right, but I'm saying the brain can also figure into that. I remember, again, I'll relay the story. This is almost 30 years ago. I'm talking to LaFonso Ellis coming back from that knee injury. And he said, look, physically I'm fine. He goes, but you have to tell your brain that your brain has to know that you're fine too, to become a player again. You've got to be able to think all that way. So that may be a little bit of a factor with CB, but either way, I think he's going to be fine.
Again, he's never suffered a major injury ever in his life. So mentally, he does not know what to do with this. Same goes for Nikola Jokic, by the way. Nikola Jokic has never had an injury like the one he's going through right now with his knee. He was very scared at the time when it happened. And I think the fear is what caused the reaction. And the reaction is what scared the hell out of all of us watching from home, is him on the ground. But as I think will happen, I think he's going to come back sooner than we expect. And it's going to be a couple games before he feels normal, because that fear factor, Moj, is what they're battling, both CB and Joker. Now, a guy like Cam Johnson, he's gone through several injuries. He's been through it already. For him, it's a little different. Which leads to another question. Nuggets fans, we got a problem. Moj, we got a problem right now. It's a good problem, but we have a problem. This is a Denver team that's now, if you look at the standings, without Nikola Jokic, everything was supposed to go south, right? Oh, just tread water. They got the second best record in the Western Conference, and they've done it without Nikola. They're 27-13, tied with the San Antonio Spurs. We thought at this point they'd be hovering around the play-in. Remember what everybody was saying?
I said they're going to drop. Yeah, this was my prediction. I guess I'm glad I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. I said, excuse me. I said that I'm guessing they're going to drop to at least 6, and then will they drop below that? I don't know, but I thought for sure that 6 was on the table, and it just they've impressed me.
They've impressed everyone because the teams around them have also struggled. San Antonio in the last 10 games, 4-6. The Lakers 5-5. The Rockets have plummeted. They've won 6 out of 10, but they've plummeted now. They're in the 6th seed. Right behind the Nuggets are the T-Wolves. They've won 7 of the 10. And, again, this year, top teams in the West are teams from the Nuggets division, the Northwest division. They're the top teams. But the dilemma the Nuggets face right now, Mark Moser, and I want to ask you, what the hell are they going to do? They got a player who is developing in light speed right before our eyes, Payton Watson, who went from little used sub to, he's got some stuff. He can play a little defense. He's long. To, oh, my God, player of the week. To, where would they be without Payton Watson in his mid-range game? Because he's developed something in the mid-range. Last night, again, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. He hit the go-ahead shot with 14 seconds left. They were tied, and it was a mid-range J. And I'm sitting there going, that's a shot he did not have in his back pocket before this season. He didn't have it, and he's developed it.
Am I the only one who likes the mid-range J? When I talk about my drop steps on the baseline, in my mid-range jumpers and that sort of thing, people, that's not the game today. Well, I know it's not, but it can be effective. Yeah, it can be effective. It's just, I love a good mid-range J. I just do. And to watch Payton Watson develop that game is awesome.
Well, not only develop it, but do it in real time. He's not doing it behind the scenes. He's doing it right in front of us. He's doing it in crunch time. He's doing it in key games. He is unafraid. And what it's doing is this, and this is the dilemma right now that Nuggets fans, you got to face this and say, what do you do? This guy is in the final year of his contract.
Get in the apron. Get in the apron.
No, forget the apron. Forget the apron. All right, it's not our money. Obviously, you'd want to spend all the money. It's not our money. I would want them to keep everybody. Forget the apron. Forget the contract status. Forget next year. I'm talking about this year. How do you take this guy off the court?
I don't know.
What do you do when everybody's healthy again? I need somebody to explain to me. When Cam Johnson is healthy again, when CB's healthy again, what do you do with Payton Watson's minutes? Because this guy has exploded onto the scene. I don't know how you minimize his minutes right now.
You're going to have to keep him as well, Vic, and you're going to have to figure out a way to do that. That's why Ben and John are probably working overtime right now, but he's become a major factor. And I love to see it, too, because even if he's relegated to the bench, imagine the confidence and the kind of spark he's going to be bringing off that bench. I mean, the Nuggets have a lot of things going for them right this very second. Now, come June and July, that may be a bit of a tougher thing, but right now they've got it going.
But do you want to remove minutes from his game log? I mean, this is a serious question. If this team wants to reach its potential, listen, and I get it. The starting five that started the season, the starting five that played the first few games of the season, by the way, that starting five, Nikola Jokic, Cam Johnson, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, 8-2. They win 80% of their games, and that's it. Right. That's all. They've only played 10 games together. The starting five. That's it. They started 8-2.
What are you saying? You're gonna play. Who would you play him over?
What I'm asking you is, what do you do? Do you still keep him as a super sub? How do you give him the minutes he deserves right now to shine? Because I am not exaggerating, and I think those of you watching the game, he is carrying. He and Jamal Murray are helping carry this team through the non-Joker minutes, non-Joker games. Nobody expected this. It's one thing to shine alongside Nikola Jokic. Everybody does that. It's another thing to do it when he's not on the court.
All right. Well, while people ponder that question, while people are thinking about that in their brains, I've got to get you to address Sean Payton from yesterday. We need to talk about Sean Payton in the preparation for this game against the Buffalo Bills. And I want to play to you, Vic, and everybody else, another interaction with little Luka that went sideways yesterday. And I got to get your thoughts on it. I've got to see how you feel.
Great.
Because I'm not really sure that this guy's a guy.
He's intense right now. Sean Payton, you could tell it's a playoff week because he is wound up. He is wound up. And frankly, I know the soundbite that you're going to hear. It's hilarious to me. I was laughing. And I think most members of the media who cover Sean Payton on a consistent basis, all you can do is laugh at this stuff. Do we have Coach Bednar today?
We do. 8 o'clock, right?
Yes.
So 8 a.m. for Coach Bedsy. Our boy Kaner's on his way home, probably. What?
I know they're different personalities, but I want you, when we come back and we play this, I want you to contrast that to Coach Bednar. Would you? Would you do that?
Well, I could do that, but I mean, those are two different human beings, and they're both effective in their own right. Listen, I'm not going to sit here on a game week, and we all know that Sean Payton can be very abrasive and a curmudgeon, and we know this, and we know that Jared Bednar is the opposite of that. But they're their own coaches, their own styles, their own ways, and they're both effective. I mean, listen, I want people to be nice to me like you do, but not everybody's the same. Not everybody's wired the same.
I'm going to explain. But Vic, you are totally correct. And I think Sean Payton is one interesting son of a gun. But there has to be a bit of humanity in there, too, somewhere. I know that there's got to be.
Okay. All right, we'll get into that. I've got some cool stuff that I would like to run. I interviewed, of all people at the game last night, Michael Porter Jr. was there because the Brooklyn Nets are in town and they play the Pelicans tonight. So he had a night off. He decided to go watch his buds. And he was there dapping him up after the game, and he had some interesting stuff to say. I got a chance to sit down with Payton Watson about his growth. We'll hear from him. We'll hear from some of the Broncos. Dre Greenlaw's back at practice. A development of one starting player who will not be back for the playoff run, which sucks. But it is playoff week. It's game day for the Nuggets. They're in Dallas tonight, second game of a back-to-back. We've got Jared Bednar at, did you say 8 a.m.? 8?
Yep, 8.
All right, good.
You're so terrible at this. You're just, you haven't done this in forever.
Well, dude, I
just
found
no
out just
good.
10 minutes ago
good.
I just found out 10 minutes ago that Kane wasn't going to be with us. I don't have all these reads,
but
I
you're
don't have all this stuff in front of me.
You're embarrassing me in front of.
Okay, next, I tell you what we're going to do. Next segment, you drive the show. When we come back, Mark drives the show.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
This is a hell of a pull by Nelly.
Dude, I've been watching Stranger Things. My wife's got me on it.
Yeah.
And I hate it, and yet I can't stop watching it. I think it's
Yeah,
the dumbest
you know,
thing in the world, and yet I'm watching it.
It is.
It's so
My kid
dumb,
was home.
and yet I'm watching it.
Yeah, my kid was home, and she watched episode 1 we had never seen it. So now the Bear and I are watching it. We're in season 2, and I don't want to get it, but this is a hell of a pull because this is Kate Bush, dude, from the 80s. This is a hell of a pull.
You know, that's the only reason I'm watching it, Moj, is because of all the 80s music.
It's because of Kate
the
Bush?
only reason.
Okay. Not a lot of people know about Kate Bush, but that's a hell of a pull, Nelly. Good job. Hey, it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Coach Bednar coming up at the top of the hour at 8. Brett's out barfing out of his Ford, probably all the way back home. That's what I'm guessing. He's pulling over,
it won't
barfing.
Change the color of his
Pulling
car.
over, barfing. Yeah, you're right. Hey, by the way, if you want to be at the first Broncos home playoff game in a decade on Saturday, start your weekend off right with Nate and Andy at Jackson's. They'll be there live for a special Bud Light Football Friday show starting at 3 p.m. It's this Friday. And giving away tickets to the Broncos and the Bills. So we'll see you at Jackson's coming up on Friday. That's the comment of Sean Payton. Again, getting under the skin of, or maybe he's not, but trying to get under the skin of one Luka Evans. Now, Payton to me, and I've said this a billion times, is a fascinating look into the mind of a coach for a number of different reasons. Because his self-awareness and his self-admission of he knows that he can be that guy, and he likes being that guy, but sometimes he doesn't like being that guy.
Who's that guy? When you say that guy, what do you mean?
The guy who is obsessive and biting, and so this kind of thing. He likes driving around the sushi parking lot for an hour thinking about a game that he won. I mean, and a lot of guys are wired this way.
Wound up is the words.
Wound up.
The phrase, wound up.
Am I ever happy?
That being
No.
said, no. See, that's the thing is I don't think that he clearly doesn't care how the public perceives him. Clearly doesn't care. And that's probably a good thing, too.
Yeah.
Why should he? Right, if he's making 18 per, he's got his team as the number 1 seed.
And he's already accomplished more than most people would ever
Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it. But I would think that, Vic, that at least a little, I don't know, bedside manner has to be in there somewhere.
Little diplomacy every once in a while.
Yeah. Do you think David Adelman ever gets a question from a reporter that he could, if he wanted to beat that reporter down verbally, he could?
Well, it's a different story. He's a first-time coach. You know how it is. When guys are the first at doing things, I mean, anybody, even athletes, when they first come around, they're nice. They sort of cower at times, and then they get used to it, and their attitudes change. I wonder was Sean Payton like this when he first became a coach? Or did he grow into this because of the Bill Parcells influence?
Or was he this way when he began his tenure in New Orleans? Or did he become this way after he won himself a bowl? I don't know because I wasn't around Sean Payton then. I didn't follow those teams. But I've seen his progression over the years. And, honestly, I like the guy. I do. I find him to be a complex human. And I can also say this. If I was in Sean Payton's shoes, and people are throwing out verbiage, they're throwing out words and vernacular from football and so on and so forth, he ain't got time for that anymore. And I probably, if it was me and I was in Sean Payton's shoes and I knew everything that Sean Payton knew, I would probably be annoyed as hell as well. I would probably want to verbally chastise or beat somebody down. And by the way, he's got a special thing now with Luka. Okay, so he's got to be in his bonnet. He's got to be in his bonnet about Evans.
The young writer for the Denver Post. He's a beat writer.
Evan. Right. The Evan. And I'm sure that Luka probably hits him every single time the media shows up in front of him. Sean Payton is seeing the same faces every single day. I talked to DMac about this, and I'm sure he probably gets a little bit annoyed. And at this point, all he wants to do is get back with his coaches and his team and coach.
My name is Luka.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
You hold
Get ready
I
for
know
the-
where you're going with this, Moshe. Can I stop you real quick before you? I know where
Please.
you're going. We're going to play
Please.
the soundbite. I think this is a bigger deal for those of us in the media than the general public who just wants to wait for the game on Saturday. I don't think the general public cares how a head coach treats our brethren in the media. I don't think they care. I think they might be off-put by it at times. They're like, okay, but we seem to care a lot more than they do, and we make a bigger deal out of this.
It's not even about how he treats Luka or anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, if I was in Payton's shoes, I'd probably want to browbeat some people down, too. You get annoyed. You get the same old faces week after week, and it's probably some very silly questions at times. Or people try to talk higher than their experience in the game. Fine. But at the same time, it's revealing on who he is as a person. And while it really doesn't bother me that much, I can see as to where even Broncos fans, diehard Broncos fans, would think, you know what? Our coach is prickly. Prickly.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bit of a prickly. You know what I mean? And so it can be, like you said, it can be off-putting. I wonder what, and not that public relations is his job at all. I just wonder what that dynamic is like. And I'm sure there are plenty of Eagles fans who hate Sirianni.
Sure.
And I'm sure there are plenty of, there are plenty of Niners fans who Kyle Shanahan rubs them the wrong way. You know what I mean? Who cares as long as you win football games? I really don't care, but he's not doing himself any favors.
Well, you won't get the benefit of the doubt from those of us in this business and perhaps some of the fan base if things go awry. But if things go the way they've gone, who cares? He's winning more and more games every year. He's succeeding every year. Again, I'm not going to hold that against him until you really have to. Let's just go ahead and get to the soundbite. This is his exchange yesterday with Luka Evans when I think Luka was asking about Dre Greenlaw, his availability. He was coming off a hamstring injury. Dre Greenlaw practiced. It looks like he's good to go. Great news. And this is how that Q&A went.
John, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
You hold your head up, all right?
I'm going to use that from now on, by the way. I'm going to, what do you know? Ask, okay. I mean, you could ask me anything that I have good knowledge of. I'm gonna stick it to you. What do you know about Van Halen's first album?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Now, if I went into Nelly, Steve, please join the program. And I said, look, with the third valve on your right hand on the saxophone, if you want that to get unsticky,
how would you react?
And Nelly could say to me what?
What do you know about valves on a saxophone, Moj?
Yeah, what do you know about valves
on
a saxophone? You're talking valves
on a saxophone. What do you know about
saxophone?
right hands on a saxophone?
Moj,
Right.
if you were asking me about Villa San Miguel or Italy, I could respond also. Well, what do you know about Villa San Miguel? What do you know about that place? You've been there a couple times. You don't know crap. I mean,
I think
it works.
I do.
Okay, if Jared Bednar joins us at 8 o'clock and I say, Coach, are you better off just chipping the puck into the zone on the power play rather than carry? What if he were to respond, what? Have you ever had skates on, punk?
What do you know about dumping and chasing? Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Is you could have.
I'm in your way.
Yeah, you could have some. Here's what you could. If somebody said, "Hey, Coach, that neutral zone trap last night. Your guys were having a tough time fighting through it, right? I mean, and you had to reload a couple times. You didn't like the whatever." You know how many times Jared Bednar could have gotten up and said, "What do you know about a neutral zone trap?"
Yeah,
you know what I mean. What do you know about where to dump the puck and how the F3 works in that situation? What do you know?
What you're saying
when your right D pitches down the boards, who's responsible? He could absolutely do that, and I can tell you this: he's had short answers before, but he's never, as far as I can remember, ever tuned anyone up.
He's never disrespected a reporter for the question asked.
That's right. And I've heard some dumb ones.
Okay. So what you're
I've
saying
heard some
is
great ones.
Why does Sean Payton have to go there? Why does he have to do that? And I guess my reaction is I think it's funny. I think it's more indicative of I'm not saying it's an insecurity on his part. It's not insecure. He is the most secure person, borderline arrogant, which is fine. And you know what? I'm fine with it. Hell, that's more my personality. I just think that it's such a critical week. He is so intense this week that anything will set him off. Anything. And that's just something like that sets him off. Something so ridiculous like that. A linebacker coming downhill set him off.
The exact same question is asked by, Steve Atwater.
Or Kay Adams. Yeah.
Or even Mike Kliss. Okay? I'm just talking about somebody who's played. Let's talk about somebody who's played the game. If Dave Logan asked that question to him,
he would never respond that way.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
It's not the question. It's the question asker. That's what it is. Okay? It's not the question at all.
So do you think that's fair? I don't. I don't care who asked the question. I mean, why does that make it right? Are you saying that makes it right?
What do you mean? What makes what right? Clarify.
Are you saying that it's okay for him to treat people differently by asking?
No, but I'm saying that's the part of the dynamic that is at play here.
Yeah. I mean, it's very...
If Steve Atwater asked that same question, you're going to get a kick-ass answer about Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
And you're not going and because he's not going to say, what do you know about, linebackers running downhill, you know what I mean?
Okay, let's just put a cap on this. Sean Payton's a jerk. I don't care. Hey, Moser, have you ever been called a jerk? I know I have on this very show. But people really don't know you behind the scenes. They don't know you behind the mic. They don't know you with your family. They don't know you personally. I know Sean Payton personally. I've socialized with him. I don't know anything about him. I know that when he's got his ball cap on and he's a coach, he's a jerk to a lot of people in our business. But you know what? In that locker room, you talk to the players, they fear him. Yes, they fear him, but they love him.
Okay.
They do.
And that's
They
totally
think
fine.
that he's a player's coach.
He probably is. That's great. Look, man, I got a little anecdote story about somebody calling me a jerk one time. It's kind of funny. In my younger broadcasting days, with the Avalanche, we were getting out of the bus in Philadelphia and heading into the hotel. And somebody asked me to come over and sign his shirt. Or Mo's come over and sign it. I thought they were joking, right? Because all the players had done that and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, yeah. And he goes, why are you being a jerk? I'm like, oh, man.
Who said
you were
being a jerk?
This was a fan, like an Avalanche fan outside the... And I'm like, I'm not trying to be, man. I can't, are you sure you want me to mess up your jersey? So I went over there and did it. I didn't want to be a jerk, but I care about if people think I'm a jerk. It's kind of, in some regards, but, like Steve from Highlands Ranch, who's a Dallas Stars fan who calls me a jerk, I don't care. I don't care about that, but I don't know. You're the head coach of this franchise, and I don't know. The public perception is it's going to be split on this guy. Ain't no doubt about it if it's not already.
Text line, everybody responds differently to stuff like that. Vic, if Sean did that to you, you would crap your pants and be crying on air about it for weeks. Moj, care to respond on what would happen if you did that to me?
We've all had it done to us.
We've all been tuned up. We've all been tuned up. I was tuned up by Mike Shanahan, Buddy Ryan live on the air. I've told the story.
Yeah.
If you haven't been in this business long enough, if you haven't been tuned up, Texter, Peter.
That's correct.
Hey, Peter.
And
you haven't been in this business if you haven't been tuned up by a coach or a player. It's part of the job.
Mike Shanahan had no time for the young snot-nosed Moj back in the late 90s or whatever it was. And he tuned me up one time on my own show. And I'm like, I probably deserved that. I probably did. And so it's just part of the business. It's no big deal. It's no in the grand scheme of things, it's no big deal. I'd rather talk about
we just
football.
spent 10 minutes talking about it.
I know, but I'd rather agree. But because I think it's out there and it has to be addressed. I'd rather talk about the upcoming game and what we're going to see and potential, guys in and out of the lineup. And you mentioned it a little bit earlier too, that you got some news about the postseason run here, about guys who can and cannot be back.
All right, we only got a minute left in this segment since we're on the topic.
So, why don't we?
Well, no. Your list of coaches. I want to know now that we're on the topic. Coaches, because not every coach, like Gary Kubiak was a nice man, just a nice human being.
Nice guy.
He could get mad at times, but he would never obliterate somebody publicly. He just wouldn't do it. He won a Super Bowl. Mike Shanahan got snappy at times, but very nice man. A nice,
very nice
human
man.
Wade Phillips.
I love Mike
my
Shanahan.
Goodness.
Yeah.
I'll ask you. I mean, who are some of the toughest, sternest, just those coaches who you couldn't get to, who were just rough around the edges that came through town? I would currently rank Sean Payton number 1 on my list of all. And again, this is not an indictment on who he is as a person, just how he treats people in these circumstances. Josh McDaniels was close behind. Number 2.
I think how maybe he treats people overall, period.
Who else do you have on your list? Any of the Avs coaches? How was Hartley back in the day?
Bob was fine. Mark Crawford could be abrasive and prickly. It's funny, if you bring some of those things up from, let's say, 27 years ago, 28 years ago, Crow would be like, no, I didn't say that. Well, yeah, you did. No, I didn't.
Yeah, I know. It was just
they're
in a different world. Yeah.
Right, exactly. I mean, because they're the nicest guys in the world, right? But, and I'm like, you remember that time? He's like, no. I'm like, yeah. He's like, no, yeah. Funny stuff, man. Really funny stuff.
It's funny. I told Dan Issel this. I just did a sit down with Dan, and I
oh,
love
Issel,
Dan Issel today's the most.
I was working with Issel. Go ahead.
And I remember asking him a question when he was coaching, and he went off on me saying, "How about you let somebody else ask questions?" And I was like, "Well, there's nobody else here." So
yeah,
I relay that story years later, and it's funny because again, coaches are in their element. Coaches have high anxiety. It's game week. It's game day. I get it. It's part of the job.
You're going to love this as we get the break here. More on the other side. We'll talk about the Broncos' injuries and who can and cannot come back. But there was a time, and I'd worked with Dan at the old joint, right? Mm-hmm. We worked together. And I'm there for morning skate, listen to me, shoot around. And they're playing the Clippers. And I asked him a question about Keith Kloss. You remember Keith Kloss?
Yeah.
And he looks at me and he goes, Keith Kloss? Why in the hell would you ask me about Keith Kloss? And this is the guy who's my friend. We worked together, right? Mm-hmm. We drank beers together, that kind of thing. And then I thought to myself afterwards, and he tuned me up. And I go, I deserve that. I deserve that tune-up. Ain't no doubt about it. Hey, a lot more still to come here as I'm driving this segment. Vic's just sitting in a Dallas hotel room with his teeth in his mouth. And we got a lot to talk about with the Broncos and the Buffalo Bills this weekend. Good news on Dre Greenlaw. Bad news on others. We'll talk more about that. Also, Coach Jared Bednar of your Colorado Avalanche coming up at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, if you've been dealing with glasses or contacts and you're a little tired of those, but now you need bifocals, gosh, that day when that arrives, I have a solution for you. Refractive lens exchange from my buddy, the Paisan, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. What is this? Well, if you're having trouble reading menus, texting, seeing the computer at work, anything of that nature, and you want to do it without glasses, Cudarelli Vision RLE. It's the permanent solution to spending good active years without glasses. Here's the cherry on top. You're never going to have to develop a cataract after that either. That's what this does. Dr. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced in this area. Over 90,000 vision correction procedures under his belt. Whether you need LASIK, EVO, ICL, refractive lens exchange, you can trust Dr. Cudarelli. Tell you which one is the right one for you. He just told me, hey, you might want to wait a couple years on this one. You're still a young man. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. That's Cudarelli Vision RLE. You won't need readers, no more glasses, no more progressives, contacts, or cataracts. Go to coloradorle.com.
So kind of him. Thanks, Vic. Appreciate that.
What? What's
terrible?
kind?
You're terrible at this. Hey, don't forget the Nuggets face Cooper Flag and the Mavs tonight live in Dallas. Tune in at 7 for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law.
I'm bad at what? Reading those little liners?
Yeah, you could never do that. You know what I mean? Nelly, you know it and I know it. Look at Steve. He's laughing behind your back.
So you're saying I'm incapable of reading the little liners, and that's really Kane's only role on this show is to read those little liners and then get out of the way.
And provide some comic relief with his red face and red hair. Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
That's
Vic,
it.
I sent you the email too. You wanna give us that same read? See if you can beat Moser.
All right, let me see.
It was the.
So you're supposed to read
this
that.
This is why you're not even involved in this, and you shouldn't be involved because you don't even know how to find it.
It's the Nuggets pregame coverage brought to you by Ramos Law. Read.
Oh, here we go. Go ahead. Ready? Give me the music. I mean, it's got to feel the same. We're coming out of break. Hey, everybody. The Nuggets face Cooper Flag and the Mavericks tonight, live in Dallas. Tune in at 7 for pregame coverage, powered by Ramos Law.
You're being such a Payton.
Oh, yes!
You really are. You're being a Payton. And by the way, when I'm texting somebody, the problem is we've had 3 different Paytons in Denver. We got 3 different Paytons here, and they all spell their Paytons
Four.
the different way.
We have 4 Paytons. 4.
What other Payton am I missing?
Payton Watson.
Oh, we have Payton Watson too. Yeah, but PWat is different.
Payton Watson is named after Peyton Manning. His parents literally named him after Peyton Manning. So there's 4 Paytons in this town.
Yeah, there's 4 Paytons. So my bad. 4 Paytons, but 2 are the same. Peyton Watson and Peyton Manning spell the name the same way, but George Payton.
Don't start counting.
Okay, they spell it different. Hey, Vic, in regards to the injury factor, great news on Dre Greenlaw. I mean, great news when you're talking about that running game and trying to slow down Cook. I mean, they average $160 per game. They've torn you up in the past, but it's great to have him back on the field, is it not?
Great news for Dre Greenlaw, bad news for Brandon Jones, the other safety, who will not play again this season, according to Sean Payton. They do not expect him back. Whatever pec issue he had, he messed up his pec muscle. Clearly, he tore it. So he's out, and B.J. Locke will take over for him. But so it's not like they're going to go into the postseason free and clear. They're missing one of those safeties, and the communication between Afunga and Brandon Jones, you could see that's very important. P.J. Locke is going to have to carry that torch now.
And I'm also worried when we talk about the running game, and at this point, I'm not even going to be worried about the running game anymore because they've been winning without Dobbins, and they haven't had to have a, incredibly effective running game. The one you would like look at Buffalo's and how effective that is and how desirable a running game like that would be. They haven't had to have that to win games. So if J.K. thinks he's coming back, before February, that would be great should the Broncos advance. But I think they are who they are at this point, Vic. I think the Denver Broncos are. This is your football team. This is the way they're going to have to win games. And so go on out and execute what you're doing well. Period. Well, end of story.
You're looking at the defense. I'm still looking at the offense and the center position. Wattenberg is not going to play again this week, and the run game is the chief area of concern for me. And I think that offensive line it's going to be incumbent on them, and you got to develop something for those running backs to squeeze through.
I mean, you have to try. You have to try, but I'm not saying that you don't need $150 on the ground to win. You don't need that because you've done it without that.
You have to be a threat to open it up. We can cry about Bronco injuries because every team's got them. The Bronco situation pales in comparison to what Buffalo is going through right now. Buffalo listed 14 players on their injury report, 14 including Josh Allen, who's got various foot and knee injuries. But they lost Shavers, their receiver, to an ACL. Gabe Davis is out. They've got serious injuries to serious contributors, and they're hanging on.
They have a little wideout coming back. What's his name? The Bills. They have that wideout coming back. Oh, I'll find it. Doggone it. All the heck. I'm thinking, okay, Davis is out, and that's, and again, he missed most of the year anyway, but he's been there the past several weeks. They've got a guy coming back. And I got to figure it out. Anyway, continue on that thought.
Curtis Samuel?
Yes. Do they not?
He practiced on Tuesday. I mean, we'll see if he plays.
Is he gonna make it back?
I have no idea.
I'm just saying that would be. It's not like you're just subtracting a guy. You're perhaps getting another guy back as well, so that it's not as hurtful as it would be to another team. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and therein lies the greatness of Josh Allen, the greatness of any great quarterback, is that they can make any Tom, Dick, and Harry into a substantial receiver, right? I mean, look at what he's done already with some of the replacements that have been in there. Look what he did last week. You throw Mark Moser in there, and he'll find you. He'll make you a competent receiver. And that's what great quarterbacks do. So, obviously, it hurts to lose key players, but I think he can make do. He's already made done. They won a road playoff game for the first time in forever.
Hey, that's a great. I've never heard of the past tense of make do. What is the correct past tense?
Made done.
Made done. That doesn't sound right, but you probably are right. In terms of the English language, you're probably correct.
Well, if you're making do now, you made done.
You tell us, man. Made done. You make do, so you made done.
Moser, I didn't take idioms 101. Sorry, I don't have that answer for you.
That's a funny question, though, Vic. That's funny that, listen, it doesn't sound right, but you're probably right. I don't know the answer to that. Either way, look, I mean, Shakir caught, 11 passes last week or 12 passes. He's gotten other guys. Brandon Cooks was involved with a couple of big plays in that game.
That's what I'm saying. Cooks signs. When did he sign?
Yeah, good point. But they also, Vic, and I mentioned this, and we kind of just glossed it over earlier in the week, that they've got 2 tight ends that are effective. Now, I know Kincaid's a bit banged up, and he's been walking around in a boot, but they say that the boot on Monday for Kincaid was simply out of precautionary reasons. Simply a precautionary situation. And they've got Dawson Knox. They've got those 2 guys can both catch the football. So it's not like you're depleting the Buffalo Bills of offensive threats all over the place. I mean, those guys both play and they both can be effective.
Moj, it's hard to take you seriously right now with your voice. Let me rile you up a little bit.
If I talk softer, then it's not going to pull a Bobby Brady or a Peter Brady and crack.
Give all the glory to God.
Because we got.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
In exactly 6 minutes, but before we get to Coach Bedsy, I want to know your reaction when you heard that the great Nolan Arenado is being traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks and he's back in the Rockies division. The great 8-time All-Star, Nolan Arenado, is back in the division.
Well, I don't know what happened. I guess I'm not close enough to the situation.
Well, I tell you what happened. He waived his no-trade clause. He said, I'm good, and I'm going to go to Arizona. That's what happened. Well,
no, I thought that he wanted to get dealt to St. Louis because he wanted to win. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I remember distinctly saying that, these people treat me way better. I want to win. That's why I'm here. I remember those words coming out of his mouth. Now, Nelly, I haven't been keeping up on current events in regards to the St. Louis Cardinals, but it doesn't feel like they've done a whole lot of winning with Nolan Arenado there.
No, the experiment did not go well, but the Cardinals can simply say, that's all right, we didn't pay his bill anyway. We paid most of the bill was paid by the Rockies.
Well, some of the bill was paid by the Rockies. They paid plenty of bill, okay, bro? They paid plenty of bread to Nolan Arenado. I really don't have any feelings about it.
You know what? That's a trade.
I really don't have a take.
You know what? You know how some trades in sports both teams win, like Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey. Both teams won in that trade.
Yeah.
Right? There are some trades where neither team wins, and that was one of them. Neither team won anything.
You talking about the Rockies and the Cardinals? Yeah. Nobody won jack squat.
Neither team.
And the
both
Rockies
teams lost.
And the Rockies had to pay $50 million to keep losing. I mean, it's
and the guys they got. I mean, where are they now? That's the point. Neither team won anything out of that trade.
Well, they got the nibbler out of it, did they not? The nibbler was maybe the guy who's been around the longest, stayed around the longest.
I mean, he gave you little. You're right.
Excuse me.
Jesus.
I don't have an on-off button on this home thing. Man, is it just us? Is it just our infected office and studio, or is it? This has got to be going around, right?
Well, the Denver Nuggets locker room is ravaged by this same illness.
Man,
they don't sound like this. I know Jamal Murray is coming off. By the way, I chose not to interview Jamal yesterday, frankly, because I want to save myself. Because he looked, for a guy who pumped in 35 and 9 and made some key shots, shot after shot. After the game, I'm telling you, he was feeling it. Feeling it. He is not back physically, and yet he still pumps in 35 and 9. Mark Moser is not feeling it, and he's giving you this product.
Coach Bednar is feeling it. He's going to be on next. Don't go anywhere. So Brett's out barfing today. Getting some DMac coming in to help us out a little bit here in a little bit. Coach, always brought to you every single Wednesday morning by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing
Mo sounds
fine.
like crap,
We're doing good.
as usual.
I'll
I
be
want to
fine.
start here, Coach. When you have an illness like this, and it's completely chopped up our entire lineup here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, everybody's sick. What do you do as a team when an illness hits the locker room? How do you fight it?
Yeah, well, I think our medical staff does a good job of recognizing and talking with the guys right away when they get sick, and we try to keep them out of the locker room as much as possible. You know, if someone's under the weather, we leave them at home, or they come in before the guys come to get any sort of treatment or medical supplies they need, and then we send them out of there. And then they all go to, like, their own individual water bottles and all that kind of stuff as well, too, just to make sure that it doesn't go through the team. And that's really hard to do. Like, usually when one guy gets sick, you're usually getting at least a handful of guys that get it, but it can be a pain for sure.
Also, you don't have every single player speaking into the same exact microphone with all those microbes on that microphone. I got you.
Yeah, no, that's probably not the best.
Yeah, well, I'm at home, Vic's at home, and we're going to be just fine. Brett D's puking wherever he is. Who knows? Coach joins us, of course, as always, on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorneyramoslaw.com. Hey, Coach, let's go back to the game a couple nights back. Now, I found it to be a very entertaining hockey game with some star power all over the place, and the Stars came to shine that night. And you guys fall in overtime in a game you easily could have won in overtime. I don't want to get nitpicky about it at all. As a coach, I suppose you have to be nitpicky. You know, I got the bigger picture in mind, so if you would please nitpick just a tiny bit about that game.
Yeah, love the start. Felt like we had some super dangerous scoring opportunities early on. Had no problem really with the first period, but by the end of the first period, you could kind of see a trend where, like, we just weren't, like, checking the puck back hard enough or with enough velocity. But we were humming on the offensive side of it. Like, I felt like we could have been up 2 or 3 goals early in that hockey game. But Wall was really good. And then the second period, they dug in a little bit more. And what we were kind of seeing at the end of the first with the lack of intensity to our checking game, and especially, like, kind of in the defensive zone. You know, not a lot was going on off the rush, but in the defensive zone, we weren't getting the puck back, so we spent too much time in our zone, and then our sort of offensive transition game and being able to get into the offensive zone with the puck and hang on to the puck and create the chances and looks we got in the first just disappeared. So they won that period, and then we came out and had a great third. Like, we adjusted again after the second, and then I thought we dug in the third nicely. Held them to 3 shots. They got the one scoring chance in the 4-on-4, which is Matthews making a great play, and found ourselves behind, and give our team credit. Like, we found a way to, respond and answer back almost immediately after the Matthews goal to tie it, and then, like you said, overtime we get a chance or two, they get a chance or two, and they put theirs in the net, and we got a little unlucky on ours, and you come out just getting 1 point. So, you know, I think looking at the game, you have to expect, like, you got a team coming in, you know, points in 9 straight, 7-0-2. You got to play a full 60 minutes if you're going to win for sure, and teams are getting up for us. That was a really solid hockey game, I felt like, from Toronto, and we just weren't on top of our game, so we end up sort of giving up a point, which is disappointing, but at the same time, you know, I think it's going to happen every once in a while, and we just address it with our team and move on, and hopefully we're there for a full 60 for Nashville Friday.
Coach, do you ever look at film or see something during the course of a game and go, no way, there's no way that just happened? You ever do that?
Yeah, there was a significant amount of that the other night.
Well,
you know?
Yeah, specifically for me, I came onto these airwaves, and I'm yelling at Brett and Vic, and I'm like, there's no way that McKinnon's one-timer hits the shaft of the goal stick, goes up underneath the crossbar, bangs into the ice, and then, trickles sideways through Natchez, who I think thought that it went in. There's no way that happens. That guy's not trying to make a stick save. That guy's just, that's such pure luck. And then to have it hit underneath the crossbar at that angle and come out, I'm like, Coach, there's no way.
Yeah, I see those plays, and you make a couple big plays earlier. Even the Marty Neckash, the save well made on Marty Neckash on the 2-on-1, I think that pass is from McKinnon as well, and goalies are going to make some saves. There's also a little bit of no way that just happened from my standpoint, because I have to be critical of our team. And even though I'm not worried about it, I'm not freaking out about it or any of that, but there was a little bit of no way that just happened on their first goal. I felt like we had 2 or 3 chances to close that play out in D zone, and we don't. We're a little light. There's not enough intensity, and he turns and throws it from the corner off. Burns is skating in. You line up on a no-zone face-off and win the draw. Next thing you know, a guy's going on a breakaway, splitting your D. I'm like, no way that just happened. I haven't seen that forever. But that's just part of that is just us not being as sharp as we normally are. There's no, guys lined up on the hash marks here on the blue line and he splits a D for a breakaway on a loose puck. It can't happen and rarely does happen. So we addressed it, why, some of the chances they got were happening and what we need to do. And every time we've addressed something with our team this year, whether it's hey, we're doing this really well and it's helping us win hockey games, and we pointed out to our team, they continue to do it and get better at it. When we show things that, we don't like and things we got to take care of, they've fixed it immediately and implemented into their game. So they've been really coachable, responsive, and that's what we're doing as coaches, just showing and make sure everyone's on the same page, what we got to do. And the one thing we got to do is we got to continue to check and defend with an intensity, with detail, and with a veracity that gets us the puck back quickly so we can go attack, and that's what we've done so well all year, and I expect our team will fix it going in to play Nashville Friday, who's playing really well. Again, won again last night, so it's going to be another hard-fought game.
Coach, with the schedule as packed as it is due to the Olympic year, very rarely do you get 3 days off between games. What do you do at this time? Do you hone in on a particular part of your game? Do you take time off? What have you guys done this week?
Yeah, we did that coming out of the Toronto game, making sure that's that defending side of it's not, or lack thereof, is not creeping into our game. That was just a small window of 20 minutes, and that we fixed it in the third period. For example, they spent over 3 minutes in our zone in the second period. And we had them down to less than 1:30 in the third, which is better than our season average. So I like the way we responded, and maybe we fixed it already in that game, but I wanted to address it again and talk some analytics with our team. And so we were in there yesterday, and today's a day off, and tomorrow we'll come back and have a good practice before we get ready to go on Friday.
Regarding your analytics, so you have a department handling that. Do you speak every day to your analytics team? How does that communication work, and how much do you glean from analytics?
I use it a lot, yeah. And then I decide what I want to share with our team, So I get a 10-game segment that I go through in depth, and I get daily stuff. On our opposition for preparing for Nashville, I'll get a package and go through it all and talk through it all, and then see what I see in the video and match it up. So our team kind of knows exactly what they're facing from a bunch of different areas and what we need to be real sharp on. And so I use it in the preparation for the pre-scout, and then I study ours pretty much constantly. Every game has a post-game report that I go through and see if it matches the eye test in the video, and if there's outliers either way, then I want to make sure I'm digging into them and making sure that like our team, like what our identity is and things that we've established as our identity that we know we have to do well, that those numbers are looking good. Were we a little bit worse than our season average? Were we a little bit better than our season average? And just keep hammering home the points that make us successful too. So I use it quite a bit and share a significant amount with our team as well.
With all due respect, could you ever have been an analytics geek? Could you ever have done that job, do you think?
No, but as a coach now, I think it's a very helpful tool in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it definitely is. Go ahead, Vic.
He uses it, so I mean,
yeah.
if you don't use it, you're dumb, right? I mean, you got to use it. Now you don't have to rely on it wholly, but you got to use it.
No, it's one thing to use it, but it's another thing to come up with it and design it and to dig into it. That kind of stuff.
Come a long way.
Yeah, it takes a special person to be able.
Yeah, what
to
about
do
the
that.
analytics of fighting when you're ready to square up with a guy? Are there any analytics in that?
No, but you better do your homework so you don't get surprised. I know that.
Yeah, some guys get surprised with Josh Manson. That's for another time. Hey, I'm not going to ask you about specific guys, but is there anyone who's out right now that's ahead of the curve, or is everybody where they should be?
Well, Blackwood. And Blackwood, got that injury before the road trip, or just getting ready for the road trip. And then along the way, Wedgie was dealing with something too. So I'd give props to Trent Miner. Comes in 3 out of 4 points on the weekend, playing back-to-back games, gets his first win, first shutout. He did a great job for us this weekend, But Blackwood and Wedgwood will both be good to go. For practice tomorrow. So that's
nice.
Good news. And then the other guys are still kind of sitting on the week-to-week thing. Just it's hard to tell how fast they'll progress with some of these soft tissue injuries, right? Like you come in, you feel good, you try something. If the next day you feel good, you do a little bit more, and that's just kind of the routine they're in right now. And none of them are on the ice yet, so they're still a little ways away.
10 games before this Olympic break, do you sort of ride this wave into the break and say, okay, let's get there and then get the cavalry back after that?
Yeah, and hopefully we're getting some guys before then. I think that's a real possibility. Kind of taking care of the rest of this homestand would be the short-term goal. Then we'll break down that one road trip. I think it's 4 games, and then we come home for 2 more, right? So it's we'll break it up a little bit less than that, and then sort of study from here to the break as a whole. But yeah, like we got some guys playing real well right now, and we feel like we can be a little bit better than we've been here recently. But playing at home helps, so we'd like to get these results, and then we'll kind of separate that road trip out of it. And then next thing you know, you just got a couple games and it's a break.
Hold on. I want to go back to something because I was joking around when I mentioned analytics and fighting and stuff. But when you were squaring up with dudes and when you watch some of the heavyweights in this league, how much homework is done before you decide to pull the gloves and go at it? I mean, what do you look at? How do you analyze it?
Well, early on, you had nothing. So you're just kind of going on word of mouth, and you really had nothing. You're looking at penalty minutes or a stat sheet and going, this guy's willing or this guy isn't, and so. But eventually, you started getting these websites like Hockey Fights and all that, and now it's just out there. You can see all the fights they've been in as a pro. So if that's part of your game and what you do, you can look at tape and study guys and see what their style is, and what do they throw, right, left, both hands, just how in depth you want to go. You can study it, but at least then you're not getting surprised. Nothing worse than getting surprised. I've been surprised a couple times, and it usually means you're getting your nose fixed or something at the end of it.
I'll tell you what, Manor, he's locked on to a couple of guys this year. And he's won, but I'm just saying that there's a couple men where that guy would have had a new nose, and he just missed. Hey, Coach, before I let you go, present company excluded. Okay, so not Vic, not me, not Brett. But has there ever been a reporter in your times, from the E all the way up to the National Hockey League, where you just don't like that person? Like that person just annoys you and asks questions that annoy you, even if they're legit questions. You don't like that person.
Not really. Like I've been pretty blessed I think there's reporters that have covered our teams or the teams that I've been on in the past that just didn't like me for whatever reason. But I don't see enough of them.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
To have and why they have that opinion, whatever, it could be the performance of our team, could be something else, whatever it is. But like I feel like the people that cover us, especially specific in Denver, they're always like, I just want them to be informed and treat our team fairly. That's it, and players fairly. I think you got to be careful of criticizing players, coaches, managers. Like, a guy has a bad week, and then I think that's often blown out of proportion in some markets in the league, and I think our people covering us are really fair that way. Like, guy doesn't score for a couple games, big deal. It's a long season, Then they get next week they get hot and they score, and it just kind of proves the point. Or a guy gets hot, it doesn't mean he's going to do that all year long. There's a lot of ebbs and flows to an 82-game season, right? But they've always treated us fairly and treated us with respect, and I try to do the same thing.
Well, Coach, Moser sounds like crap, and it sounds like you got something going on. So best of luck to you. Get healthy, and just don't hang around Moj, because it's going to get worse if you do.
Yeah, well, you guys too.
Yeah, I'm fine,
on, Coach.
He's
fine at Dallas. All right, Coach. Good to talk to you. We'll see you at the rink on Friday.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, you bet. Thank you, guys. Bye.
There he is, Jared Bednar, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident.
Is anybody else in that room messed up, Moj? Is it?
Medical doctor and attorney, go to ramoslaw.com. That's ramoslaw.com. Not that I know of, Vic. Not that I know of.
In the booth?
Again, I'm not in there. I'm not in there breathing on everybody. And by the way, I'm doing okay. In the grand scheme, Riker and my wife, we coughed for a month, and I was fine.
Listen, Scooby-Doo, you're not doing okay.
Stop it.
You're not doing okay. In fact, you're doing so poorly that we had to call on someone outside the show to help us in the next segment. That's how poorly you're doing.
Darren, get ready. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic Lombardi here, sports guy, and I am not a heating and electric specialist. I don't do that stuff. If anything goes wrong at the house, I call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Right now they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection, prevents breakdowns, improves efficiency, and ensures that your furnace is safe to run all winter. So, leave it to the pros when you have issues with the furnace. Schedule your appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That is AAAtoday.com.
All right, boys. Whether you want him or not, it's the return of the Mac. Probably. That's right. That's right. That's right.
You sound great, dude,
I
compared
know.
to what we've had.
Dude, and it hit me. I had the world's worst ski vacation. And, Vic, you're probably going to say, well, that's what you get. You deserve it because why are you messing around with cold weather when it's in single digits and snow? And it nailed me. Guys, it nailed me on Thursday and Friday, days I took off. And then I'm up Saturday. I got 3 runs in, and I wanted to die. And I was going down like the bunny hill, and I was shivering. And then I get into our Airbnb. There's no heat in the Airbnb. No heat. I kid you not. And we call the maintenance guy. I don't know if this has ever happened to you guys. You ever call a maintenance guy? He comes to look at whatever the problem is, and he looks the same as you. He's like, oh, I don't know. And then he just leaves. And I'm like, we're
Here,
freezing.
We're
freezing.
I brought you 2 more blankets. Enjoy
What's your
yourself.
blankie?
Yeah,
like,
here you go. Yeah.
I'm like, that's it.
Nailed it.
He goes, well, I don't know. See ya.
Boil some water and put a towel over the top.
So I'm looking at my wife, and we're shivering, and she's got a bum knee. It's an Airbnb that didn't have a table or chairs. I kid you not.
Sounds like you're really sprung for the good
looks like you guys went all out.
Now, that is a very good point because I said to my wife, who controls our money, my money, I go, no, she's got a job. What's our budget? She goes, as cheap as possible. I'm like,
What you got?
Yeah.
So wait a minute.
That's what we got.
You're like Kaner then. You're like Kaner. So all your money goes through your significant other because Kaner doesn't even know who his insurance policies are with. Are you like that too? You have no idea?
I'm not quite that bad, but it's on the same tip. It's on the same line. I know you don't trust the Queen of Chicken with the checkbook.
You're both on the E line, right?
Yeah,
It's just different stops. Okay, I
but
got you.
It's all a charade. It's a charade. The long story is I'm on the backside of this. I feel bad for Brett because how bad must that have been for him to leave the show?
Well, he doesn't have the chest thing going on like me.
He wants to vomit.
And it's not down here, it's just up in here. It's like
no, his is the result of sending his
right
kid to
there.
that jungle gym, that bacteria infested jungle
Right.
gym.
Okay. So
he's got like he's on a cruise and stuck in his cabin. That's what he's got.
Right. So this is important for everybody to know. For whatever you want to say about the 3 of us, the one thing we have in common, all of our kids are gone. They're gone.
Yep.
So whatever's happening at this station is not our fault. No way,
Correct.
no how, correct?
That is correct.
So where did it emanate?
Right. We need to find who to blame for all of this because that's what we do in sports talk. We look at the most negative thing possible and we blame people.
Well, Coach Sanford's been pinning it on Andy Lindahl all week. He says he's patient zero.
No. Patient 0. Okay, let's all say it at the same time. In 3, 2, 1.
Sanford.
Moser.
Yeah. I knew that was coming.
I'm sorry. I should have had that.
I knew that was coming.
That's my bad. I should have had that.
I knew it was coming.
I should have had that.
Come on, you should know the bit by now, DMac.
I do. I'm so sorry. It's such a good bit. Can we do that again?
All right, let's do it again.
Yeah.
In 3, 2, 1.
Moser's fault. Yes, of course. But here's what's funny last night. So Moser calls me last night, Vic, and he sounds fine. I mean, like, Moser sounds to the degree that I'm like, oh.
Because he's playing to the camera. It's his little bit. Woe is me.
That's what my wife said. She's like, you're acting like this.
Yeah,
I said,
he's playing to the
I said,
camera.
the louder I get, that's when it does that. But if I talk down here like this, I can control it.
You sounded like a predator and not a Nashville one when you were talking like that to Bedsy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey,
but Moser's screaming to me, Vic, about Sean Payton and which I get, like who is Sean Payton and what kind of guy is he and all that sort of thing. And it's weird because being around coaches like that it's tricky. I've done, you know what? You know where I've experienced it with college basketball coaches.
They're some of the toughest. Yeah.
I think they're the worst, and I don't know.
Well, your boy Jim Boeheim at Syracuse is one of the worst of all time.
Can you believe that's the first guy I ever covered, period, ever?
Oh, my God. Welcome to baptism by fire. One of the first guys I covered was Buddy Ryan.
Yeah, the fact that you both didn't walk away with a limp is pretty amazing.
But
Pretty
it doesn't
amazing.
make him a bad coach.
You just have to understand that, dude. We've all been through this, DMac. We've all been young reporters who have been chastised, belittled, and looked down upon by veteran coaches. When I was 20 years old, I was interviewing Bobby Knight in South Bend, Indiana.
How was that?
I sat down next to him. We had a one-on-one. We were doing a half-hour special. He took off his lavalier microphone and threw it at me because he didn't like one of the questions I asked. I was 20.
So what do you think it is about the culture of college basketball that creates that? Why?
I just think because there are so many games, you're wound up a lot, and they're just hyper dudes because the anxiety levels that basketball, for the most part, it's hockey. A lot of games, one after another. It's on the next game, on the next night. You never have time to relax. I don't know. And in college basketball, it's more of a paternal. I'm the father figure here. I'm running the show. Everybody's under me. Has something to do with that.
Well, in regards now to Sean Payton here, DMac.
Yeah.
This is an important time in the development of his football team. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
This game coming up, you've earned the number 1 seed, but you're probably, you're not whistling by the graveyard, but you have some things that you know that you must fix or do better, or you're going to get bounced on Saturday.
Right.
Okay. So there's probably, I want to say pressure, it's self-imposed pressure. But he knows that his team is a dog coming in, and there's a reason they're a dog. Now, again, a win is a win is a win, and he says that. But he can't keep saying that to himself in the film room. He can't keep saying that to himself with his coaches. They've got to talk real about what the issues are regarding their football team and about how to fix them.
Is it a mistake for reporters to use football jargon when talking to an athlete or a coach? Like Never.
It's never a mistake. You try to appeal.
Hey, Coach, on that double A-gap blitz, I noticed that you were running a twist that.
What do you know about a double A-gap blitz? What do you know about
Your own little
That's
internet
right,
shows are driving me crazy.
Yeah, you know nothing.
Let me. I'm going to hit this with two different topics here because it's funny. They sort of intertwine. I don't know if you guys saw Pat McAfee went off on sports media the other day, saying that everybody, most sports people hate sports, and I'm like, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're a former athlete who got into this because you're very talented at what you do. You had a great platform, but don't try and generalize what media.
No.
Most of the people in this business love sports.
Yes,
it's why we're here.
Absolutely,
because it's our love language. We love sports. Okay, so don't say crap like that. You have no idea what you're talking about. At the same time, we don't know what we don't know. We think we know, but we don't. We're not in the locker room. We're not in the meetings. We're not looking at tape. My biggest pet peeve is when people of our ilk try to break down tape as if, oh, look at this. I mean, you can go so far, but we're never going to know what coaches know. They're paid to do that. Guess what? They're never going to know what we know either. It works the other way. So I'm never offended by it. I thought that little back and forth between Sean Payton and Luka yesterday was funny. Was it necessary? No, but it was funny. I laughed. I snickered.
All right, here it is if you missed it.
Sean, having Green linebacker for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
You hold your head up, all right?
That is so funny.
Part of me.
That is a riot.
Because we can be sarcastic on this program, and we can do this kind of thing. And my wife is the queen of sarcasm. She's unbelievably good. But the condescending nature of
What do you know? What do you know?
The condescending nature of Sean Payton sometimes, I find it humorous. I find it probably correct at times. But I also find it incredibly D-bag. Like, it's all sort
I think
of
it's funny.
up into one.
I think he was having fun because he knows Luka now. They have a relationship.
Okay.
Dude, there's a relationship there, and I think he just delved off that.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this. I found out when he got off the podium, it continued with Luka. It just wasn't on mic, and there was a little bit of a smile, but it's one of these like, man, are they friends or not? Or it's not quite clear, but he's having fun with it. Listen, I think what you saw with Sean is like that. It's the most confident of Sean's. It's the best of Sean, believe it or not. You know, when he snapped at Kisla, that was not a good moment. That was completely different because the guy had just finished a 14-3 season and he's salty. Like, that's death gripping the steering wheel around the sushi restaurant parking lot. That was not a good moment. That right there, Vic, Moj, that's just Sean in his element, man. That's just him having fun.
He's feeling it, man. It's a big week for him. And,
right.
And there's a lot of pressure, guys. There's a lot of pressure this week for a lot of people in that Denver Broncos locker room. And if you were to apply percentage of pressure, I think Sean Payton is feeling most of it.
Why?
Bo Nix is right behind him.
Why?
Because Sean Payton, because he's already made his prediction. He's already told us what this team is. He's already laid it out for us. Plus, I think he's feeling the pressure because if you look at the Denver Broncos, what part of the Denver Broncos is most suspect? What part?
It's the offensive side of the football is the most
and what
suspect
part does he
overall,
operate?
Yes.
It's the offense.
The offense.
So that's why he's feeling it, guys. They've got to produce. He's feeling it, and you can all see it.
You know what's funny,
That's
too?
why I said, Darren, but that's why I said he can have that bravado in front of the camera, and I think he probably should. And he may have some of it in regards to his team and, watching film and breaking things down.
Right.
But when he's with his own thoughts or with the thoughts of just his tight circle inside that building, they know that things have to go right a little bit for them too. And they know that they have to at least try to run the football as best they possibly can. And we'll see if they can, but they've got to try.
It's funny because the thing they need to do is the thing that they've done the worst, and it's the thing the Bills will allow the most. The Bills stink stopping the run. They're hoping to get Ed Oliver back, which would be huge for them. But they've been bad, and they've been bad stopping quarterbacks from running the ball. So if you're Sean Payton, can you lean into what you have done the worst all year? Can you do it?
Well, he's had to write it down several times on his play sheet. We'll find out what kind of patience he has on Saturday. I'm telling you, this is, I'm not going to call it a critical game. I don't want to get stupid. But my goodness, what this can do for this franchise. Because if you can beat Buffalo, a team that embarrassed you last year.
Yes.
And if you look at the final score, it was an embarrassing score, but the game was much closer than the score at halftime. It was much closer. Hell, didn't Will Lutz miss a field goal right before the half that could have tied it at halftime last year?
Oh, man, good memory. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he did. So that game was a game. It was a game. But this one, everything he said after that game last year, we need to figure out a way to get this in home. Well, it's at home. Pressure's on.
All right, we'll
It's
get back
at home.
to it
You
after
got exactly what you wanted.
After 9 o'clock. We'll hit back on it. I'm loving the win by the Nuggets last night, Vic. Oh my God! I don't care.
Another one.
I don't care how many. The Pelicans have a stinky record. I get it. I don't care. I thought that was an amazing game. And you guys earlier brought up a huge question. What do you do with Peyton Watson? Because to deny this guy is ridiculous. Vic sat down with Peyton one-on-one. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here on 92.5. All right, we'll have the keys to the game to the Mavs against the Nuggets later tonight. Great win by the Nuggets over the Pelicans. And boy, Vic, we're in some tricky territory, aren't we? And by the way, it's DMac here just for a little bit, just to serve Vic and Moj. Brett was feeling it. We're all feeling it. And so that's why this is. That's it, just for one little moment. So just explaining what's going on. Vic, last night, how would you classify that win?
Another gritty performance against an inferior team. I get it. People look at the New Orleans Pelicans. They've only won 9 games. Most of the times you should beat them. But given the state of the Nuggets with all the injuries, there are no assurances, no sure things. So the fact they won, great. And they won in clutch again. 5 of the last 6 wins, all of them without Nikola Jokic, have come in clutch time. They are executing down the stretch. They are getting the buckets from the people that listen, this is a good problem. I'm going to set this up by saying it's not a problem. I don't want to call it a problem. It's an option that has presented itself that we never anticipated. I never knew that in mid-January we would be asking this question, but here it is. What do you do with Payton Watson when everybody's healthy? Because this is now he's not just an ornamental piece. He's not just hey, look at this guy.
No.
This is the reigning Western Conference Player of the Week. He is a guy who can go get you at least 20 on a given night, who can create his own shot. How many players on this team can create their own shot? He can. He's developed into that. Last night he goes for 31, 7, and 5, just about his average over the last week. As a starter, he's been very effective. He hit the go-ahead shot last night with 14 seconds left. His mid-range game has come out of nowhere. It just sprung. I'm like, what? I didn't know you had this. What do you do when Cam Johnson and Christian Brown are back fully healthy, and you've got this kid who has emerged into a verifiable scorer as well as a defensive player? What do you do? And I raise that question because I guarantee you the coaches are wondering the same thing.
Well,
right
can I
now.
ask
What
you?
are they going to do?
Can I ask you a question first before answering, Moj? Maybe you might feel the same. Does he need to start to be as effective as he possibly can?
I don't know. Starting is overrated. I'm not saying you need to start. I'm not saying that he needs to come off with the first unit. Minutes are more important.
Okay,
How many minutes?
I'm just checking because I don't know if there's a certain confidence or rhythm to your day. You know what I'm saying? Like something that goes into starting. I know they've started like Hunter Tyson for a couple games, and that hasn't meant anything in terms of minutes. I understand it's more important to finish, but Moj, you might see that, right? Like, a guy has a certain confidence being on one line than another, right? You know, I mean, there's something to it.
Absolutely. No doubt about it, but I just think that Watson's, he's been around now. He knows what his role is at this point. Okay, he's getting more minutes now. But this guy was a first-round draft pick. Now, he was a late first-round draft pick. He was at the end of the first round, but he was a first-round draft pick. It's not like this is found gold out of the G League, okay? So if you're the Denver Nuggets, I mean, I think that you would have hoped. And by the way, you picked him with very, very little college experience, very little. I think you would have hoped that this would be the guy that you wanted him to.
All right.
become.
Well, I'll give you the harsh reality answer.
So, but saying that, DMac, you should have been planning for this. Hopefully, over this time, you should have been planning that this guy is going to become a player for us, not just a flub down at the end of the bench.
Yeah, but if they were planning for it, Moj and Vic, wouldn't they have paid him in the offseason like they did for CB?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, but he's okay. He's here now, right? You want him? He's here now. Now you've got to make the plans even more secure at this moment. And if you have to go apron, you probably have to go apron.
I think the harsh reality, Vic, to answer your question, and your opinion would matter more than mine, but I think CB comes off the bench. That's it. And then he'll get his minutes where he can. I don't know how else to say it.
You're using the words. You're using the word bench. And
minutes.
And I don't mean
I'll use minutes. CB's minutes got to come down for Payton Watson. How's that?
If that's your solution, that's a verifiable. You can look at the numbers and say, okay, this guy deserves that. I think it's going to come somewhere between because they're coming off injury, CB and Cam Johnson, because both of them are going to be on minutes restrictions when they return, right? Especially Cam. I think both of their minutes, whatever minutes they don't play, have to go to Payton Watson. I'll give you an example. Like, this guy didn't start. He hasn't started the last couple of games, but he's playing most of the minutes. Tim Hardaway Jr. played 33 minutes last night, third most minutes on the team. He didn't start. Doesn't matter who starts. Down the stretch, who plays? In crunch time, who plays? And that's the question that these coaches, that is a tough one, because each of those players I can make an argument for. Christian Brown was there from the get-go. He helped win you a championship. He's played crunch time minutes already and produced in crunch time. Now he's hurt. He hasn't been the same since he's been hurt. Cam Johnson, there's a reason you went and got him. You want to space the court with Joker because he can hit a three at will. So do you want to take a lethal three-point shooter off the court? Do you want to do that? And then there's Payton Watson, who now we're seeing a guy who not only can hit threes, he can play mid-range. I tell you, it's not a problem. It's an opportunity. The Denver Nuggets have walked into an opportunity here.
It's a good problem, Vic. But you should be thanking your lucky stars that this guy has become the guy that he's become, and there's probably a little bit more in there. He's still a very young guy. How old is Payton Watson right now? 23?
Oh, God. Something like that.
No, I think he's 23.
He's 23 years old. His birthday's
Is he 23?
Wow.
His birthday's in November. Or November, my bad, September. So he won't be 24 until next September.
Wow. Jeez, that's crazy.
I mean, and this guy's playing the way he's playing. Thank your lucky stars that you got this guy like this. It's a good problem to have. He should be an eager beaver even when this team is fully healthy, and you've got to get him under contract. And if you need to move somebody to get him, if you need to move somebody, listen, every guy.
I'm not going to worry about moving. This conversation, I know what you're talking about. This conversation about what you do with him in the offseason, because it's going to come up. I get it. It's going to be a major decision. I'm worried about this team making a run at the championship this year. This is what you have.
Well, then you should be happy with what you're seeing, and it's fine. I think he's fine if he's in the lineup, and I think it's fine if he's off the bench.
All right, Vic, you want to? I know you sat down with him. Should we hear a little bit?
Yeah. You know, the thing about you just mentioned how he's 23. That's just amazing to me at the age of 23. It's not just his game that's progressing; it's his maturity. Say what you want about Payton Watson, man. He lives and plays under the humble eye of Nikola Jokic, and he learns what Nikola does, and I'm telling you, he sort of walks that walk. Just listen to this conversation I had with Payton Watson yesterday.
Accomplishment, like D.A. said, and it's accomplishment for the team. We played amazing basketball, went 3-1 last week, so that helped everything, and I'm just, super grateful for my teammates and my coaches.
I think we saw what you can do 6 weeks ago on this court. You had a double-double, 32, 12, 5 threes. How confident were you after that specific game?
Oh, it was a huge confidence boost, just seeing those shots go in that I worked so hard on, boarding it really well, and coming in here getting a win. That means the world to me.
Yeah. And then when you're thrust into the starting lineup on a consistent basis, how much easier is it when you get that freedom, when it's not just a 5-minute or 10-minute stint, but you're going to play most of the game?
It's amazing. It gives you a chance to find your rhythm. And if you find it early, you can put together some really good games. But more than anything, I think that it's just been good for our team, just me having those extended minutes to guard, to be aggressive, and try to get some things going for our team.
I was not familiar with your inside game, man. When did you start applying those shots around the rim like you have the last couple weeks?
It's something that I've been working on for a long time, just, in the dark, and it wasn't something that I was necessarily called on or asked to do on the team just because we have so many great players and a great team. But when they do need me to get in there and score and, show off what I've been working on, I'm able to do that at a high level recently, and it just goes all back to the work.
I noticed in Philly, sometimes you need that player that's going to put his head down and go to the rim. Whether you're successful or not, you give your team a chance to rebound.
Absolutely.
Is that your mindset now? I'm going to get to the rim no matter what.
Absolutely. I think that it's a huge advantage when you could get 2 feet in the paint and get to the rim. I mean, it opens up so much stuff, not only for myself, but for my teammates as well. And then, like you said, it just helps with our interior presence. It allows us to get more second chance opportunities and just get more shots at the rim.
You know what I love about your game is that you welcome success, but you also understand that there's adversity. That Dallas game when you had that shot from the corner and it rattled in and out. You play Dallas tomorrow night. How badly do you want that opportunity again?
That's what the game is about. You know, the game is going to give you opportunities, and sometimes you're going to rise to the occasion, and sometimes you fall a little bit short of what the goal is. But the most important thing to me, like I said after the game, was that Nikola trusted me to take that shot in that moment, and that's something that's going to pay dividends for our team later on, I think.
Well, speaking of the game against Dallas.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I'm listening to that, Vic, and I'm like, I can't believe he's the same age as my kids. Like that is ridiculous.
I'm going to make my kids listen to that and say, what is your problem?
What is your problem?
Yeah, the problem is you're in it with your kids, so you always think they're going to be dip holes.
Oh, my God.
You know, somebody else may listen to your kid talk, DMac, and then they think, oh, it's a well-adjusted young man. Well, Payton
beautiful
Watson,
baby boy.
Yeah, Payton Watson is the real deal, Vic. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tonight.
You want me to give keys tonight? Well, the key's pretty simple. Who's available? Because
really.
you've got Aaron Gordon, who's been on a minutes restriction. I don't know if he continues to be so, but will he play both ends of the back-to-back? I don't know. Jamal Murray's coming off an illness. He played last night more minutes than anybody. Will he be available tonight? I don't know. I expect him to be. A lot of it depends on who's going to be out there. I can tell you this. They owe Dallas because they've lost twice to Dallas this season. It's the only team that they've played in more than once and not beaten yet. So Dallas will be without Anthony Davis. Handle the rebounds. Last night, the Nuggets got beat on the boards.
Oh, yeah, Dallas will be without Anthony Davis? Shocker.
I know. That's a new one. But Anthony Davis, if you recall the game in Denver, he really, even the one in Dallas, he really dominated the Nuggets on both sides. So that's a big void to fill for Dallas and a big plus for the Nuggets. Handle the boards. You didn't do it last night, and it came close. Handle the boards tonight, and you got a chance to win both games of a back-to-back without 4 key players. Amazing.
It's the Nuggets and Mavs. You can hear it tonight. Pre-game is at 7 o'clock, I think. Or I got that right? Oh, bit of a late one out there. It's powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. All at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. There is some good news for Broncos fans in regards to what the Bills are going through. Details coming up next. The NFL playoffs are on Altitude, your home for NFL playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have a full pregame of Denver-Buffalo on Saturday starting at noon, live from number 38. Then a viewing party immediately following the show with some amazing prizes to give away, hosted by Andy Lindahl. Tune in for the rest of the game all weekend, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. So, yeah, number 38, what a great spot. I was there with Mike Sanford last year to watch the Bills, at the end of the day, to destroy the Broncos. Okay? Why is it going to be different, Moj?
Well, it's going to be different because the Buffalo Bills are banged up. Okay, number one,
that is for
pretty
sure.
banged
Holy
up.
cow.
Number two, the Broncos are at home. Number three, the Broncos' defense is that much better than it was last year. And number four, I think Bo Nix is that much better than he was last year. You have more weapons. You have more cohesion. You have more oomph. All of that figures into your favor. What you don't have is what the Bills ultimately have, and that is number 17, who is a great, great player. DMac, we were talking about it. You know, we know that he can carve you up down the field, talking about Josh Allen. He hits guys in stride, long post route. He just does a really good job. He is a scrambler. You want to put pressure on him, he will flee the scene, and he will pick up 9 on you and get out of bounds, or he'll take a hit, whatever. He didn't care. But his screen game is really good. I've been going back and watching when teams really try to get his butt. He finds his quick option pretty darn well, man. I don't know that this guy really has anything that you can look at and say, well, let's go try to get that, other than try to put him in the dirt, other than that.
All right, so Moser didn't answer the question one iota. So go ahead and ask me the question. I'll answer it for you.
I just gave you 4 different things.
He just spoke for a minute and never answered the question.
I don't know if that was a question.
I said a number of different reasons.
Vic, he rambled so much, I might have forgotten what the question was.
I don't even know what the question was.
Stupid ass.
What was the question?
The Broncos got their asses kicked last year. What's different this year? And I laid it all out for you.
You didn't lay a damn thing out. You just went on about Josh Allen. I'm going to tell you what's different this year. It's pretty simple. I'm talking now. Last year, the Broncos were stunned because that's their first playoff game. It was their first playoff game in 9 years. This year, they're expecting it. This year, they've played close games. This year, they've had to overcome major obstacles to win at the end. This year, they're more prepared than they've ever been. Last year, they were ill-prepared for that setup, especially the crowd noise, the playoff format, the stage, everything about it. This year, they know what they can do, and they can do well. They're prepared for it. That's what's different between last year and this year.
Yeah. I agree with you. That playoff format last year was really just weird to the Broncos. They're laying out the format. What?
Well, I can answer it the way you did.
I'm not.
Well, Josh Allen, what he does.
I'm not saying,
he just uses all of his. You want me to answer it that way? I can.
Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong, but
Allen.
they have so much. They have so much more going for them this year, and you don't need to eat that microphone. By the way, you don't need to stick it on your esophagus. Thank you. No, they have so much more going for them this year, including being at Mile High, which I think is going to be awesome. Sean Payton addressed the crowd noise. I mean,
how about that, by the way? We talked about the Luka stuff. Sean on the crowd noise, this is so funny because you realize he's done this before because he wanted to send messages to how they do game day operations. They've had meetings about this. But it's like, it's kind of like a little kid, well, you did good, Timmy, but you can do better. And here's when you need to do better.
For years, we were conditioned to raise the noise level when they broke the huddle. The noise level needs to be loudest when they enter the huddle. Hey, can we do that collectively? 120, no, I don't need it. I just need it for half the snaps in the game, right? So say 65 snaps, 10 seconds. That's a huge advantage.
You got rid of the spinning footballs. That was good, but we really need it, another time. It's another Sean Paytonism sort of deal right there. It's hysterical.
What he's saying then, let me get this straight for all Broncos fans listening, and when we're stuck in that press box, so it's impossible for us to hear what's going on outside because we're in an aquarium at times. You can't hear anything. So he wants the crescendo at its peak.
Yeah.
When they're in the huddle and Josh Allen is barking orders.
Like
That's
when they're forming the huddle. Like he's being kind of specific. Like as they're about to huddle, like that moment is to be the loudest, not when they separate from the huddle and go to the line.
So normally the loudest is when they're at the line of scrimmage and the cadence is already on, right? That's when it's the loudest.
Correct.
So less loud there, more loud before you get there.
Correct.
Is what he's saying.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, there it is. There's your assignment. There's your assignment, Broncos fans. He wants you to chill out at the line of scrimmage. Well, you don't have to. You can keep yelling if you want. But use all of that obnoxious yelling and do it before they get to the line of scrimmage. But what if they don't huddle?
What does that mean, Suds Bucket?
It's one of my favorite lines of all time from A League of Their Own. They went down to the Suds Bucket, right, DMac?
They went down. Wow, good reference, man. They went down to the Suds Bucket.
The kid drives Dottie down to the Suds Bucket. She's going to go get all the girls.
Huh?
And he says, hang on a second, dollface. How about we jump in the back seat and you make a man out of me? And then she says, how about I slap you around a little bit? And then he says, can't we do both?
Whew, it's a journey, but I
see
where you're going.
But can't we,
Doris? I mean, I do see where he's going.
Can't we do both? Anytime on this program we say Suds Bucket, it means can't we do both?
Gotcha. I think you can. I just think it's funny.
Do you even listen to this program at all ever?
Occasionally.
God, you're
sorry, Moser, I'm in the same boat. I've listened to it and I still don't know what the hell it means, but that's fine. Go on.
Am I the only one making sense around here? Nelly, tell me I'm not crazy. Maybe my cough medication has gotten to my brain.
I know what you're saying, Moj. You're saying you can be loud all the time. I just find it funny that Sean is so micromanaging. He even micromanages like the crowd and the scoreboard, and he's like trying to fine-tune exactly what the crowd's doing.
Yeah, but
I'll tell you this, it's going to work, though. This message will get out. There's no doubt about it.
I hate to go down this road again. We spent a segment just talking about Sean Payton. The great ones are this way. Peyton Manning was a notorious micromanager.
Yep.
That's all he did. Do you remember the back and forth Peyton Manning would have with the scoreboard operator?
Yes.
With people in the stand? He would instruct the fans basically when to cheer, when to make noise. He was the same way. This is part of the deal, and I think Sean Payton is simply trying to make the most of home field advantage. He said it after losing in Buffalo last year. The words are still ringing in my ears. We got to figure out a way to get this game at home.
Right.
Well, here it is.
I could see Peyton last time he talks to the media before the game saying, and was that it yesterday? I think was that it, or is he?
He'll speak again Friday.
Okay, say
or Thursday.
I know that people are held to two beers at a time when you buy them at the concession stand. Okay, but here's my thought. At least before the game and in the first quarter, I think we should allow 3 beers. Okay, everybody got that 3 beers.
3
beers, because if you got little Jimmy over here who's 120 pounds, but he's 22 years of age,
right?
And you put 3 beers in him before the kick as opposed to 2, he's going to be that much louder. Blah 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 blah.
I know we cut off beer sales at the beginning of the fourth. We're going to let that go into 5 minutes into the fourth quarter in this particular game. We're going to
100%.
We're going to flex a little bit. What do you know about beer sales?
Yeah, what do you know about beer?
What do you know about beer? What do you know about crowds?
What do you know about crowd noise?
What do you know? What do you know?
Do you guys – let me ask you this regarding Sean Payton.
Yeah.
And we've already seen it in these playoffs. We've seen coaches go for it on fourth down in situations where you're like, are you kidding me? Do you think Sean Payton pulls out all stops? Because he's been aggressive all season. We've seen the aggressive nature. Or do you think – maybe given the fact that they're at home and he's got a great defense, is it going to be ultra-aggressive Payton or right down the middle Payton?
Can you beat the Bills with field goals?
No.
I don't think you
cannot.
You realize the Jaguars were 3 for 4 in the red zone, and the one time they didn't convert was when Trevor Lawrence had it. He had it, but his shin grazed the dirt, and they moved the ball back.
Yeah.
The consequence? The Bills went 94 yards for a touchdown.
All right, so how many points do the Broncos have to score to win this game?
27.
So
you're asking this offense to put
I agree.
27.
I agree.
See, and this is
No,
where it
Vic,
comes
Vic,
down
Vic,
to
Vic,
for
Vic,
me.
upper 20. If you get to 30, I think you absolutely win. Upper 20s
Okay.
to give yourself a chance to win.
I don't know how you
I
stop
think-
the Bills from scoring 24 points, guys. Something like that.
That's
you know?
fair. That's fair because I think there's going to be situations where you're going to be going, darn it, it's 3rd and 13, and that guy got the first down. He's going to do that a few times. He's just going to. Great quarterbacks do that. So if that's the case, okay, I could see the Denver Broncos offense scoring 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
I think one other touchdown has to come from the defense.
Yeah,
I think they got to take the ball away.
Yeah, and that's not what they do great.
But they got to. Listen, I don't care what you do great. I don't care. These are the playoffs. You got to figure out, and I said that's a key to this playoff run. If you want to go where you want to go, you got to take the ball away.
One
It's time.
of the greatest numbers is the 2015 Broncos, world champs. Last time we had a home playoff game. -4. Tyler Polumbus' crew. -4 in the regular season, +5 in the postseason. How about that?
You know what else they did the postseason? They didn't miss kicks. If you remember, McManus was just
perfect.
solid.
I think he was
Special
11 for 11.
Special teams was the best it had been all season in the playoffs, if you remember.
Yep. Jordan Norwood had a record at the time, a record punt return in the Super Bowl.
Who was the DB Webster who had some amazing...
Kayvon Webster?
Yes. Their special teams unit was superb. Their kicking game was superb. They got turnovers. Everything clicked in the postseason. That's why they won a Super Bowl.
Kayvon Webster. Okay. That being said, what about the Buffalo Bills and their mentality coming in? I know they're banged up.
They're Moj, let me just tell you this real quick. Banged up is absurd.
Agreed. But their magic witch that has cost them is not there. Their magic witch is gone. The Kansas City Chiefs are junk. Their magic witch
I know what you're saying.
That gets them. Listen, they won 2 playoff games and then lost the AFC title game in 2020 to the Chiefs. But they beat Baltimore, which is pretty big. Won and then lost in the divisional round to the Chiefs in 2021, 42-36 in overtime. We all remember that game. Whoever had the ball last was going to win. They lost to the Bengals in 2022 when the Bengals went to the bowl. Then they won that was in the divisional playoff. Lost to the Chiefs again in the divisional 27, 24, and 23.
Mm-hmm.
Last season, they beat the Broncos bad. They beat the Baltimore Ravens. And then they lose to the Chiefs again 32-29. Mm-hmm. Their witch is no longer in sight. And they've got all that playoff experience. Listen, they may be banged up, and that may be understating it, DMac, but this is a team that's coming in here. They've got to be thinking to themselves, our magic witch that has hit us on the head with her wand is gone. We do our thing. We're going.
Well, you bring up the ultimate intangible. Are the Buffalo Bills this year a team of destiny or not? Let's address that magical potion coming up next.
I can't wait to get home. Why? Well, because I want to jump inside my sauna. I do it every day now, 15 to 20 minutes of just pure sweat. In fact, Mark Rycroft heard me talking about it yesterday. He wants one too. And you can get one. Flatirons Fire and Design off of 53rd up on North I-25. 5353 Bannock Street is where it's located. They have a showroom. They've got saunas, fireplaces, outdoor kitchens, anything you need for your house. They've got the best showroom in town. And if you want to see it online, go check it out at flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com. Tell them Vic sent you.
We're back with another Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords on the 20s and your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggs at Ball Arena. Powered by Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit wilhitewins.com.
I don't know that we'll need you tomorrow.
Oh, I assume you won't.
I'm
Take that
thinking
L
I'm
on the
gonna
way
be
out.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll need you, but you better be on standby just in case.
Well, I feel terrible for Brett.
You've got nothing else. You got nothing else going on anyway.
No, that's definitely true. Kaner was here. He did 6 to 7, and I can't imagine how bad he must have felt to actually be here. Puked. Did he puke? Is that what he did?
It's not confirmed, but he looked like he needed to for basically the whole show.
He told me he's puking. That's what he told me.
I feel terrible.
I don't feel
for
bad
him.
for Brett. He had like half the year off. He took half a year off, came back, and now he's gone again.
Okay, that's kind of funny too. But, I feel bad for him. You want him to be all right. But, I mean, the only time – have you guys ever gone to work and just left after you got to work?
Yeah.
Not really. If I'm there, I'm there.
Yeah.
No, if I'm there, I'm there. If I'm there, I'm there.
When I was at Channel 4,
Yeah.
my best get sick story, I was feeling ill, and sports was about to start.
Okay.
And, you got that 4-minute sportscast.
Yeah.
It was about 10:23.
Yeah.
So I'm in the break. Weather gets done. Ed Green looks at me and says, "You don't look right." I go, "Man, I don't feel right." We're 10 seconds away from
Come on.
airtime.
Come on.
I puke all over the floor.
No
Just
way.
right in front of him.
Jesus.
Right. I swear, ask Ed Green. Ask Ryan Green. His dad probably told him. I puke all over the floor.
Oh, my
right at his
God.
feet. And I exit stage left. And I gave Ed my scripts. I said, "You're doing sports." And he did the sportscast. He had like 15 seconds.
Wow. Well, good luck topping that one. I just got hung over at a Christmas party one time, and I threw up at work, and they were like, "You should go home." And I'm like, "I probably should." And then I was told by my boss I was 25 years old. He goes, "It's okay to have fun, but you do have to work. You understand that, right?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." But I didn't get fired. That was in Buffalo, by the way. That was my time in Buffalo. That's my first year in Buffalo, they went to the Super Bowl for the 4th time in a row. So you understand, like my first year there was their 4th time going. And
Can I ask you a question about Buffalo?
Yeah.
Is Buffalo Bills fandom as fierce as Broncos fandom? Do they compare?
You're putting me in a bad spot here, dude.
No,
all right.
It's fair to say I think Bills Mafia is as good as it gets.
It is. First of all, it's not as large, okay? Because it's just not as populous as an area. Like Broncos country is a real thing. There are more Broncos fans out there.
There are also more Broncos fans nationwide and worldwide.
Yes, much more. It's like the Broncos are a Tiffany elite sort of organization, okay?
Correct.
The Bills are not. However, that being said, oh my God, like if you weren't born in Cheektowaga or North Tonawanda or Hamburg or Lockport, God, you're the worst of the world.
Good for you.
Right, like the whole like this is us and the rest of you can pound sand attitude. I've never felt anything like it in my life. And if you've run into some Buffalonians that have traipsed their way,
I don't know, man. Boston is kind of that way too. They're very territorial and parochial.
I guess, but I grew up in Boston as well, Moj.
I know.
The thing is, Boston is a way better place, a better city. It's more interesting. It's just better than Buffalo.
It is.
Those Buffalo fans are crazy. They're just flat out crazy.
Because
they've
made a dedication to living in one of the armpits of America. I mean, who wants to live next to 2 Great Lakes with lake effect snow where it starts snowing in November and it doesn't end till late April? Would you like to walk out your door and be buried with 15 feet of snow?
No, but they do have a battleship and a submarine there. That's kind of cool.
There's a lot of cool things about Buffalo, but living there ain't one.
No, living there ain't one. Going there and then going to Niagara Falls, that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Going to the submarine is pretty cool.
Sure.
So why do people? What brought
that's
people to
about
Buffalo?
it.
What's up there?
I
What's going
figured
on?
they were just scared
Fur trading, maybe fur trading back in 1789 or something. I don't know.
It's kind of like
that's neat.
It's like, why are you proud to be from North Denver, Vic?
Well, because I had no choice in the matter. That's where I was born and raised, and
well, that's it. You don't have any.
But
choice.
I know what brought me to Denver. I know what brought me. My dad came to Denver because he worked for the railroad, and a lot of his brethren are from this part of the country because that's the railroad brought him here. What brought people to Buffalo? What is it there? Why would you go live in all that snow?
I have no idea.
Beaver fur trade. I'm going back to fur trade.
The fur trade is what brought the Buffalo Bills to Buffalo. The fur trade is what attracted Josh Allen and okay, I got you.
Oh my God! All right. With all that being said, we know it's a crap hole place. It is. It's not that bad. But I'm coming from Syracuse, so going to Buffalo was like, oh my God, they got pro sports.
DMac,
it's amazing.
DMac, who's the guy with the bowling ball? What's his name? Is he still alive?
The guy with the bowling ball. Which guy would that be? I mean, who doesn't have a bowling ball?
20-something years ago, I did over at Mile High, I did shots out of the thumb hole of a cherry schnapps out of the thumb hole of a bowling ball.
That's what we would do.
You want to get sick. Then you have to spike the ball. There's a guy, and he travels to every game. He might be dead now. He might still be alive doing it. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I'll tell you this. Doing shots out of bowling balls was like every Sunday. When I was with the radios, I was at 97 Rock, and we would pull up with a mobile home of rock and roll, and there'd be a plethora of bowling balls to do shots out of. It was that sort of thing. But you realize too that their stadium isn't in Buffalo. You guys realize that, right?
It's Orchard Park.
Yeah, it's way out in the suburbs, man. It's not even close to downtown. And it's flat, and it's great for tailgating, and people are nuts. This Bills Mafia thing, also, when I was there, Bills Mafia didn't exist. That's a relatively new thing.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was there in the mid-'90s to 2000. It didn't exist. There was nothing like it. People weren't jumping through, tables and all that sort of crap. That is a kind of a newfangled, aren't we cool sort of thing. Listen, there's a serious.
I think it's idiotic.
I was just gonna go.
I just do not understand why whatever. You can do whatever you want with your body. I don't care. Jump off an RV onto a folding table and say, "Yeah, look at me." I don't get it. I don't understand.
And
help me understand.
But that's what they would say. Good, you don't understand. That's what they would say. You're not supposed to understand. We don't need you to understand. We get it. You don't. And that's what's great about being here. But I've heard.
Okay, but what is it? What is it? Is it a fraternity? Is that a hazing ritual? What is it?
It's about regret in life and clinging on to the only thing that feels good. And to a degree, I wonder if the self-loathing nature makes the fans not want to win. So is the Buffalo Bills a team of destiny to win, or is it their destiny to completely fail like their city has over the years?
It's interesting that you bring that up. I wonder how many Boston Red Sox fans who loved being miserable, when they finally got it, like, oh,
right.
Wow. You kind of ruined the mystique of 100 years, that kind of thing, right? Cubs fans, the Cubs fans weren't self-loathing. They wanted to win. They didn't browbeat their team. They wanted to win, and they finally did. Red Sox fans, those knuckleheads, man, I think more than half of them didn't want to win. They want to beat the Yankees, but they don't want it all because they love going through this misery every year. Nonetheless, you were going to talk about the esoteric nature of this game and fate and all this kind of universal threads. That's my thing, by the way. What do you think in regards to the Buffalo Bills in their fate, perhaps?
Well, guys, without Mahomes, without Lamar, without Burrow, if it ain't the year for them this year, when exactly would it be, Vic?
Yeah.
Not only that, but they've already overcome one hurdle. They've done something that they haven't been able to do since Josh Allen arrived, is they won a road playoff game.
Yep.
Right? So they can figure and say, well, we did that. And you know what? Sometimes things don't always have to be – when the Ravens made their run, remember the Ravens made their run and they came in here and knocked off the Broncos? They fired their OC late in the season. Things sort of went sideways, and then they figured it out. That's the fears. What if the Buffalo Bills just figure it out, no matter who they trot out there, no matter what receiver? I don't think the receiver makes a difference. Josh Allen makes every receiver look good. They've trotted out several receivers, and he makes them look good. He finds them. He makes sure they look good.
You're right, Vic, and maybe we're not giving – this is another fear that I have, DMac. Vic already knows this. Maybe the damn Jacksonville Jaguars are a heck of a lot better football team than I really kind of gave them credit for. Because Trevor Lawrence came into the postseason playing great football. We saw it firsthand here in Denver.
Yep.
They smoked them. They smoked the Broncos, dude. And you go to Jacksonville and you beat those guys, and I know it's a tight game, and I know it's a late pick. Well, no, Josh Allen drove them down the field with 2 minutes to go and punched it in.
Yeah, but I
Pretty
think they screwed up because the Bills had, first of all, they had like a 9-yard tush push getting down to the 1-yard line. Jacksonville was out of timeouts with like 50 seconds to go, and Jacksonville allowed them to score. And Buffalo, in my opinion, McDermott, I think he's a terrible or mediocre coach at best. And I think they should have taken a knee, got it down to 20 seconds. The Bills had 2 timeouts. What, Josh Allen isn't going to push the ball across then? I couldn't believe the Jags didn't get in field goal position, frankly. I thought that was actually amazing. This also goes to, you realize in years past that would go against the Bills, right? Like in years past, a move like that would work against them. And they
this is one of those quarterbacks in one of those games that scare you from a defensive perspective because the Broncos could score with 13 seconds left in the game.
Correct.
Go up by 2.
Correct.
And you would still be holding your breath like, oh, my God, there's too much time left.
Correct.
That's what this game you all remember the game, the Kansas City-Buffalo game in KC that was down to the wire. The final minute was the most exciting final minute maybe in playoff history. You remember that game, right?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Of course.
And Josh Allen would have been a hero if not for Tyreek Hill and what he did. But that's what this quarterback does. That's why this guy scares you. And that's why it's going to come down to it. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to cut to the chase. It's going to be a close game. It's going to come down to the final minute. That's what this game's going to be.
Who's going to have the ball?
I hope you're right. I hope you're correct.
No, I think that's what it's going to do.
I hope you're right.
You think the Broncos are going to? Do you really think the Broncos are going to blow out the Bills?
No,
I do not.
No,
do you think the Bills are going to blow out the Broncos?
No, but I think it's far more likely that they would as opposed to the other way.
You think that's more likely?
Oh yeah.
I think it's more likely that Josh Allen gets off. Listen, we talked to Schefter on Monday, DMac. And he's like, look, I could sit here and write it out for you and then email it to you, but just take this for what it's worth. That team's coming off that bye. Sometimes they get off to a little bit of a sputter on that start, right? And while you want to rest and all that kind of thing, you're sputtering out of the gate. I can see them down 10-3 early or 14-3 early and then having to play comeback. And I mean, that's a far more likely scenario, I believe.
All right, let me ask you guys this question. Broncos win the toss. Do you defend first or do you receive? What do you do?
Defend. Put your best unit on the field.
I'd probably defend first, yeah. Although I really love playing with the lead, but I don't know, man. I
don't know how much an early lead would do you against this
It's a good question.
Quarterback.
I think you probably start with your defense. The crowd's going to be absolutely freaking insane. Yeah, I think you defend first, and you get after Josh Allen the best you can. Listen, they're not going to score every drive. The Bills aren't like perfect like that. They got their own flaws, and the crowd could make a huge difference. So I think that's what you do. What would you do?
I would do the same. I would defend. You guys just talked me into it. I actually thought about getting the ball first, but the worst thing that could possibly happen is a 3-and-out. Then Josh Allen comes on board with great field position and scores, and you're playing behind the 8 ball. But at the same time, the Broncos, if the Broncos trail early, so what? They've done that all year.
Well, right, that's right.
So what? So like if the Broncos suddenly, they can't move, they're sputtering. So what? Act like we haven't seen that? That's what they are. It's what they do. That's why I think no matter what, it's going to be a close game. I tell you what, fast forward to the final 2 minutes Saturday around, what time would it be? It'll be around 5:45. Let's get to 5:45 p.m. Saturday afternoon. That's when the game starts. It's where the game will be decided.
Okay.
Vic, you're probably
everything before
right.
that won't matter.
You're probably right. By the way, I looked up why Buffalo, New York was founded.
Okay.
Fur trade.
Couldn't care
Found
less.
a dude with. I'll read it to you. Found a dude with tribal king.
KKSE-FM
Canal.
Denver. This is Denver Nuggets basketball. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
That's DMac doing that.
We have gremlins in the system, so sorry about that. You looked it up, Moj. What'd you see?
Juncture of the Great Lakes and the Erie Canal, crucial transportation, leading to rapid growth for grain, lumber, immigrants, and a lot of beavers.
Okay. Can I give you a
So
crazy?
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Dumb question, because you live there.
Yeah.
So they're talking about, Buffalo's near the Great Lakes, port.
Yeah.
River port. What good does it do you when you're moseying down that river and you're like, okay, I'm going to deliver some fur.
Yeah, the Niagara
Who
River.
wants some fur?
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, holy crap!
Damn.
I'm going to die now.
What happens?
What's the end game there?
What do you know? What do you know about
moseying
falls?
down the river
Yeah.
to deliver fur,
Right,
and now
exactly.
you're at Niagara Falls.
Yeah, yeah. What do you know about the falls? Do you know the falls? I'll give you a fun fall factoid.
I've been there.
It's
I've been there.
receded. It's receded over time 9 miles.
Yes, I do know that.
How about that?
And
for a
the
crazy
reason,
one?
the reason it won't recede now, or not nearly like it would, is because they've diverted some of the water. So the flow over the falls today,
it's controlled,
is unlike it was 150 years ago. Completely different, because those falls, with the way that rock is, it's going to keep crawling up the valley all the way over time.
Yeah. Do you know they can actually turn off the falls? They can divert the water and just turn it off.
They divert it off. They can divert the whole thing, and they've done that before to I guess clean the falls, right? To get crap out of there.
I don't know if it's to clean the falls. You think somebody
What is
is
it for?
up there with a
Then
brush?
what's it for? Then why do they turn it off?
I don't know, Moj, but I don't think they're cleaning the falls. I don't think somebody's out there with a bucket and a mop.
It's a hot tub.
They do.
All right, so
why do they turn off Niagara Falls?
Vic, every day, huh?
Well, I just sort of understand. That's when I go to my
Okay.
phone and start reading Twitter.
They divert the water to Horseshoe Falls to clear debris and stabilize the cliff face. So they do.
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
Is the Buffalo Bills, do you believe they're a team of destiny? Yes or no?
I don't believe they are.
I'll know after this game. If the Buffalo, I'm going to say this right now. If the Buffalo Bills come into Denver and win this game, they will win the Super Bowl.
Do you think the winner of this game wins the Super Bowl?
Not necessarily. No.
Do you think more of a team?
Well, you just said if the Buffalo wins this game, they're winning the Super Bowl. You said that.
I think I answered the question by answering that same question.
Yeah, he has doubts. Vic
I
has
think if
doubts about-
Buffalo is able to come and win 2 road playoff games to kick it off,
Yeah.
they will be emboldened at that point. They'll go into New England, and they've already beaten them.
Okay, so if the Broncos win, you're not necessarily on board.
And
with
it's
that.
still wide open in my book.
Yeah,
Still wide open.
because you got the Niners on the other side. Like, what are they going to do in Santa Clara if they get there, right? Like the
Right.
Bears. What is it? The Bears' time. Finally, after all
The
this
team
time.
you should fear if you're an AFC team is the Rams. You should be terrified of the Rams.
Terrified of the Rams, and we're not even talking about the Seahawks. Like, there's 4
And their
teams
defense-
over there. Yeah, it's tough.
Their defense is killer. Yeah.
All right, did you guys catch the 3 myths of playoff football according to Sean Payton?
I want to
I'd
hear
love
this.
to hear them.
All right, we'll have them for you coming up next. All right, if you want to be at the first Broncos home playoff game in a decade, that is crazy. Start the weekend off right. Nate and Andy will be at Jackson's. They'll be live for a special Bud Light Football Friday show starting at 3 o'clock, giving away tickets to the Broncos and the Bills. See you at Jackson's on Friday. I did look into, guys, the secondary ticket market, just curious, like what's what. I didn't see getting in the building for under $500, and that's, in the 500 section. So it's one of them. It's one of those momentous days. Do you guys remember where you were the last time the Broncos had a home playoff game? Were you there?
Yeah, I was there. I remember the plays. I remember certain moments from that game. Obviously, the Broncos against the Patriots in the AFC Championship game 2015. Do you remember some of the critical plays in that game? Do you remember when Tom Brady had, and I can't remember who it was, he had somebody wide open, and he tried to force it to Gronk on the right side of the end zone, and it got batted down. I think he had Edelman opened in the flats on the left side that could have changed the whole game.
It's something
remember
like
that play?
Well, I just remember, Gronk, you couldn't stop him. And then I think they were going for that 2-point conversion, and they didn't go to Gronk. And remember, they got a deflection, they got an interception there.
Well, that's the one I'm talking about. Maybe I'm getting my players mixed up.
They didn't go to Gronk. Gronk was
He had somebody open.
Yeah. Well, Gronk. It was amazing he didn't. And it was an awesome day though, right? Like here we go again with Payton, Manning, and Moser. Where were you at for that particular thing? What's your memories, man?
I'm trying to remember. I think I was on the road with the Avalanche during that football game. Yeah. Yep.
Do you remember? There was another play.
I remember I was at the Short Hills Sheridan Hotel in Short Hills, New Jersey.
Wow.
Watching the Super Bowl against the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh.
I was in the bar/lobby type area. I had nowhere else to go. A couple of the players actually went to New York for the game to freeze their butts off. I do remember that.
I remember being at the game. It was one of my worst memories, Vic, of all time, being at that particular game. That was awful.
Well, we sat down and the game was over.
It was ridiculous. That New York is the dumbest place in the world to have a Super Bowl. That Super Bowl
coldest I've ever been in my life that week. Coldest I've ever been in my life.
Most ridiculous week of all time. New York. Yeah, totally sucked. All right, we have the 3 myths. You guys ready for the 3 myths?
I'm ready for them. Let's bring it on.
Go ahead. Cue up the Norse god of music. Sean Payton will tell you the 3 playoff myths.
We talk about earning seeds and trying to get all edges, and so it was the same way I felt, in that first year in 06 in New Orleans when we lost in Chicago in the championship game. There's some myths relative to the playoffs. Home field's important relative to the crowd noise, but just look at the weekend we just had. I don't know what the numbers were. I know our crowd will be fantastic. We've got to be ready to play our best game.
Home teams 2-4 so far.
All right, so he's saying that's a myth. Home field's not important?
That's what he's saying.
Well, then why did he say last year game we got to
that he wanted to be at home?
Why was it so paramount to get home field? If home field's not important, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Why is gotta have this for home field, gotta have this for the top seed, gotta have this, gotta have it. Why?
Yeah. Ready for myth number 2?
I'm eager beaver here. Yeah, let's go.
Here we go.
The rest is important, but that doesn't. The myth number 2 is that ensures a fast start. It doesn't. You understand this. We're playing a team that's coming off one of their biggest wins in the last 10 years. We've got to earn a fast start and take advantage of the energy, take advantage of the rest, but it has to be done out here. Today was a good start.
100% agree with that. 100%. Fast start is not determined by a week off or momentum. None of that matters. It's a redo. It's a new game. Everything, the whole board is cleared. Fast start means nothing with what happened last week or 2 weeks prior.
Yeah, but is that a myth? Isn't the myth with rest that you're rusty?
No, it's that the rest is a weapon, and it's going to be
rest is a weapon.
It's rest is a weapon, and it's going to At least in football.
All right,
Now, if
so
you're talking
wait,
about
wait,
hockey,
hold
having
on.
3 days off in the middle of the season's really good.
So Sean's saying home field ain't that big of a deal, and just because we're rested doesn't mean we're going to start fast. Am I following this?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready for myth number 3?
Yeah.
So it sounds like these myths kind of suck right now for the Broncos, but here's
They
myth
kinda
number
do.
Myth number 3.
Myth number 3, postseason experience is important. Myth number 3. Historically, when you go back and look at teams and records and you look at rosters, now there's about 8 of these myths, but you hit one of them. Obviously, being in that environment and it's really the week, it ratchets up. It's different. It's different.
All right, so home field, no big deal. Rest, no big deal. Experience, no big deal.
So that goes against my theory. Why, when you asked why this year will be different from last, I think the experience of having been in last year's game and that stage didn't look like the Broncos were ready, maybe that helps them. He says it's a myth, that it doesn't matter. It's got to matter at some point.
It mattered last year to his team. His team went there and got smoked 31-7. Maybe he's saying maybe this works against the Bills as to where they've been to the postseason a lot in the past 6 years. A lot of postseason football. And that doesn't mean they're going to come in here and win. Maybe that's what he's saying. Okay, fine. Sounds to me like the first 2 work against the Broncos in his eyes.
Well, you could fashion this however you want. Sounds to me like everything that's going good is not.
Right?
He's basically saying, hey, everything we got going for us, this sucks, man. We're building a chip. He is building an artificial chip to wear on his shoulders, what he's doing. You cannot tell me that home field is not good in the playoffs. I don't care what happened in the wild card round. I don't care. I don't care. It matters to be at home. I'll ask every Bronco fan listening. Hell, give the truth serum to Sean Payton. Would you rather be at home or on the road?
Right.
Would you rather be in Buffalo on Saturday or in Denver? Right. Come on. Touchdown. Come on.
The weather has been so good for the Denver Broncos. The weather has been spectacular coming down the stretch and into the postseason now. It's going to be 3 degrees and sunny?
It's going to be beautiful, yeah.
No, it's supposed to be a little chillier now. The forecast
really?
has changed.
Oh.
Yeah, Saturday a high of 41 and going downhill. Low of 22, high of 41.
What are you looking at?
Yeah.
I'm looking at my Apple weatherman.
I'm looking at Steve Jobs' iPhone, and I got sunny and high of 54.
Yeah, with rain.
On Saturday? What do you on Saturday?
Oh shoot! I was looking at Sunday. Oh my God!
I'm one of those good weather man.
Holy cow! I am a complete moron.
Vic, I got 39. I got high of 39. Yeah,
I do too. Oh my God! I was just sorry about that.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize to me. Apologize to your phone right now. Apologize to your phone.
Steve Jobs, I am sorry. I thought a football game was on Sunday, not Saturday. My bad. Dude, you're right. Like, Saturday looks to be the worst day of the next 10 days.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yep.
Thank God Buffalo's not used to playing in bad weather.
And you know what? Think about this, Broncos fans. For the first time in Broncos history, every single home game at kickoff was 65 degrees or warmer.
Oh, man.
This will be the first game of the season.
Wow.
This will be the first game of the season that Bo Nix and company will face the cold.
You think this is Sean's way of bringing his team down to earth a little bit and just,
maybe.
He's building a chip.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's what he's. That's
yeah,
what coaches
hey guys,
do.
we really need to focus. We really need to. You can't just. Yeah, no doubt about it. By the way, the Broncos are now a favorite. You realize that,
I
right?
know. Isn't that crazy? It flipped.
They started out as a 1.5 favorite, then went to a 1.5 dog, and now they're back to a 1.5 favorite.
How about that, huh?
Dan on the text line says, football weather, bring it. Dan, let me listen, man, more power to you. If you want to sit out there in 39 degrees, have at it. Maybe I'm just too old. I don't have the – I think it's miserable. And I don't think it does the Broncos any favors that it's cold. I think it's bad for it to be cold. I think that's an advantage for Buffalo. It's a disadvantage for everybody. Who the hell wants to sit in 30 degrees?
We got to put the chip on our shoulders here, guys, on Wednesday. We got to put the chip on our shoulders. Everything's going against us, according to Sean Payton. Rest. Home field. What's the other one there?
Having been there last year,
it
doesn't mean crap. It doesn't mean crap.
It couldn't be worse for us right now. Let's get with the fact checker and see what we screwed up here today.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Well, since Moser's so obsessed with giving us facts about Buffalo today, I figure, if you can't beat him, join him. So here are some more cool facts about Buffalo, New York. It was the first city to feature electric streetlights in 1886.
I do know that.
The Hotel Buffalo, which was originally known as the Statler Hotel, was the first hotel in the world to have a private bath in each room.
Yeah, they also had the special beaver pen.
I don't want to know about your special beaver pen, Moj. Grain elevators were invented in Buffalo in 1842. So that's neat. That's pretty cool.
We shot a president there. Do you know who got killed? What president got shot?
McKinley.
Yeah.
McKinley.
There you go. Moj.
Yeah.
I mean, I could keep going. Buffalo's got a lot of cool facts.
Vic, did you know that? Vic had no idea. Look at him.
No, but I'm being called soft by people by saying that somebody says 30 degrees is not that cold. I'm going to be in my sauna.
Okay. Is this the end of the show?
I reckon it is, man. I'm not feeling.
Is 30 degrees cold? Is 30 degrees cold?
No, 30 degrees.
3 hours.
30 degrees is not cold.
That's not cold?
No.
So I am soft. I
You're
readily
definitely soft.
admit it. I would not want to sit out 30 degree weather for 3 hours. That's me.
Yeah. When it's
I'm soft.
7 degrees on a chairlift this past weekend on Saturday. That's cold, Vic. That's cold.
I also don't have extra blubber to keep me warm.
That's true. Hey, we'll see you on.
That was an unnecessary shot across somebody's bow, bro.
We'll see you. We'll see you.
Defend myself.
We'll see you tonight on TV, Vic.
I'm defensive.
Are you? Just be on standby, okay?
Yeah, whatever you guys need. I mean, hopefully Brett feels better.
Please be on standby.
But,
No.
You guys did it. You survived. You got through it.
Lay down. I don't feel so hot.
Moser, you all right?
I'll let you know.
DMac, thank you, buddy. Thank you for pinch hitting.
Thank you, guys. Morning Sprint's coming up next. See you guys.
Murray has it at the point against Derek Queen. Step back three. Yes! 110 to 109. Denver's down a point. Zion dumps it off down low to Queen. He throws it away. Loose ball comes down to Aaron Gordon. Now the Nuggets are looking for the lead. Murray has it left side of the midcourt circle. Brings it back out over to the point. Working against Zion Williamson. They double team Jamal Murray. They blitz him. Throws out of it over to Hardaway. In the corner, wide open three. Pickett. Buckets. 112 to 110 Denver.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, listen. Yeah, we didn't treat this by the same though. Yeah. So this was entirely different.
Good words coming from the head coach of the Denver Broncos as they get ready for 2:30 on Saturday, a matchup with the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, a guy who has no wide receivers available to him anymore as they continue to put dudes on the IR with ACL injuries. And the Denver Nuggets, I know it's the worst team in the West. It's the Pelicans. I'm not going to say it's the greatest win ever against New Orleans.
Yeah, but
they continue to win games, man, without anyone. It's awesome.
Raj, do you remember what I said was the key to success for the Denver Nuggets sans Nikola Jokic? Above 500 basketball, right?
I mean, I said certainly above 500.
I said 500 basketball.
They are 5-3 without Nikola in 8 games.
What else did I say about what was one of my positive, cautiously optimistic takes about what could have happened without Nikola Jokic? Jamal Murray, all-star candidate.
Yeah, he's
looking
great.
Yep.
Took advantage in the second half. It was another come-from-behind victory. They trailed by 5. We'll get into the Nuggets and their come-from-behind win and the first of a back-to-back. They'll play Dallas coming up tonight, 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregames presented by our friends at Ramos Law. We'll get into that in just a little bit. In 15 minutes from right now, Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV will join us for his NBA Baseline Report. We'll go into Jamal Murray and the Western Conference's Player of the Week, Payton Watson, who continues to play well, had 31. I think it was a 31-7-5 last night in 39 minutes. He was great. Tim Hardaway Jr., 18 points off the bench. We'll get into that with Dempsey in about 15 minutes. But we start myth busting today, Coach.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the theme of yesterday's media availability for Sean Payton.
Sean looked like that Mythbuster character from 90s, 2000s television.
Adam Savage?
Adam with the glasses. Didn't he have round?
Oh no, that was Jamie Heineman.
Okay, Jamie
the one
Heineman.
with the walrus mustache.
Very walrusy.
Yes.
Sean was in his Jamie
Heineman
era yesterday.
Jamie and Adam.
The Mythbusters.
I mean,
were you a watcher?
Oh yeah,
I wasn't.
Original Mythbusters. You missed out on a show.
I feel like I've missed out on pretty much everything. I'm starting to just come out on the other side of the world where I learn about how things operate in the world.
I'm sure you can find it. The original Mythbusters was fantastic, and then they had this ragtag group of young scientists, or I don't know, were they scientists? I know they were like Hollywood special effects guys. I don't know. It's showbiz.
Yeah, they're nowadays they're influencers. But
the one that you missed out on was Carrie Byron.
Okay.
Carrie Byron was a myth buster.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Carrie what?
Carrie Byron. We loved us some Carrie Byron.
Oh yeah.
You got to go back and watch that show, man. They did a fantastic
You want to feel good
job.
about life right now?
Sure.
Carrie Byron, 51 years old.
You know what?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Coach, let's bust some myths.
Oh, yeah,
we talk about earning seeds and trying to get all edges, and so it was the same way I felt, in that first year in 06 in New Orleans when we lost in Chicago in the championship game. There's some myths relative to the playoffs. Home field's important relative to the crowd noise, but just look at the weekend we just had. I don't know what the numbers were. I know our crowd will be fantastic. We've got to be ready to play our best game.
Myth number 1, being at home is a win. Busted from the wild card weekend.
2 and 4. Home teams. Sean Payton pointing to it. We don't want home field advantage. We might as well just say, hey, let's make a deal with my old pal, Sean McDermott. Yeah, we'll just come to Buffalo. because home field advantage means nothing. Sean Payton busts that myth, man.
The weather in Buffalo is it going to be terrible this weekend? 34 and snowing? Not that bad.
Wintry?
Dude, for Buffalo, that ain't that bad.
Dude, the whole country, since Al Gore invented global warming, gosh, it's been warm. That guy, man, Al Gore, he really turned up the temperature in this country.
Saturday in Denver is supposed to be 50, partly cloudy.
I heard it's coming
wind.
down a little bit. I heard the weather's. That's what I heard. Vic Lombardi and DMac had a little. They were comparing their.
They
their
have
weather
Bianchi
apps.
on the show.
Bianchi is a little bit more. He wasn't quite as optimistic about the same old 61 degrees that we've been dealing with in Denver throughout the entirety of the winter.
I see Saturday, 55, sunny skies, winds northwest at 5 to 10 miles an hour. That sounds delightful. I don't see any weather. What are those two yahoos talking about in the morning? It's supposed to be fantastic.
Apparently, DMac was looking at his Sunday forecast.
Why are we looking at Sunday?
I don't know.
The Broncos play on Saturday.
Saturday,
Who cares
right now.
about Sunday's
okay,
forecast?
I'm not saying that the Broncos play in Lone Tree, Colorado, but my current
DMac
Apple.
wanted them to.
Yep, he did. My current Apple Steve Jobs inspired weather app says Saturday high of 39, low of 20. That's what I'm showing. Is Denver 16 degrees warmer than Lone Tree, Raj?
Oh, I see 43 now.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Was I looking at Sunday?
I think you were too. He's a moron. He's nothing but a moron. Hey,
they didn't teach us how to Google things at Syracuse, apparently.
Okay. Myth number 4.
Myth number 4. We'll get to myths 2 and 3 here momentarily.
Okay, but myth number 4. According to meteorologists Alex Ryanemi and Darren McKee, both Syracuse graduates, it is going to be 65 and sunny on Saturday for kickoff.
I never said 65. You're putting words in my mouth. You're adding 10 degrees of Fahrenheit onto what I was talking about.
I don't know.
Myth number 1, being at home means a win. Myth number 2.
The rest is important, but that doesn't, the myth number 2 is that ensures a fast start. It doesn't. You understand this. We're playing a team that's coming off one of their biggest wins in the last 10 years. We've got to earn a fast start and take advantage of the energy, take advantage of the rest, but it has to be done out here. Today was a good start.
Playoff myth number 2, home teams always start fast. What's the key to starting fast for the Broncos on Saturday?
Stop the run, get an early takeaway, and score a touchdown in your first 2 drives. But we do know that the Broncos at home went through this last night. I think the only time that they started relatively quickly as a football team was against the Cowboys at home.
What
and
a
even
perfect game that was.
I don't know. Did the Broncos score an opening touchdown, though, against the Cowboys? I don't think they did.
Denver against Dallas, they threw a pick.
Yeah.
They scored on a 5-play touchdown drive their very next drive, but both threw an
relatively
interception on his,
speaking,
I think it was his second pass of the game. He threw a pick.
Relatively speaking, the Denver Broncos, who have been historically slow starters in 2025. The Cowboys game is the one that feels like it almost kind of started quickly. Although,
it did.
If you threw a pick in the opening series of this game against the Bills, I'm not feeling great about the rest of the contest.
It all matters what the defense would do with that, right? Like if you throw a pick on your opening drive and it's within 3 plays like it happened against Dallas, you're giving Josh Allen the ball likely around the plus 40-yard line is my guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a proper approximation. If the defense can hold Josh Allen to 3 points, I'm not panicking.
Okay, so myth number 1, home field doesn't matter. Guess what the Broncos have? Home field, right? Myth number 2 is having rest. Would you say that the myth that he was saying is that having the extra week of rest plus having home field advantage
means you are going to be sharp and ready to go from the moment the coin is flipped?
Is Sean preemptively making excuses? Because that's where I see this going.
No, I hope that he's speaking to his team at that point, going, hey,
You got to go out and earn your breaks. You
Right.
got to earn your fast
Because
start.
you know who's earning their starts and earning their breaks right now? It's the Buffalo Bills.
Mhm.
It's the 6th seed going into Jacksonville and beating the hottest team in the NFL. They're earning their breaks at this
Correct.
point. It's been a terrible defense, but as of late, like Buffalo's defense has kind of started to turn a corner. I think he's speaking to his team there. I don't think he's building in excuses.
So Sean was pointing
I
to-
firmly believe Sean Payton is like, we're getting to a Super Bowl or it's a bust this year.
Sean's pointing more to the fact that you had rest, recovery, you have the chance to get your bodies right, your team healthy. Injury reports between the Bills yesterday versus injury reports for the Broncos.
Dre Greenlaw is going to be playing football. Now, other parts of the injury report, his final answer to a question yesterday, Sean Payton basically said, dude, Brandon Jones ain't coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. That's not great.
He's done for the year.
He's done for the year.
Tore his pec. I hate that. Hate that.
Dre Greenlaw coming back to practice is everything.
It's good, especially against the physical downhill nature. I love if Dre Greenlaw can just play physical and downhill, play that kind of downhill linebacker spot. Then I like where the Broncos have in terms of their chances against James Cook in this Buffalo Bills vaunted physical rushing attack.
Getting downhill. Before we hear about downhill Dre Greenlaw, myth number 3.
Myth number 3, postseason experience is important. Myth number 3. Historically, when you go back and look at teams and records and you look at rosters, now there's about 8 of these myths, but you hit one of them. Obviously, being in that environment and it's really the week, it ratchets up. It's different.
Myth number 3 is something that Sean Payton would disagree with me about, right? What's my favorite thing about postseason success? Just because you haven't doesn't mean you can't.
So Sean and you are on the same page.
No, Sean and I are not on the same page. Sean believes postseason experience, being there and having felt the failures and being in this type of environment like his team experienced
I thought he said
last year.
I thought he's saying that postseason experience does matter?
It does matter.
That's the myth, though, right? Isn't that what he's saying? Didn't Sean say the myth is that postseason experience does matter?
And Sean is saying, yes, it does. You want to listen to it again?
Dude, I'm really confused
Let's
about
listen
myths.
again. Let's listen again.
Myth number 3, postseason experience is important. Myth number 3. Historically, when you go back and look at teams and records and you look at rosters, now there's about 8 of these myths, but you hit one of them. Obviously, being in that environment and it's really the week, it ratchets up. It's different.
He's telling you that being in that environment prepares you for the game. What are you looking at me like that?
Because he's calling it a myth. The statement is that postseason experience does matter.
Yes, and he
is
literally
calling
just
it a myth, and I thought we're busting myths. Isn't that what Sean was doing? Like he busted myths that home field advantage does matter.
Myths can be true. A myth is not something that is inherently
Dude,
false. What are you missing?
What are you missing? Okay, so myth number 1, home field advantage matters. What did Sean say?
Maybe I'm listening to him incorrectly.
Wrong answer.
Maybe I'm listening to him incorrectly.
Myth number 2, bye weeks lead to fast starts. Myth number 3, postseason experience matters.
So then why did he go on
So he
after
agrees
saying,
with you.
Okay,
He loves
so hold
you.
on. Okay.
You guys are homies.
All right, I got it. So for some reason though, he goes on to say being around that experience is important.
But that's the myth. Like a myth is fake.
They're not
Look
always
at the text line.
They're not always fake.
Read the text line, Raj.
Yeah,
this is your moment of accountability.
They're going
Let me
abort,
know.
Raj, abort,
303-504-0925. A myth means it's not freaking
Okay.
true.
Okay. Holy smokes, I get it. I've been wrong. I understand. I've seen the light now.
Abort, Raj. Abort. Coach is right. Coach is right. Coach is right.
The morning sprint is off to such a great start.
Holy smokes. Okay. It's a myth. It's been busted. And I can spin this in my favor.
You can.
I've been so wrong about this, but I can spin it in my favor, which is something that I have a superpower in terms of doing.
It's called manipulative. I'm sure your wife could tell us all about it. Manipulate some of the truth, maybe. In an argument.
Sean Payton and I have the same exact outlook on playoffs then.
Yes.
Just because you haven't doesn't mean you can't.
Oklahoma City last year, right? I said.
So even though I'm wrong about my listening comprehension to Sean Payton, like always, I find myself to be right.
Correct. Myth number 5. Alex Ryanemi is intelligent.
Chris Dempsey's going to come back on the other side and get us on track with the Nuggets win. I'll figure it out. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's the Morning Sprint.
Inbound goes over to Jamal Murray. They got a foul, right? Murray has it right side of the midcourt circle. He goes to the right hand. Down low, Gordon dunk with 2 hands. And that ought to do it. Denver leads it by 4 with 10.8 seconds to go. And the Nuggets are going to come to NOLA and win one in the fourth quarter.
Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey. Nuggets on the second leg of a back-to-back tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks in Dallas. 7 p.m. pregame show with Ramos Law and Mark Bertinoli. Yes, Raj threw an interception on his first play of the game. We'll see how he does on the second drive.
Well, this is myth number 6. Christopher A. Dempsey is in his 30s. Myth number 6. Christopher A. Dempsey is still in his 30s.
Demps, you look like you're in your 30s. How are you, buddy?
I wish I felt like I was in my
You look like it. It's a myth, though. It is a myth.
It is a myth. I appreciate it. What's up, guys?
Somehow the Nuggets continue to win. I know the Pelicans are terrible, a 9-win team, the worst team in the Western Conference, so I'm not going to say like this is on par with some of the other W's, but let's walk through last night's win. Jamal Murray, 35 points. You get 31 from Payton Watson, the reigning Western Conference Player of the Week. They come from behind yet again, shorthanded. They're now 5-3 without Joker in 8 games.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? I think there's one thing that just bears just remembering, I think, when, especially in these situations when they're taking on teams with losing records, which they're going to do again tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. And that is this. When you're missing the players that the Nuggets are missing and the multitudes of them, the talent gap between you and any other team in the league shrinks. And so now you are in much more competitive circumstances against teams that you wouldn't otherwise be in competitive circumstances against. Now, having said that, New Orleans played Denver really well, even when Nikola Jokic was on the court. So this is just a team that plays Denver pretty close, generally speaking. But so, I think as we go forward, you just have to know that these games are going to all be competitive, and just the Nuggets are going to have to see themselves through these contests. And they were able to do that yesterday, man. And Jamal Murray's just been amazing. I really hope for him that he, is included in the All-Star field, and we'll just see how that goes in the coming weeks here. But he was brilliant. Payton Watson, I have said in the past that I thought he could be a Scottie Pippen-esque player, really good defensive player. And then obviously Scottie Pippen turned into a good offensive player later in his career. Payton's doing that super early in his career right now. What he is doing out there is really remarkable. And it is the growth in his game is when I watch him play and how he moves on the court and how he attacks defenses, and he's got counters when they're trying to take a certain move or two away, and he's got 3-point range obviously now. I mean, he's got literally the full package, and it seems like it's just like that. But it hasn't been like that. He's put in the work behind the scenes to be able to do that. But to see the way he operates, he has been the most necessary player in this whole run, because he allows the Nuggets to have another 20-point score every single night on the court. And that is what you thought you were going to be missing by and large when you had Joker out and everybody else who's been out, Cameron Johnson and Christian Brown, and your ability to have players who are high scoring in a night is greatly diminished. But what Payton Watson has done is filled that void completely, and it's been very, very important for the Nuggets staying afloat.
Demps, you got I think about 15 games right before the All-Star break coming up. I think you make the break. I think is it February?
I think their final game is the 11th.
Yeah, the 11th.
Yeah,
there it is.
Right around that. Yeah,
February 11th. So what would be success? I know we've broken this thing down in kind of quarter poles, the Jokic-less minutes / section of the season. What would you deem to be success over these next 12, 14 games?
Well, they're changing the expectation. I mean, I was in the 500 camp, and I still am. because I think things happen. I think, slumps happen. I think, it's still sports at the end of the day, and then they're still having to try to find ways to win night after night. But what they are showing you is, all of us, is that on most of the nights, this is a team that can walk away with a victory. And so I'm going to stay conservative with that a little bit. But if you're going to go, say, 5-3 and every 8-game stretch without Nikola Jokic, then that's going to exceed my expectation. But then I think this is something that they most certainly can do, especially if they can keep the roster as it is right now. Let's not lose anybody else. If you have Aaron Gordon out there, he's been a real hub for them, obviously. Jamal Murray playing great. Tim Hardaway giving them some scoring punch. If they can continue to do that, then David Adelman has been just really excellent at putting them in situations to be able to be successful out there on the court. And then the players have been very determined about showing that this is still a team to be reckoned with, even without Nikola Jokic. And all of those things combined has me thinking right now that they can win a bigger percentage of these games than I was going to give them, credit for at the beginning when Nikola Jokic was hurt. So yeah, I think 5-3 in every little 8-game stretch here, I think is completely possible. And I think right now, that's where I'm changing my expectation to be until Jokic comes back.
Second of a back-to-back tonight, 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 against the Dallas Mavericks. 10 games under 500. Obviously, the number one overall pick in Cooper Flagg leading the way, 19.1 points per game for Dallas there. But Anthony Davis out with hand ligament issues. Does that just put the final nail in the coffin of the Doncic AD trade was an absolute disaster? They get 30 meaningless games out of Anthony Davis at this point, and he's out now for an extended period of time.
Yeah, so I think that would just we'll see if they trade him, which it feels like they're trying to do. We'll just see what they get back for him, and then that'll close the books on just a really weird, chapter. Quite frankly, in this league's history, when you just talk about the type of player that they moved last year for Anthony Davis, you knew you were bringing back a player that was injury prone. In all kinds. It's just not even. It's not even a situation where it's he gets a lot of calf strains, or he gets a lot of hamstring injuries. It's literally every injury all over his body, all the time, every season. And so it's very head shaking, from if you're a Mavericks fan standpoint. This is just it's maddening. Thank goodness for them that they have Cooper Flagg and they have a little bit of a safety net there going forward. But yeah, it's definitely it's not ideal. If they can, we'll see what they can get for him if they move him, which I think they are definitely going to try to do. And then we'll close the books on that and see what the Dallas Mavericks are looking like going forward. They expect Kyrie Irving to be back this season. So it's, the Mavericks, if they keep themselves afloat in the play-in, would just be an interesting team to watch, kind of down the stretch of the season, given the personnel that they would be getting back. But certainly, I think we're all just still shaking our heads at that trade, Raj. There's no doubt about that. However, they have to – this is now a new general manager. This is now just like there's a lot of new there, and they have to take what it is they have now and then craft that into something that can be viable from a contending for a title at some point in their future status.
Debs, you're looking at the roughly just past the midway point of the NBA season. Western Conference, surprises on the positive and surprises on the negative, either team-wise or player-wise.
I think the Phoenix Suns are one of the biggest surprises in the NBA. They might be the biggest surprise in the NBA. I don't think anybody expected them to do anything, quite frankly, this year. And what they are doing is playing great. They're playing great. And then they haven't had Jalen Green for the majority of the season. But Dylan Brooks has proven to be a scorer much more than he has ever shown in his career. Jordan Otts is the first-year head coach there. He came over. He was an assistant with the Cleveland Cavaliers last season, and obviously Cleveland won 64 games. Had a really fun style of playing and just really put a lot of pressure on defenses from the three-point line all the way to the rim. He has reprised a lot of that with the Phoenix Suns, and they're 24-16. And, they're like one 3-game winning streak away from being fourth and, in the Western Conference. And nobody thought that was going to be the case. So I would say Phoenix Suns are probably my, honestly, biggest surprise in the entirety of the NBA right now, from a positive standpoint. From a negative standpoint or from a disappointing standpoint, I would say, I would put the Clippers on that list. For the changes that they made. They thought they were going to improve themselves from the team that pushed the Nuggets, quite frankly, to 7 games in the playoffs last year. But they have completely fallen apart, although they are playing a little bit better as of late, still 16-23 on the season. So I would put them in that. And I would put the Atlanta Hawks in that boat too. I think the majority of people thought that the Hawks would be a team that would be vying for a top 4 spot, or if not already in the top 4 in the Eastern Conference. And they just don't play defense to any consistent degree. And obviously now with the Trae Young trade, they're trying to remake themselves kind of on the fly and get themselves back into the mix. But what they have been has been pretty substandard to start the season.
Peyton Watson coming off Player of the Week honors. Who's the next Nugget to win that award?
Oh my gosh, guys! So I'm sitting here and I'm kind of at the time I'm going through game film, and it pops on my screen as I get the alerts from NBA Communications, and it pops on my screen. Western Conference Player of the Week was Peyton Watson. My mouth hit the ground. I was like, "Are you what?" That was so unexpected but so well deserving for Peyton Watson to be that. I don't know who the next person would be on. I mean, I guess Aaron Gordon would be the most obvious candidate for that. Maybe if he has a big week and the Nuggets win all the games in that week. So I guess I would go with Aaron Gordon. But to see Peyton Watson be the Player of the Week, that's so massive. And I know, over the course of the week of talking about sports and all the different things that are happening in the sports world, a Player of the Week in a league just kind of comes and goes. But for that Player of the Week to be Peyton Watson in the Western Conference that has, Kevin Durant, Wemby, Ant Edwards, LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the names of these players go on and on and on and on. And for him to be singled out and honored for the league like that is just it's massive for him, massive for his confidence. We saw it again last night in how he played and conducted himself on the basketball court. And I couldn't be happier for Peyton Watson. But I don't know. I mean, you never even think anybody other than Joker or Jamal is going to win a Player of the Week from this basketball team. But I'll throw I'll throw Aaron Gordon's name out there for the next one.
Continually joined here on our NBA Baseline here on the Ramos Law Hotline with Christopher A. Dempsey, the OG Believer here at Altitude Sports Radio. Wanted to transition over real quickly because, Dempsey, you were right. I was wrong about Bo Nix.
You're big. I'm little.
Yep. How we feeling? 76 hours from now, the Denver Broncos will be in a battle at Empower Field with the Buffalo Bills. Give me your vibes.
Yeah, I would be lying to you if I didn't say that I was a little nervous. I mean, after watching, I am a little nervous. Guys, you just watched Buffalo waltz right into Jacksonville and look almost completely different than they've looked for a lot of the season. And it's just kind of like, all right, well, I guess. Are these the Buffalo Bills that we all expected would be the type of team we'd see all season long? And so that's just giving me a little bit of pause. I mean, you have a quarterback in Josh Allen that can just really wreck a game for defense. And even if you're playing well, he figures out ways to do things. And so That just makes me a little nervous. Now, do I have the Broncos winning this game? I do have the Broncos winning this game. Do I think it's going to be super close? Do I think it's going to require a Will Lutz field goal, at the buzzer or something like that to do it? Yeah, probably. Probably. I think Buffalo comes in with a lot of momentum. There's just no doubt about that. I think they found some things in Jacksonville, and quite frankly, the Broncos defense, it's if they just regain some of that form from early in the season, I would feel a lot more comfortable. They're obviously still so good, but they have shown a little bit of leakage in the last, I'd say, 5 to 6 weeks of the season. And so that gives me just a little bit of pause as to what we're about to see. And then in a playoffs that are just showing us that anything can happen, that teams that you feel like may have had, should win, they're not winning. Teams that are massive underdogs are putting really competitive products out there on a field. And so these playoffs are as wild as I thought they might be. And so just for that fact alone as well, just gives me a little bit of nervousness. But I do have the Broncos winning a close one for sure.
That's Chris Dempsey. See him tonight on Altitude TV starting at 6:30 with the pregame show ahead of the Nuggets and the Mavericks. Second leg of a back-to-back as the Nuggets look to improve to a stunning 6-3 in 9 games without Nikola Jokic. Dems, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for your time. We'll talk to you next week.
Yep, guys. Can I just one wild thing about this game here tonight? If the Mavericks beat the Nuggets, they will have swept them this year. It's wild to me because the Mavericks aren't very good. But okay, anyway, carry on. Thank you for having me, guys.
He's putting out tough games for the Broncos, sweeps for the Mavericks.
Who
what
is
are you
this
doing?
Chris Dempsey?
I thought I was the worst guy on the show today with my myth take, and you're coming in here hot with losses.
I know. I'm not trying. I was going through the season series, and it just hit me. I was like, what? This is the last time these two teams will play. And for some inexplicable reason, the Mavericks had won each of the first 2 games in the series. So hopefully the Nuggets don't get swept by them. Tonight they can, at least get one game against the Mavericks this season. It's just weird. I'm not trying to make any. It's just weird. That's all. I'm just saying it's weird.
We'll talk to you next week, Debs. See you, brother.
See you guys.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. More sound from Sean Payton yesterday. No, we're not going to get back into the myths. I've raised my right hand and I've said I was a big dumb idiot on the whole myth thing. Coach made me smarter after that first segment. My listening comprehension wasn't great, but what we do have to listen to is yet another installment in the Sean Payton versus Luka Evans debacle.
Myth number 7. Sean Payton despises Luka Evans.
That's next.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
The Luka and Sean Payton thing continues to make me laugh.
That's why I called it
Poor guy.
Myth number 7. Sean Payton despises Luka Evans. I actually am going to bust that myth. I think that Sean Payton actually likes his guy, Luka.
Oh, that's a little...
I think it's a bit.
It's a little flirtatious.
I think it's a bit.
Evan.
I think they actually... here's the cool thing for... if you're a coach, right? You go through a season, 17 games already in the bag. You have multiple, preseason training camps. You got bye weeks. You got now all the different press availability and interactions you've had with Luka Evans. You know what Sean Payton's going to associate Luka Evans with? Going 14-3 as the Denver Broncos head coach. Because he wasn't there. Like, I've gone through some tough ones where I didn't really like the guy that was covering the team. I was 3-9. So part of it goes with the territory of just having a tough year and just feeling like, oh gosh, here we are, rinse, repeat, recycle, all bad. I think it's actually a bit of, I don't think that Sean really dislikes
Did you ever have a bit with a reporter at any of your stops? A tete-a-tete?
Good question. Not really. There's certain guys that you would get frustrated with for asking like really bad questions.
Either a bad question, the same question, or trying to sound smarter.
Yeah. See, would you agree that Luka, in this case, that wasn't I'm trying to be really smart?
Absolutely not. And
Because
then when Sean went, what do you know about running downhill or going
Like, what do you
downhill
know
in the
about
game?
attacking downhill in the run game?
Well, hey, let me ask you the
Luka
question.
goes like, I know nothing about it. I'm 5'9" and 160 pounds soaking wet.
You know what would have been
That's why I'm a reporter.
You know what would have been the chef's kiss comeback right back to Sean Payton there? Hey, Sean, what'd you play? What position did you play?
Ooh, yeah, but you don't want to be that guy.
Well, I mean,
I have 2 middle fingers.
They could ask me. I mean, Luke could say, hey, Coach Sanford, what do you know about running downhill and filling the A gap?
Good point.
Nothing. I played freaking quarterback like Sean Payton did at Eastern Illinois. I played at Boise State. I don't know anything about it. It's a tough guy Tuesday, all right? Take a little of the edge off there, Shawnee. That was a good question. You know why it was a good question? Because earlier on in training camp, do you remember the day that you and I were at where it just looked good?
It's a good question.
We watched inside run drill, and it was healthy J.K. Dobbins, healthy Dre Greenlaw.
Healthy Talanoa Hufanga.
Healthy Talanoa Hufanga. Do you remember what Sean Payton said about Dre Greenlaw? There were two things in that post-practice availability that Sean Payton cited that Luka could very easily go back and say, Coach, I was just going off your words. Number one is that you hear Dre Greenlaw, you don't see him. It's that kind of player. He is a physical, pads popping. And then the other thing he said that we loved the term and we've used it a ton. He doesn't give up the leaky yardage.
I think he was talking about Hufanga then.
No,
but
Dre.
It was a Dre?
Yep.
It was a good practice. That was when JK and Trey and Hufanga were like beaking at each other.
Yeah, it was good.
And you could hear it in the tents.
Who was the D lineman was getting after? Was it Malcolm Roach?
Malcolm Roach.
Yeah, good.
That's when you knew like the defense had bite to it.
And then you saw like a little bit of a response from JK. You're like, okay, the Broncos offensively might have the dog that they've needed. They've got good players. They've got good leaders. They've got high quality character. But do they have a dog? And it was J.K. Dobbins, unfortunately. He's a Liz Frank guy right now.
I mean, he could come back. I think there's a decent chance that if you win this game against Buffalo, J.K. Dobbins is pushing that injury and maybe on the field for practice before an AFC Championship game. Get you feeling good about having a veteran running back in the fold.
It'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Does J.K. Dobbins, does R.J. Harvey do enough for you to have confidence in the running game this week?
Yes.
The Broncos were ranked 17th league-wide in terms of their rookie class this year by ESPN earlier today. And I quote from the article, the top Broncos rookie was second-round running back R.J. Harvey, who led all rookie running backs in receiving value. His standard stats included 146 carries, 540 yards, and 7 touchdowns, plus 47 catches, 356 yards through the air, and 5 touchdowns, 12 TDs, the most out of any skill position player in the 2025 NFL draft. Also on offense, third-round wide receiver Pat Bryant finishes with 31 catches, 378 yards, and just 1 touchdown in those 15 games. They're ranked 17th league-wide in terms of their rookie value this year. Does the rookie running back do enough for you?
He does and he doesn't. Is it a surprise that R.J. Harvey's elite trait is receiving grades at the running back position? Who does he play for? Who's his play caller? He's the guy that loves throwing the rock, right? It's Sean Payton. I mean, I think you have to be committed to leaning into the ground game. You have to be committed to using Bo Nix's legs as part of the run game. And you've got to use Julian McLaughlin, who's proven to be he's like a 6 yards per carry guy in the last 2-3 outings. You got to trust the film. The film's got to talk to you. R.J. Harvey, like we talked about, he's got to be the guy inside the 5-10 yard line that finds pay dirt. And he's done that pretty dang well. But you also got to give him that opportunity. And I think that one of the things that will define Sean Payton's offensive play calling tenure, at least through 3 years against the Bills, is going to be early down success as a play caller in the red zone. So first and second down's got to be right.
Infamously last year, Audric Estime doesn't play in that game. And you don't have a bruising back against Buffalo.
Who's the guy that Sean would do that with this year? Like the surprise.
You don't have
Well, I'm just
one.
saying the surprise omission from the, like you look at it and like, just
Jaleel. It would be Jaleel.
Yeah,
like
I
if
know.
McLaughlin was
Yeah.
inactive on Saturday, you'd go, what are we doing here? What's going on? And it's not like Jaleel is a game breaker, right? But Audric Estime last year wasn't a game breaker, but you could see in certain like short yardage situations, goal to goal situations, if you were to get into that spot against Buffalo last year on the road, that Audric Estime would have been beneficial. So we were all looking, going, what? Why isn't he playing? Why isn't he in the game? I would look the same way for Jaleel. You also just don't have that like archetype of a back this year.
You don't. You lack it.
Bo Nix is it's so funny. Bo's your bruiser. Bo is your, like, you need 4 yards on the 7. It's Bo.
Yep.
Right?
Probably on a designed quarterback run or Bo taking off on another Sean Payton pass that he calls inside the 7 yard line.
Or is this the game that we just see another fullback, 4 carries for the fullback?
Got a sneaky. It's Nate Adkins.
Okay.
There were some times last year where Nate Adkins got involved in some of the misdirection pass game that was off hard run action. Bo Nix booting to his right, and then you sneak out Nate Adkins like as a shallow cross away from the way that Bo Nix was booting to, and you threw it across your body to a wide open Nate Adkins. I could see some of that type of stuff because Sean hasn't gone back to that well as much in the last 10 weeks. Like Nate Adkins, man, and he's healthy.
On the other side, KJ did some sleuthing from our training camp days, and he found some cuts from Sean Payton talking about Dre Greenlaw in the run game. We'll hear those next.
John, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
With Greenlaw, you said he's one of those guys when you put the pads on, you can see a little bit. Then when
You can hear it.
with his film, how much does that physicality stand out in terms of what he brings to it?
I think it's one of his greatest strengths. You know, he plays the position in such a way where you can't help but notice it on film. His pad level, his strength, his lower body strength, I mean, it's impressive. So I'm glad we have him.
Not too far off base, Luka. Not too far off base. That's a reporter who remembers back to training camp.
You know what? We'll keep your receipts for you, Luka. We are part of the receipt street of one Evan here on the Altitude Sports Radio Morning Sprint.
It's too damn funny, man. It's too damn funny. Saturday, 2:30. Coach, this morning, the spread flipped.
Whoa.
The Broncos were 1.5-point dogs for the previous 3-4 days.
Opening line.
Yes.
The opening market in Vegas was Broncos minus 1.5.
No.
I thought so, and then I thought the money came in, the market came in massively pro Buffalo.
The first line that I saw was Buffalo minus 1.5. And for the first time this morning, when I'm just looking at ESPN right now, so whoever runs, it's not ESPN Bet anymore. I think they have DraftKings on ESPN now.
So all you derelictical, degenerate gamblers out there, like some of our fine friends that we know too well, some of them that maybe produce shows here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, let us know. Did the Broncos open up as immediate opening line favorites, or was it Buffalo all the way? I thought the money came in strong. So it's 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line.
If you guys want to be at that Broncos-Bills game, the first home playoff game in a decade on Saturday, start your weekend right with Nate and Andy. They'll be live at Jackson's, live for a special Bud Light Football Friday show starting at 3 p.m. They'll give away tickets to the Broncos and the Bills. We'll see you guys all there at Jackson's on Friday afternoon from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. as we take a look at the injury report from yesterday. Jonathan Franklin Myers, hip injury, full participant in practice.
Love that.
Dre Greenlaw with his hamstring was limited. Lucas Kroll with his foot was limited. Drew Sanders with his ankle was limited.
God, that guy hasn't played any football in 3 years.
No, he sure hasn't. But you know what? I like bodies when it comes to the playoffs. You know who needs bodies right now? The Buffalo Bills. Shall we go through the entirety of the injury report for Buffalo? Josh Allen, who we know is going to play, foot, knee, finger, limited. Terrell Bernard, calf, limited. AJ Epinesa?
Iowa, University of Iowa, Hawkeye.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes.
Neck injury, limited.
Ooh.
Maxwell Hairston, ankle, didn't play.
DNP.
DeMar Hamlin, pec, full participant. Ty Johnson, the running back, ankle, didn't participate. Thank you. Dalton Kincaid, who I've been told, watch out for Dalton Kincaid. Knee and calf injury, limited. Matt Milano, the linebacker, ankle injury, limited. Ed Oliver, who should play in this game, with a bicep, limited. Jordan Poyer, not going to play in this game, hamstring, did not participate. Matt Prater, our old buddy, has been nursing a quad and a calf injury, did not participate. Also, when he kicked in the wild card round, it was a little sketchy for them. That kick that put them above Jacksonville, knuckleball, duck. Greg Rousseau, back injury, limited.
Wow.
Curtis Samuel, wide receiver, elbow injury, full participant. And Shavers, knee injury, ACL, done for the season, did not participate. What a wonderful situation for the Broncos to be in right now.
I agree, but reading that injury report, that sounds like a Sean McDermott special of putting 15 guys on there, but lowering the expectations for his football roster coming to Denver. They're all going to play. I mean, outside of the true DNP, the ACL.
Shavers.
Who's not going to play?
Shavers, Davis, Poyer.
Yeah, Poyer is a big one.
And also, Matt Prater's right leg is an issue.
Who's their what's their?
I don't know
kicking-
who their backup kicker is.
I mean, nobody really carries a true backup kicker, right? You have to go out and get one off.
So like
the street.
Prater played in the wild card. He's probably going to play again. That kick, which was pretty much a chip shot against Jacksonville, man, it did not look good. If that thing was a 40-yard kick, no chance it's going.
Looked like me kicking a shoebox.
It looked like me kicking. What's the longest field goal you could bury right now?
Man, kicking field goals is hard.
I was at Delaware one time trying to kick on their field, the Blue Hens.
Yeah, I could see you at the Blue Hen. Small stadium.
Small stadium. Cool, though.
Kind of neat.
Yeah, very neat.
I worked at camp there about 15 years ago.
I hit a 25-yarder, and I felt like I was Superman. And it barely cleared the uprights.
Yeah, I mean, you probably had a few shanks en route to making a 25-yarder.
You don't know that.
I just said probably.
You don't know that.
Myth number 1 about Alex Ryan-Emy.
Wait, well, stop with the myths. I have admitted idiocy this morning.
That was good.
I have admitted that. I'm getting back from patient 0 giving me the plague. My brain isn't completely healthy.
It's good to see that I continue to have my impact on this radio station.
That Brett leaves it. Brett was on the show for 6 a.m., left at 7:03 this morning because he was about to lose it.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with me being patient 0 and him getting sick. It had everything to do with being on the air with two punchable faces in Mark Moser and Vic Lombardi.
Everyone's doing shows from home now. But we're doing fine. We're
doing good,
healthy
man.
now.
We're good.
KJ's healthy. Coach is healthy. The fact that you are coming off of a bye week where you are relatively healthy across the board, and I understand Brandon Jones being out that's an issue. But does it hurt so much now that you look at the wide receiver core from Buffalo and go, who's going to beat us over the top?
Who is
Is it
truly,
Keon Coleman and that's it?
Gosh, I mean, who is going to be lining up out there? I think it's going to be a whole bunch of 14 personnel, which means 1 running back and 4 tight ends. I mean, who else is going to run out there?
Brandon Cooks?
Yeah, I mean, he's old, man.
I wouldn't say he hit a home run, but he had a long reception, big play against Jacksonville. But Brandon Cooks doesn't make me stay up at night.
No, and he's also still a bit of a whittle guy.
Keon Coleman, right? Also another little guy.
Comparatively,
I thought he was little. Isn't he south of? I thought he was like 6 foot. Is he 6'3"? Is he bigger?
I thought Keon's decent sized, but I could be wrong.
I think this is another area for me being wrong. He's 6'3".
Oh yeah. Well, the guy,
6'3", 250.
the best wide receiver by far right now is Khalil Shakir, Boise State Bronco Khalil Shakir. And I mean, that's not a guy that came into the NFL as highly acclaimed. I mean, like Boise State fans are always very proud of their own that he is kind of by far exceeded all expectations with how he came into the National Football League. He was drafted in the 5th round, pick 148, and also not a big guy. He's 6 foot 190, so very run of the mill standard wide receiver size. So you got Keon Coleman, young, 2nd-year player. Brandon Cooks, 31-year-old, 5'10", 180, 189, and Khalil Shakir. And so it's really going to be about stopping the dang run game and having an answer for the Bills' pass game to their tight ends. That's what it's going to be about. That's what Vance Joseph needs to set out this week to erasing.
Does it take away a superpower of this Broncos defense?
Rushing the passer?
No, their pass defense. Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan.
I mean, as much man coverage as the Broncos do play, I mean, does Pat Surtain take on some of the Knox Kincaid responsibility?
I would hope so.
Does Riley Moss? I mean, Riley Moss ain't
for like a field flipping flag. Sure, you could still get caught for
nice alliteration there.
I appreciate that.
That's a really good one.
Again,
Field
we knew we threw an interception
flag.
on segment 1.
If you said that 100 times in a row, those
field
3 words,
flipping flag,
you would probably get fired for some type of.
I'm sure I would.
Some inappropriate situation.
Haven't gotten there yet.
No,
you can still get caught for a holding penalty. You can still get caught for a 10-yard pass interference call.
You know what'd be interesting?
Illegal use of hands.
One of the aspects of
but it ain't a 50-yard pass
no,
interference
you're right.
call.
One of the aspects of Vance Joseph's defense for all of you, you've played a ton of teams that are in 1 tight end, 1 running back, 3 receiver sets, and that conjures up Vance Joseph matching personnel defensively with his nickel personnel. So Jaquan McMillan, Jahdae Barron, even sometimes playing as like a bit of a dime linebacker. So you'd have a total of 6 defensive backs instead of 5. Jaquan McMillan being the 5th, Jahdae Barron being the 6th. What I did notice when I was watching kind of just base install of training camp the last couple of years is when the Broncos were playing a heavy 2-back, even 2 tight end type of set, Vance Joseph oftentimes he would match base personnel. So it'd be like a Jonah Ellis playing the Sam linebacker, or a Q Robinson playing that Sam linebacker. And so that means that like a Jaquan McMillan would be out of that position. But guess what? Guess who would actually sub in? It would actually be Jaquan McMillan subbing in as a corner. So playing the outside corner, and then you play with 7 big humans up front, and DMac now is an outside corner. That wouldn't surprise me one bit to see the Broncos play more base. So who are the candidates? Probably, Jonah Ellis has been playing good ball. The one thing that I've seen, and I'm not sure, what the rep counts have been like for Q Robinson. Is it Q Robinson? Am I right?
Q's only played like 6 games this year. Right? Yeah, 6 games this year for Q Robinson.
He was the player that I thought had that position versatility, a converted safety, highly recruited safety to Alabama, and then just continued to move closer and closer to the line of scrimmage as his body got bigger and bigger. So he has coverage chops. Jonah Ellis, I think, has some of those same abilities. Do we see more base out of Vance Joseph to match what'll probably be a lot of 2 tight ends, maybe 3 tight ends, maybe 4 tight ends for the Buffalo Bills? Be fascinating to see.
Q only playing 6 games doesn't make me feel as though he's going to be a very relied upon defensive player in this game.
You're probably right.
There's a different rookie that I'm looking at in terms of tight end coverage, and that's Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
I know. Obviously playing vastly different positions. He is little, but he's been fine.
He's been fine.
He's been fine.
He's been fine.
You don't have an antidote for like an all-star tight end yet on this team.
You were hoping it was Talanoa Hufanga. He's better when he is see ball, get ball. Like as an overall headhunter, lurker, right? Like he's a rover.
Take this dude down the field.
Right. You know by far your best crossover cover player is, like between a big human and a little human. It's Justin Sternad. It's a guy. He's your best cover player that's not a corner. And he brings about just enough, he has just enough arm length, just enough physicality that he doesn't get punked. He doesn't get, doesn't give up that separation at the point of attack. He's a 6'3" linebacker, man. This ain't a sawed-off. Dre Greenlaw, when we saw him, pretty sawed-off cat, is he not? He's not 6'2", 6'3". Length isn't his specialty. Alex Singleton, like decent length, decent body type. He's not at that stage in that of his career where he is a true cover player. I don't see many snaps where Justin Sternad's not on the field in this game.
Again, the good news is Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox are not Trey McBride, are not Tyler Warren. They're not Travis Kelce from 3 years ago. They're not what Hunter Henry has been this year for New England and Drake May. They're not George Kittle when he's healthy. They're not Brock Bowers, right? They are both of those dudes, middle of the road tight ends. I don't believe those are game-breaking players in the middle. Now, you've had other tight ends that have made you, look bad in the past. Like Brenton Strange was really good.
Yeah.
For Jacksonville. Tyler Warren was fine for the Colts early on.
Can I interrupt you there? Brenton Strange, really good tight end, but the caveat is for a small market football team. Okay,
had to put that one in there. Had to put that one in there. But I don't look at Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox as 2 guys that like I have to game plan for. I'm game planning for James Cook. I'm game planning for the legs of Josh Allen. And I'm hoping that those two dudes don't beat me. Take away those guys.
Make Josh Allen's arm beat you.
Sure.
That's it. Key to the game. Crazy key. Because he's the best quarterback right now in the National Football League.
Or remaining. Drake may. Drake's got something to say about that. Drake might win the MVP.
Who do you trust more right now? If just NFL, just general NFL.
Dude,
fan.
like Josh hasn't gotten it done in the playoffs.
He's gotten it done, just not in the AFC Championship.
When it matters?
I mean, career record in the playoffs is good. Like Josh Allen, if you look at his splits in the postseason, statistically, he's played really good ball. Like that's one of the misnomers about him is because he hasn't yet gotten to the Super Bowl. He hasn't yet won
because he's over 3 at Arrowhead.
That's really what it is. But like you look at these stats, man, he's a 67% completion percentage guy in the playoffs. He has had, 20. This is you want to see something insane? Josh Allen has thrown 26 touchdowns in his playoff career to 4 interceptions. His quarterback rating has been 102.4.
Yeah, he's great.
But he hasn't.
I talked about it yesterday.
To the point of like,
more often than not, the all-time greats, which Josh Allen will go down as being one of those all-time greats, right? He is on that trajectory. They eventually get theirs. That's the reason why yesterday I went, is it a destiny year for Buffalo? With all of these other quarterbacks, especially the one that he can't get past in Patrick Mahomes, with all those guys being out there, is this the destiny year that one of the greats eventually gets his?
You want to know a weird stat on Josh Allen? He is 8-6 in his postseason career win-loss record. A lot of people argue that the quarterback win-loss record is not a real stat. That's a myth.
It's a myth. Yeah, it is a myth.
I disagree with whatever that is because I think it matters. I think quarterbacks are measured by what they do in the postseason from a career and legacy.
It's an
standpoint.
oversimplification to go quarterback win-loss is the same thing as starting pitcher win-loss.
Do you realize that Josh Allen has a streak right now of 7 consecutive seasons with at least 1 playoff win? So that's been his Achilles heel. He's won a playoff game in all but 1 year. That's the key forward, is make Josh Allen go out and win with his arm, something he hasn't done in the second game of his postseason.
Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We're going to have a full pregame of Denver and Buffalo on Saturday starting at noon, live from number 38 in Rhino, and then a viewing party immediately following the show with awesome prizes to give away. That'll be hosted by Andy Lindahl. Make sure you guys tune in for the rest of all of the other games this weekend, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. KJ's NFL Notes are next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Did you know on this day in 2012, Tom Brady threw 5 first-half touchdowns against the Broncos, and they smacked Tim Tebow 45-10? Hope that doesn't happen this week. You know, it's not going to happen this week. Kincaid and Knox are not Gronkowski and Brady. It's not going to happen.
Pause. Just don't throw too many superlatives out there and hyperbole. They're really good players, and the Broncos need to have a good answer.
They are not
for them.
Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady.
Is Josh Allen?
He is not Tom Brady.
Okay.
He is not Tom Brady. Full stop.
Okay.
Full stop.
Okay.
Full stop. KJ.
Sean Payton had.
Okay.
Coach. Sean Payton has been a man of many words since the postseason has started, and that carried over again yesterday as the Broncos got back to work to prepare for Bills week coming up on Saturday at 2:30. Sean Payton discussed the plan and the thought process behind trying to stop the Bills offense, knowing how they handled things last year in the playoffs.
Well, we do this in all 3 phases. You know, I've got this screen in front of me that has 2 years of their opponents and what the opponents did. What's the score, third down, red zone, rushing yards, per carry, passing, like across the grid. And then you're noticing, all right, who was it that played them well? In their losses, they lost the turnover battle and all but one of them. And then the same thing applies when you're looking at who's defended them well. I ask Vance that all the time. Who's defended them well? Jacksonville defended the run well. And so all of that factors into your scheme. Now, you're not changing the type of front you play. They do this runner combined with the quarterback. They do a real good job. And they don't do a lot with the schemes, but what they do is they do it well.
I said it yesterday. You must be +1 or better in the turnover ratio to win this game. Paired with matching Josh Allen's red zone scores. If you do those 2 things, I think you win this game. +1. You can't be 0. You can't be even in the turnover.
Is that a parlay that you could create on DraftKings?
Probably. Probably not. There's too many like variables between Josh Allen and yeah. They call that Boolean. What is that called?
That's called the Raj Index. Just hammer the Raj Index, all you out there. Actually,
I hope it happens.
I think it's a very intelligent metric.
Thank you. I say very unintelligent things. I've done unintelligent things within the course of this show today.
You sure have.
Sometimes I throw interceptions. Other times I run ones in for TDs.
You do. You get your RJ Harvey 4-yard touchdown scamper.
I'm not a great running back, but I find the end zone every now and again.
Not as good as you once were, but you're better once than you ever were.
Not right now. Can tell you that for free. The defense is something I trust right now. I don't believe James Cook is going to be Jonathan Taylor. I think that was like a one-off this season, was the Jonathan Taylor.
How about James Cook last year?
Different team.
It is a different
team. Different run fit. Hufanga and Greenlaw do change it. I'm not going to talk about, Greenlaw getting downhill because I worried Sean Payton's going to come over my shoulder.
You're going to go over to Dove Valley here.
Yeah, but I'm going to talk to Vance, and Vance is a nice guy.
Ask him the question.
Ask him about Dre Greenlaw going downhill in the run game.
Is Dre Greenlaw a downhill linebacker for you, Coach Joseph? Wouldn't that be great?
It would be pretty. Luka should do that. Come on.
He won't. He's trying to be a pro.
I know. That's the difference between Luka and someone like you and me.
Yeah, that's why Luka doesn't do sports talk radio.
He's a reporter. We are talk show idiots.
Why do we become New Yorkers all of a sudden? It doesn't make sense.
I have no idea.
Why are we doing it?
KJ, what's next?
What do you know about attacking downhill in the run game?
I don't know anything, Coach. So a unique conversation was sparked yesterday by Bo Nix. Is there a such thing as trying or trying not to score too soon versus a dynamic quarterback that can kind of put on that cape and score whenever he wants in Josh Allen? Here's Bo Nix kind of talking about that.
Not really, because we got our defense. So I think it's just, it's tough enough to score at any point in this league. So once you get the opportunity, you want to score, and hopefully it matched up to where they don't have much time, or you get a good enough lead to where it doesn't really matter. But we feel good. Our defense has made stop after getting the lead, and they've done it once. They're going to do it again. And I think it's just complimentary football. They want to probably be out there on the field and want to seal the game. So it's our job to just give them a lead and let them go out there and do it.
When it comes to this offense, there is no scoring at the wrong time.
Score.
Just score.
Score.
Right?
Another sneaky scoring possibility in this game for the Broncos. Marvin Mims touches in the special teams game. Could happen. If Marvin Mims, the Raj index is we've already established that.
Are we adding something?
I'm just going to say this, period. This is just a hyperbolic Sanford statement. Marvin Mims scores a touchdown if he scores a touchdown, period, the Broncos will win. Offense, special teams. Rushing down the field as a bomb. Marvin Mims touchdown equals AFC Championship appearance and most likely Super Bowl appearance for the Denver Broncos.
I have no idea how to find that number, but I will effort to do so between today and tomorrow's show. The correlation between a special teams touchdown for a team in the playoffs and winning or losing that very same game. It has to be astronomical. Getting a punt return or a kick return touchdown in a postseason game. That's bonus touchdown, bonus points right there, man. It's different. I don't know. Are they talking about with respect to how Buffalo may have scored too early on Jacksonville after Allen went down on the 10-yard tush push? Right? They scored on the very next play because Jacksonville went, oh, we're good. We're fine.
Yeah, that was part of it. And then the other part of it was, like, if you're the Broncos, do you want to have long, sustained drives versus drives that go boom, boom, boom versus a guy like Josh Allen?
I don't care how you score. They could, if they score 3 touchdowns and it takes 17 seconds off the clock, I'm happy. This is an offense that cannot pick and choose, right? If you score 20 points, you should win the game, but getting to 20 points is something that's a struggle, right? That's the thing, man. Score. Score, score, score. Doesn't matter when. Doesn't matter the momentum that you possibly get from it. No, the offense isn't good enough to like pick and choose at this point.
Marvin Mims has 11 total touchdowns in his career. How many does he have this year?
3?
Yep. Last year he had 6. It's interesting.
KJ, what's next?
Drop off.
What do you know about attacking downhill in the run game?
Moments after we got off the air yesterday, news came down that former Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was stepping down after 19 seasons of leading the charge in Pittsburgh. He was just the third Steelers head coach since 1969, but after 7 straight one-and-dones in the playoffs, they both agreed to finally turn the page. Because Mike Tomlin stepped down and wasn't fired, the Steelers will own his rights for the remainder of his contract. In other words, how the Broncos had to trade for Sean Payton is very similar to the situation in which Pittsburgh will be receiving a incentive if a team wants him this offseason. According to Ian Rappaport earlier this morning, all the teams that reached out to Mike Tomlin's team yesterday evening were told in so many words that Coach T is leaning towards not coaching in 2026. If those reports are true, is not coaching in 26 the best thing for Mike Tomlin?
Yes.
Yes. He just started getting to the point of just snarkiness on a different level where you're like, ugh. And he doesn't really have, right now what Mike Tomlin lacks, for a while he had the Dick LeBeau, right? He had that defensive identity. He also, to me, has lacked the offensive counterpart, whether it be the quarterback or a play caller in the post-Ben Roethlisberger era. And so there's just not the right guy to just accompany him into his next job.
Well, for me, the issue with Tomlin in Pittsburgh was you were always good enough to not be in the position where you could get a quarterback or needed to get a quarterback. They needed to be terrible for a year or two to reset it, right? That you move on from Roethlisberger and nobody else was there.
Where's John Harbaugh going to coach next year?
The Giants, probably.
I think Giants. Why not Falcons? I think that'd be a pretty good.
They've got some good pieces.
I think that'd be a good spot for them.
Solid quarterback in Cousins.
They do have a good ownership group, right? Like deep pocketed ownership group.
Atlanta would be a good fit. I think it's probably New York. Stays in that like upper east corridor. New York's probably going to be it. I think Buffalo's going to be like days away from missing their guy if they lose this week to Denver. Because I still think Harbaugh in the Bills would be a match made in heaven. But it's not going to happen. Harbaugh will be signed by a team prior to this game starting. The Broncos are going to beat the Bills on Saturday, and then they're going to fire McDermott and go, well, who do we have come and coach us? Mike Tomlin? Does that seem like a fit? You know coaches better than I do. KJ, keep it going.
What do you know about attacking downhill in the run game?
Baltimore Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti said on Tuesday that he told Lamar Jackson he wants a new deal done by the start of free agency in March that would significantly lower the two-time MVP's $74.5 million cap number. Quote, the urgency of that matters to me because we've got free agents. I don't want to go into free agency with that hanging over our head. I made that clear to Lamar, and I think he was very appreciative of my stance and hopefully is willing to work with Eric DeCosta, the Ravens general manager, and not get this thing dragged out until April like the last time. It's very hard for him to build a roster when that thing is not settled, end quote. Jackson is under contract for 3 more years, and his cap number increases by $31 million in 2026. Should Lamar Jackson play ball and help out the Ravens, or could he use this as leverage to kind of turn the page and start looking elsewhere?
Yeah, I don't think that Lamar Jackson's thrilled right now with what Steve Bisciotti said. I read this morning, and I said, whoa. Bisciotti, what this is the typical, I fired somebody, therefore I'm going to make the other person feel bad about it. Like there's blood on your hands also. I fired my guy, John Harbaugh, who's been with me through thick and thin and delivered a Super Bowl championship to Baltimore, Maryland. But oh, by the way, you kind of made me do it because you're not great. So you're gonna go up and give it. The guy won the dang. He was the MVP a mere 2 years ago. He had a crazy season statistically in 24. Like the guy's, he's earned the right to be a top 3 or 4 paid quarterback in the National Football League.
Of course he has.
So what are they going to do? Just ask him to just take a sweetheart deal?
I don't know.
You think
Broncos made Peyton Manning take a pay cut before 2015.
Yeah, but he
earned it all back.
But he was also
take a pay cut.
Was he also not like trending towards having some physical ailments that you couldn't?
What's the story about Lamar Jackson this year?
There's nothing degenerative though. It's not. He didn't have neck fusion surgery.
Yes, very different in terms
very
of
different.
Are you sure those knees aren't going anywhere? Lamar Jackson didn't look healthy, dude.
No.
And when he was not healthy, he was nowhere near the same quarterback, and the Ravens were nowhere near the same team, and it cost John Harbaugh his job. I'm not saying it's the same exact thing as Peyton Manning having, neck surgery and obviously being at, 38 at that time of the Super Bowl, 38 or 39 when they won back in 2015? It was something around there.
If I remember correctly, 38. Yeah.
Right, so it's a little bit different. But we are talking about the health of a quarterback. And I don't think that Lamar Jackson has seen his healthiest days come and go.
Probably right.
KJ, one more.
What do you know about attacking downhill in the run game?
The question after Travis Hunter's knee injury was, will he still play both sides of the ball next season? Jaguars general manager James Gladstone, he spoke at the end of season news conference, and he talked about why the team is encouraged about him potentially playing again both ways next year in 2026 whenever he comes back. Quote, we still expect him to play on both sides of the ball. The steps that he was taking by the midpoint of the season really made us feel good about what the back half of the year was going to be on both sides of the ball and what that impact was going to look like, being a feature point on offense and an impact player on defense. It's the injury that was disappointing as far as the timing, but nonetheless, we feel good about where we are heading into this offseason and what next year should hold, end quote. Do you guys still agree that this is the right move for Travis Hunter?
I don't know. I mean, I like it. I want to see him play both ways, but if you look at where the Jaguars fell short, I mean, they have some really good pieces at the offensive skill players positions. Parker Washington was a tremendous success. Brenton Strange was a tremendous success. Obviously, Etienne has been phenomenal.
Jacoby Myers
has been good, but like, do they next right step for them as a franchise? Do they need the developed number one elite talent at the receiver position? I don't know. I mean, they have a wealth of riches compared to the Broncos, I would say.
Selfishly, I'm ecstatic about this, right? I have banged the table about if you guys want Shohei Ohtani's in the NFL, if you want to see other kids try and do this in college football and be two-way players and translate that to the NFL, someone has to be allowed to do it and allowed to be successful and allowed to be hurt. Shohei, again, he's a different animal. I think Shohei is a different level of athlete than even Heisman Trophy winning Travis Hunter. Different level of athlete. Shohei's been injured multiple times, right? Am I correct in 2 Tommy John surgeries for Shohei Ohtani? I think it's 2.
I'm almost certain it was 2 because it was one at the beginning of his career as well.
And the Dodgers are still cool with him playing both ways, right? Selfishly, I want this to happen because I want to see more guys try it in the NFL because eventually someone will be Shohei Ohtani and make it work. Is it going to be Travis? We don't know at this point. Now, the question is it the best for Travis Hunter to do so? No, it's not. The best thing for Travis Hunter is to either be a wide receiver or be a corner and be elite at that position and then make a boatload of money. Selfishly, I want him to do both. So, yeah, I'm happy, Duval is doing right by me.
Duval.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll be back with another Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords all day on the 20s. It'll be your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets live at Ball Arena. It's all powered by our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big both on and off the court. Visit WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. The coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD noon to 3. Nate and Andy from 3 to 6 night. And then you guys will have a little bit of a Birdos Blitz ahead of the Nuggets and the Mavericks. Nuggets on the second leg of a back-to-back, coming off of a victory against the lowly New Orleans Pelicans, the worst team in the Western Conference, just 9 wins this season. Nuggets come from behind, 35 points from Jamal Murray, another 30-burger from Payton Watson in that game. They get 18 points off the bench from Tim Hardaway. Also, my favorite play of the game, did you see the charge that Timmy Hardaway drew in the third quarter? I think it was on Murphy.
Trey Murphy?
I think it was on Trey Murphy. He took a hard charge in the third. I wouldn't say it changed the game, but it's another one of those plays that I look at how Denver is playing as of late in terms of their effort going to hard areas. To have Tim Hardaway off the bench doing that in the middle of the lane sets an example for everyone. And that's part of the reason why they are now 5-3 without Nikola Jokic, and it all started in the middle of a season-long 7-game, 13-day road trip.
Side note.
Sure.
What did you make of Jordan Seaton entering the transfer portal for the CU Buffs?
All the Louis gone? Right?
Yeah, I mean,
where's the rest of the Louis?
I had a fascinating conversation unrelated to Jordan Seaton, but related to the transfer portal in the market. It was a former player that I'd coached at a previous stop that was explaining to me the market for quarterbacks in 2026. This quarterback has 0 opportunities to be a starter. Frankly, is being courted by some of the elites in college football.
0 opportunity to be a starter in college football or the NFL?
College football. So, this is a portal quarterback.
Okay.
What do you think the going rate would be for the third string quarterback at a place like LSU?
$500K?
Third string. So your starter's getting 4 to 6 million, right?
Yeah, $500K.
Wow, okay. I would have guessed it there was $100K or something like that. $250.
All right. Somewhere in between us. I don't think my guess was crazy.
Do you realize how goofy I was as a third string quarterback at Boise State? And somebody I would be like, "No, you owe me $250." Wait, what?
We're hoping to get a taco for free.
I have learned so much about the transfer portal right now. Number one, this is the biggest one I've learned. 11,500 people plus are stuck right now in the portal. 11,500. More than that. It's growing by the second. Most of which have been forced in there. If anybody wants to shame everybody in the portal, say, "Oh, yeah, look what you got. You had it coming."
How many of them leave and come back?
Oh, man.
So, when I see a player has entered the portal, my first thought is they're gone. But that's not necessarily the case. True?
Yeah.
It's just opening up your availability, your recruitment.
Well, I mean, the problem is the schools are telling a lot of these players to go in the portal, right? They're
current.
You're getting cut. You're cut. It's a lot of it.
Yeah, but Jordan Seaton was not getting cut.
No, he was not. So I have learned that as a high school athlete that's looking to go Division I football, to play college football, you know what the worst thing you could go to is the best logo that's recruiting you. Why? So if you strive to go I want to go play at, I want to be a CU Buff, but CU is not begging you to come play for them. They're not saying you are the guy. You're hanging on and you're holding out hope. You know what the worst thing is the Division I scholarship player that signs a D1 scholarship, looks like a great deal. You have your signing day press conference, your ceremony, And then guess what never happens in your first 2 years? You don't play. Because guess what is the least valued player in the transfer portal right now? The guy that hasn't played, has no film. Because Indiana University, the Hoosiers have proven one thing. We have no 4- and 5-star players. Yeah. But we got about 90 other guys that were Division I starters or FCS starters or Division II starters and superstars, all conference players. That's all anybody wants. They want proven film from college football at any level. That's what they want. So now you go over to George Seaton, right? George Seaton, like a beloved member of this class, closely affiliated with Coach Prime. Everybody's saying, so somebody just texted us on the text thread. If you guys were paying attention, you'd notice and talk about a very nice portal period so far, despite the Seaton news. Listen, 499. When has any of these schools had a bad portal period? Were we not told the same thing a year ago and the year before that? At other schools, are we not told that everybody's got the greatest transfer portal class coming in?
It's like talking about how great of shape you are in the offseason.
It's unbelievable. Was last year's portal class terrible for CU? Was that the narrative at the time?
I don't remember hearing that, no.
I didn't hear it once.
Certainly not out of Boulder.
When you lose a player that's arguably a top 10 pick in the NFL draft, and
that dude will be a top 10 pick.
That is not good for your football team. Not good for your football team.
Again, that's my argument of like, where's the Louis? It's all gone now. You brought it with you. Now, sure, some of those guys age out. They go to the NFL, but now it's all gone. Trying times in Boulder. Speaking of money, Adam Thielen retires, and according to Spot Track, and this is from their Twitter account, Spot Track, Adam Thielen retires as the highest earning undrafted free agent of all time. Now, there's a question mark because like Tony Romo is set in here at $127.42 million, but then his earnings, according to Spot Track, are only at like 72. So I'm comfortable saying Adam Thielen is the highest earning non-quarterback in terms of undrafted free agents in the league. 12 years, $90 million. The Broncos have a couple of players on this list. There's also a player from Colorado on this list.
Okay.
Can you guess the player who has Colorado and Broncos ties? The two players.
Give it to me.
Shaq Barrett, number 2.
Oh, yeah, Shaq.
$82.6 million over the course of 9 years between Tampa Bay, Denver, and Miami. And then another all-time Bronco who played for 3 teams, started his career here in Denver, and is a Super Bowl champion.
Benny?
Chris Harris.
Oh, nice.
Chris Harris Jr., 12 years, $68.6 million career earnings, slots in, according to Spot Track, at number 6. Other players in the top 10, Jason Peters, Charvarius Ward, Taysom Hill, Brent Grimes, Cameron Wake, and Michael Bennett is the final player in the top 10. All of those guys earning more than $58 million after being undrafted free agents.
Who's your favorite undrafted free agent player?
Chris Harris is pretty good, man.
Pretty dang good.
It's tough to beat Chris Harris being here in Colorado. Right?
Yeah, it's a tough one to beat. I like Jaleel McLaughlin as an undrafted free agent.
Hey, you think he's going to be a big deal here coming up on Saturday?
Come on, man. Come on. Give it. What would happen if Jaleel McLaughlin got 12 carries?
42 yards.
That sucks.
I don't know. The Broncos haven't shown me that like any... That's kind of the Broncos' rushing attack, is it not? Am I off base there?
Ye of little faith.
Of course, ye of little faith. They don't run the football.
Jaleel McLaughlin this year he's averaging 5.1 yards per carry. You give that man 12, he's going to have 60.
All right, I hope he is. If
12 for 60 in a touchdown,
Jaleel McLaughlin
brother.
has 60 yards rushing in the game, the Broncos are going to the AFC Championship. I hope it happens. I don't have faith that it's going to happen because Sean Payton's not going to hand the ball off to that dude 10 to 12 times. It's not going to happen.
Rod Smith everywhere. A lot of Rod Smith undrafted free agent love.
Rod's great. That's perfectly fine.
It's a good one.
That'll do it for us today. PhD's coming up next. If you guys didn't get enough DMac filling in for Brett this morning, he'll be back on in just a couple minutes from right now.
72 hours till kickoff, brother.
For KJ.
little over 74 hours till kickoff.
Raj, coordinators will meet the media at the podium coming up in about 2 hours from right now. So look for some audio there on our socials. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Hopefully there's no more talk about myths.
All right, here we are, and back in studio. Trying to figure out, Tyler, who's sick, who's not sick. Did you hear what happened to Brett Kane?
Left mid-show? Is that what happened?
Got to 7 o'clock, and he was about to, throw up.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just,
Don't worry, I got a mic cover now, so can't get sick.
Are you anti-mic cover? Or are you think the mic covers are silly? You're not a mic cover guy?
I don't know how to say what I want to say, Dan.
Oh, sir. There's something to be said? We're going to leave it unsaid?
I just wonder about the science of the effectiveness of some things.
So you're a science...
We've been down this road before.
You're a mic cover doubter?
We've been down this road before. There's a lot of area around here that's catching germs. I just wonder...
Well, we should have a big sheet of what did we have before?
If we got the plexiglass, that might help.
Plexiglass.
That could help.
It was true. They put up that plexiglass, and there was an amazing amount of spittle that was up and down the plexiglass after a while.
That never got cleaned. That was healthy.
That was pretty funny. Yeah. Nobody ever cleaned it. We set it up, and nobody ever touched it.
No.
Why wipe that down? Perfect. That's good. We caught it all on the plastic screen. Scott, how you feeling, buddy? Good to see you, pal. You doing all right?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, my God. Dude,
I'm doing fine, big dogs.
I did almost respond like, hey, if we're this, why don't we all just work from home? If that's what
I'm going to tomorrow.
That's fine. I get it. I wouldn't blame anybody from working at home at this point. No doubt about it. So I wouldn't cast negative aspersions if that was the choice made. No doubt about it. God bless Moser.
So we're saying Brett Kane was in the studio today.
Yeah.
And had to go home because he was actively sick.
Yeah.
But we're all just going to keep lingering in the same area and be like, oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
good now. Because now I got a mic cover.
You got a sock.
Yeah.
So it should
Where'd
be fine.
you get your mic cover?
They've been ordered.
Check your email, Scott.
Everybody's got one. You got one, too. Just waiting for you when you get back here. Dan, you want to show Scott his mic cover? Oh, well, that's Dan's. He's a big.
Oh, I don't
man.
have Scott's.
Are they all color coded? Do we all have our own color?
Guys.
I'm sorry. What's that, Scott?
My little mic condom is not as big as yours.
You are 6'10".
We all have our own colors.
I have no idea. I don't know.
They are indeed color coded.
Oh, are they really?
So blue is Tyler's.
Blue is Tyler's and red is DMac.
What do I do with this mic cover after the show?
I guess you keep it.
Okay.
What would you like to do with it?
Well, I'd like to leave it in a general area so I don't forget it. But if I leave it in a general area, then there's going to be germs that gets on it, right?
Oh, we're all trying to do our best and survive.
You know what you got to do? You got to throw back and just learn what we were taught years and years ago from Grover.
Grover. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Grover.
Near, far. Near, far.
That is pretty
funny.
funny.
Right now, we need to stay far away.
Far. Well, you're in Dallas, so that's pretty good.
And by the way,
that
was for Mike Evans who's listening. He said, do your Grover near and far. So that was for Mikey.
That is well appreciated, I'm sure. Hey, nice win last
Hey, can I say something before you get on?
Of course.
I got to sit down today. I did a little hit. I do a hit with our affiliate in Grand Junction. And I was sitting down with our television producer at a little Starbucks this morning, and we were just talking. Can we not just and listen? We got a giant playoff game this weekend.
Huge.
And that's, it's massive, and that's going to do, take up a lot of stuff. But is it time we can just stop and just maybe appreciate kind of what the Nuggets are doing and how they're playing?
That's remarkable.
Even through this kind of desolate time as far as injuries and sickness that we're experiencing at the radio station, almost just kind of appreciate how hard they're playing.
It's awesome. What do you?
I mean, last night was a fun. I don't know if you guys got to watch it. That was a fun game.
It was. Yeah. It's fun to watch Payton Watson right now. I know that's fun.
How many teams would Payton Watson be starting for in the NBA right now?
Should be starting for the Denver Nuggets is a better question.
if he's playing like he's playing now, probably a handful for sure. If he was, just doing what he was doing earlier, then people say, hey, I think he'd be on a lot of rosters, obviously. But listen, they've we talked about this yesterday. Tim Hardaway, they need to consider him. They got to start pumping his name out right now for Sixth Man of the Year. And I asked David Adelman that question at the pregame presser yesterday. He said, yeah, and you know what? Somebody in the NBA league office ought to invite him to the three-point contest. I mean, he's shooting 44-45% right now and has been just monster during this injury period. And listen, while you're passing out awards, don't we have a candidate right now for most improved player in Payton Watson?
Wow, most improved player. Haven't thought about that one. Who usually wins that award?
I don't know, but I won that award once, and I didn't like it.
Somebody who goes from like averaging guys that average about 10 or 9 points a game, and the next year they average 15 or 16.
That's who usually
Scotty,
wins it?
You ever won the most improved? Least favorite award I ever won in my life. Boy, you used to really suck, man, but now you're okay.
When was that?
I got that in college. I think that was my sophomore to junior year.
That's a tricky award to win, I suppose.
But that wasn't a national award, was it? That was just like
that was just a University of Colorado Spring Ball Award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty much you sucked. Those
are
when the team gives them out that, hey, you didn't suck as bad as we thought you were
Yeah,
going
we
to.
really thought you had no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I have most improved award. I didn't even know that was an NBA award, but I'll take your word for it. I don't know. Like who? I mean, do we know any past winners of the most improved award?
Yeah, I can't even remember the guy's name last year, but it was some guy who, because you know who was up for it last year was Christian Brown.
Oh, okay.
Went from the year before from 9 to like 16 last year, and his name was bantied around a little bit. But listen, it takes a village, and right now guys like Payton Watson, heck, Jalen Pickett hit a freaking monster three late in that game last night.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray, of all the points he scored, his best play was an unbelievable pass to Aaron Gordon.
Where is
Payton Watson about to be making $25+ million?
Well, yes.
25 plus?
He could.
Yeah.
He could.
The question, well, he's a restricted free agent. So, but I mean, it's going to be in that, because if it's anything undervalued, then another team is just going to come along and snatch him up. That's why I asked
but
how many
there's
other.
Also still a percentage of raise that part of the salary cap, I think, caps you at. So I don't know if he can go. I think, it'd be nice to listen. Say he averages 24 the rest of the season. You're thinking, hey, this dude needs to get paid $40 million. Well, I don't think you can do that through the percentages of raises.
Oh, here's some of the winners. Well, Tyrese Maxey won. He's an unbelievable player. John Morant won. Markkanen won. Giannis won. Siakam won. McCollum won. Wow, that's a good award.
Right.
Yeah, man. Those are the most. That's not an insult award if those are the past winners. That puts you in kind of exclusive category. Yeah, the bigger question, of course, with Watson is, okay. Is he a starter, period? And I know it's more about your minutes and do you finish than you start. But I do wonder, is there something to say about who is starting? Who works best, where things are going to go. I mean, I know Adelman has tried out all sorts of things, like including starting Hunter Tyson. Doesn't get a lot of minutes. Spencer Jones has been a starter, that sort of thing. But what you're really talking about is the
Deron Holmes started 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying anything. But the real question with Payton Watson right now is where is his relative value to the team itself? So if you're just talking about who would you rather have on the court in situations, that's where it comes down with Payton Watson or Christian Brown. Payton Watson
or Cam Johnson.
Stuff like that. And right now, even though it might be unfair to CB and to Cam, I mean, right now the answer would clearly be Payton Watson.
Well, what he's done, listen, this could be a whole mess and eventually just blow up on everybody because you've got too many bodies, which to me and Tyler, I know in football, I mean, if you got 6 starting capable offensive linemen or 7, I mean, on one hand, somebody's feeling is going to be a little bit hurt, but boy, that sure is good for the team.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? You know what I'm saying? If you've got
first world problems,
if you've got, two really great receivers, but 3, 4, and 5 could probably start on a handful of other teams. They all ain't getting looks and touches all the time, but boy, it sure is good for the team, ain't it?
Here's the other big question today. We going to have any regular starters go tonight? Is this going to be the 76ers part 2?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I wondered about that. Listen, I watched Murray warm up last night, and he usually goes out there. And you see him warm up all the time, Darren.
Mm-hmm.
He goes out there, 20, 25 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Most times.
Yeah.
Shoots all over day.
Yep.
I bet he was out there warming up. If he went 10 minutes, I'll be shocked.
Yeah. So he's feeling it.
And I'm thinking, oh, dude, this guy's feeling. And Payton Watson even said it after the game. He said, man, if you just seen Jamal in the locker room before the game, you was thinking, maybe he's not even going.
Right.
So, man, it was, Hey, I will say this, and we've talked about this, and this is, I think we skip over this too much, and I know we've talked about it a little bit with some of the NFL teams, but I really just think it's a interesting topic, because you look at New Orleans' individual talent, they got some freaking talent on that team, and they got 9 wins. They have got a culture problem. And I think as you get, what's the biggest thing, and we could say, what's the biggest thing Sean Payton did when he came in here? You say, well, he got Bo Nix. I think he changed a culture that had bogged down into the tar pits and changed the culture in that locker room. I'd
agree.
I'll give the ownerships credit on that too.
I think the mantra of there's always a bigger game. So no matter what was going on, no matter what success they had, Sean Payton's mantra was always like, this was a big game, but we'll play in bigger games.
Yep.
Always for the past 3 years. And you know what? Here we are.
They're at the biggest game.
This is without a doubt the biggest
for
game.
Today. Because guess what? If they find a way to win this weekend, this game wasn't the biggest game.
Well,
is it?
What do you think? Do you think there'll be a bigger game than this?
Don't know, do we?
We don't know. We're at this point, but we've always known there could be a bigger game than this for the past 3 years with Sean Payton. And now
I think there's going to be a bigger game. I do.
You do?
I do.
This year?
Yeah, this year. There's going to be a bigger game this year.
It. That's the right optimism.
I mean,
right
it's genuinely what I believe when I look at the matchup. It's a team that I think the Broncos could beat. So, yeah, I feel optimistic about it.
Here's the cool thing, too. And, again, if you believe in sports pathways, I don't want to use the word karma, but sports, the journey, the process that teams follow, this matchup this weekend is kind of what you want it to be. You're playing the team that beat the dog poo out of you last year in the playoffs, but you get them at home this year.
Well,
and this is like a big hurdle.
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said it because it sets up perfectly what Sean Payton was talking about yesterday, the 3 myths of playoff football.
Boy, we were going deep yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah, it was pretty funny. And we have Vikings music.
I got to think about my own myths.
Your own myths? Yeah. All right. But we're going to go straight to Valhalla with myths and bring you the Sean Payton myths to see if, that makes sense or not. A reminder, tonight the Nuggets do face Cooper Flag and the Mavs in Dallas. Tune in at 7 for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law. 7, Scott. 8 o'clock your time. Pregame 8:30, 8:42.
8:30.
Oh dear.
With which they're saying probably close to 8:40 with a possible 5 to 10 minute slide.
Dude. All right, life in the fast lane. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, with the new year comes the chance to make real positive changes in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. So let's do this. If you remember the first time you failed in the bedroom, you maybe laughed it off. Second time, third time, became a pattern, and then you probably just gave up. Well, it's a new year, so make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. With 5 locations to serve you, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic nearby. They're in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. You go in for that initial visit. It's $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit my great friends at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Tyler, give me your favorite Viking sort of Valhalla TV show, When do Vikings just rule? What are they doing?
Well, there was a good series called Vikings.
Well, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, it was good.
You're shaking your head.
I mean, when do Vikings not rule?
Well, okay.
When you're on the other side.
Listen.
Fair point.
Disrespect a lot of things at your own risk, but do not disrespect Odin.
How important is mythology in the world of the Viking culture?
Well, you've got the Christians and you got the Vikings. And they're at war.
Okay.
Neither side wants to give.
Oh, man.
I happen to be on the Christian side, but if I was a Viking, I'm a tweener. I'm a Viking at heart, but I'm a Christian at soul.
Man, with the conflict.
I know. It's very confusing.
Well, I don't know if you knew it, but
You're more like a butter churner than a Viking, let's be honest.
like in the village. He's the butter churner in the village to make the goods for the Vikings to go on their journeys.
You know what? I was told at the gym yesterday that I look like a Greek god. Thank you very much, Scott.
Well, there you go.
Who told you that?
Another dude.
You know what?
Nothing weird about that. Nothing weird about that.
Another dude.
Nothing weird.
You can also put a 2-stroke engine in a Mercedes, and the Mercedes sure looks good.
I'm a broken down Greek god, that's for sure. I'll give you that.
I know something about 2-strokes engines. All right. I use this to set up Sean Payton talking about the mythology of playoff football.
Can I just give you... Do you want me to wait on a myth? Because I've got one.
Well, I got 3 from Sean Payton ready to roll.
All right,
so
that's fine. I'll wait till after.
You want to hear his 3 myths?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Definitely want to hear yours, but here's myth number 1.
Well, look, the rest is important, but that doesn't. The myth number 2 is that ensures a fast start. It doesn't.
Oh, wait a second. I skipped ahead. My bad. My bad. I screwed up the myths. Oh, my God. I'm going to pay for that later in another life. Here's myth number 1.
Well, I just, look, we talk about earning seeds and trying to get all edges, and so it was the same way I felt, in that first year in 06 in New Orleans when we lost in Chicago in the championship game. How do we get this game? Now, there's some myths relative to the playoffs. Home field's important relative to the crowd noise, but just look at the weekend we just had. I don't know what the numbers were. So I know our crowd will be fantastic. We've got to be ready to play our best game.
So myth number 1 is home field.
Yep.
Got that? Am I right there, Scott? Home field?
In the postseason, I would say yes.
All that work we did, boys, girls.
Doesn't matter.
We don't even care about it. We didn't even want
Not if you waste it.
This crowd that I've been hyping up, been telling you how loud you've been.
Yeah.
You can't do jack squat for us, so don't even try.
Seems bizarrely contradictory to everything else he's been saying, but okay. Here's myth number 2.
Well, look, the rest is important, but that doesn't. The myth number 2 is that ensures a fast start. It doesn't. You understand this. We're playing a team that's coming off one of their biggest wins.
Gosh dang it!
In the last 10 years, and so we've got to earn a fast start and take advantage of the energy, take advantage of the rest, but it has to be done out here. And today was a good start.
So wait.
Gosh dang it, boys. All this confidence I've had, I've been feeling good about the matchup. I've been feeling like the Bills are not as good of a football team as the Broncos. And you know what sucks today? It sucks to wake up today and realize that Sean's already lost the game in his head.
It's unbelievable. So the home crowd doesn't matter and rest doesn't matter.
I mean, that rest really was worthless. Injuries.
You ready for myth number 3?
Drake Greenlaw getting him back. Downhill linebacker, by the way.
Doesn't matter.
Thank you, Luka.
We'll get to Luka. Do you think it matters that the Broncos made the playoffs last year?
No.
Myth number 3.
Do you think there's much of a benefit for all the guys that got their first postseason experience last year in terms of knowing what that moment?
Myth number 3, postseason experience is important. myth number 3. Obviously, they played in it, but historically, when you go back and look at teams and records, and you look at rosters, now there's about 8 of these myths, but you hit one of them. Obviously, being in that environment, and it's really the week. It ratchets up. It's different. It's different.
Okay, so the crowd doesn't matter. The rest doesn't matter.
Well, this one's a bit more optimistic. This one's like, hey, boys and girls, don't worry about the fact that Bo Nix is only in his second year. He's only played one game.
Okay.
That part doesn't matter. Don't worry about the playoff success that we've had and going to Super Bowls. That doesn't matter. We're going to overcome all that this week. This is actually the first optimistic myth that he gave us.
Okay, all right. I see where you're going there.
This one was optimistic. The other ones didn't feel good about those.
I didn't understand any of them, and I think he's full of BS. I'll take them one at a time. The first one, rest doesn't matter. There's a myth that too much rest gets you a fast start. I've always heard the myth that sometimes you rest, you come out a little
rusty. Yeah.
So I think that's a made-up Sean myth.
Okay.
What was the second myth?
Well, that was the second myth. The first myth was the home field advantage because
home field advantage.
Home teams win 2 and 4 in the playoffs.
Well, the point being on that one, good teams win on the road, and you can win on the road. But to sit there and say, you saw it this past weekend, there was one of the road teams late in the game had a big procedure penalty because of the noise. So it can affect the game. You'd rather play at home. You'd rather sleep in your own bed and your own surroundings and your own routine.
I don't know.
But good teams win on the road.
I don't know.
And the third one about experience,
yeah,
that is the biggest crock of crap I've ever heard from a coach. To me, This is all Sean Payton trying to do his best job of building up the Bills without actually giving them any credit, unlike Josh Allen was doing for the defense when he was talking.
Kind of like we have no chance against this team. There's no way we're going to beat this.
Yeah, this was his
Scott.
This is his Lou Holtz moment.
I was just going to ask you, how would Lou Holtz address this situation with the Bills?
I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what. You got the Buffalo Bills coming in here, and listen, you might be kind of rested, but sometimes you come out, and if you're too settled in what you've been doing, it's going to struggle. And just because you played there last year and you got a loud environment, I would tell you what, those guys are pros over there. They're experienced, and it's going to be a tough game. And you just got to come and do your stuff.
That was good.
Fantastic. By the way, he said if you caught it, there's 8. He gave 3. So
he's got 8.
So
what are some of the other myths? Would you like to go through?
No, you have to hit them. I'm not going to. You're the one who's asking the questions. It's your time.
Sean, you say like being first. In this case, you're just the second to be an underdog as a 1 seed. Is that something to be?
Yeah, I can't control that. I don't. We don't pay attention to that, honestly.
You know what's funny? Did you guys notice the line has flipped?
No.
The Broncos are now favored.
Interesting.
Yeah, it flipped to a.
So gamblers are taking the Broncos. They liked that.
They liked that.
All right, I do have 3 myths. Whatever you want it, just three to add on to. Sean had 8.
How do I summon the power of the Polumbus?
Yeah.
Do we burn a bush or something, or do we
pull out a donut?
That's pretty good. Yeah, pull out a donut. The powers of Polumbus have they have risen. I see a donut.
Go to a Krispy Kreme.
Okay, all right, go ahead. There you go. Some honey glaze. Go for it.
I've got 2 that are sort of directed at DMac and 1 that is directed at the Denver Broncos.
Oh,
because DMac is Mr. Oh, if they lose the game, I'll still be happy. Okay. Which you've said multiple times, by the way.
Okay.
You would be happy with the season.
Oh, this season for the Broncos?
That's
yes.
right.
Yes, I would be satisfied. It was a great year.
Okay. DMac,
yes.
Myth number 1.
What?
Win or lose in this season was still a success. Lose your first playoff game that you play. Say that out loud and feel it in your chest if you actually believe that sucker. Win or lose in the season was still a success. That is a myth. that has been busted.
Tyler, I would make the argument by finishing as the number 1 seed, the Broncos did win a playoff game.
I don't care. Win or lose this game.
But this would be
and
in my
say it out loud.
So they
feel it
lose
in
this
your
game.
chest.
They lose this game. They're 1-2 in Sean's playoff record here.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying that's my first myth.
All
If you
right.
lose this game, this season was not a success.
Okay.
That's a fact because you won't be able to feel that in your chest.
All right.
You won't.
Pointing at me. Okay.
Just saying.
All right.
Myth number 2. The Broncos are playing on house money. This is a myth.
Okay, explain.
Take it from a reformed gambler.
Okay.
Losing the house money hurts just as much as losing your own money. Okay? We're not playing on house money anymore.
No.
House money's going to be painful to lose.
Okay.
I just need you to remember these 2 things as you talk about this season, and you've already predicted this loss in your head, and you're thinking that this season was successful.
Right.
I just want you to remember that if you lose this game, nobody will call this season a success.
All
Myth
right.
number 3, this is more optimistic.
Okay.
This time I'm talking to the Broncos. Okay? You do need to know your identity. And at times, people will tell you it's embarrassing to win games with the kicker. Myth number 3 is that you cannot win in the playoffs with the kicker. That's myth number 3. Take the points, Sean.
Take the points.
Take the points, Sean.
Okay.
You can win in the playoffs
4th
with the kicker.
and 2 at the 6.
If you think you can't win in the playoffs with the kicker, tell that to the 2015 playoff MVP, Brandon McManus, who was by far the MVP of our offense in 2015 in the playoffs.
He was the most important player in your offense?
Yes.
What about Peyton Manning?
I just gave him the MVP of the playoffs, didn't I?
I mean,
just gave Brandon McManus the MVP of the playoffs,
McManus
didn't
is
I?
more important than Von Miller?
Did you hear? Is Von play on offense?
Oh, sorry.
I've associated my kicker with offense.
Gotcha. So
number 3
okay.
is that you can't win in the playoffs with the kicker. Sean, take the points. Don't be stupid. Know your identity.
Can you beat the Bills if you're 1 for 4 in the red zone, but you make all 3 kicks?
No. Sometimes you have to score touchdowns also.
Okay, well, it's 4th and 2 at the 6-yard line.
First quarter?
Second quarter.
Second quarter. What's the score?
7-3. You're up.
Oh, take them points.
Take the points.
That puts you up
Take
by a
touchdown
touchdown.
lead.
Okay.
Take them points.
All right. You're down 10-3.
Okay.
Second quarter. Same situation. Down 10-3.
Take the points.
Take the points.
Take the points. Okay. Fourth quarter. You're up 20-17. You're up 20-17. There's 5 minutes to go.
Ooh. Where are we?
6-yard line. 6-yard line, 4th and 2.
6-yard line.
4th and 2.
4th and 2. We're up by 3. 5 minutes to go.
Yes.
I'm going for that sucker.
You're going for that one.
Hell yeah, I'm going for that sucker.
Okay.
And you know why you go for that?
It's time to
Because
put this game to rest.
the reason you go for it, because obviously your defense has been holding them, and if you don't get it, they're going to have to go 95 yards.
Right. They're gonna have to,
Which
50,
the Bills
50,
just
60
did that
yards for a
exact
field
thing
goal.
against the Jags, unfortunately.
They actually did do that. It wasn't. Yeah, actually, they did it actually multiple times.
That literal exact same situation they successfully accomplished.
They did. They did. Matt Prater, our pal, does have a quad injury. By the way, the Buffalo Bills injury list, 14 dudes on the injury list. 14. Like, it's sick. Who's not on their injury list? Broncos have 4 guys, but everybody's kind of expected to be back. Maybe not Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders was actually on the injury report. How about that? We didn't even know he was still alive in the woods, but he's now limited in the injury report. I think that's why the line has shifted the way it has. I think a lot of people see good things about the Broncos, and the injuries for the Bills are adding up. They lost 2 receivers to ACLs yesterday, and they got 14 dudes on the injury list. The advantage, Scott, of getting that number 1 seed, right? Getting that bye.
Listen.
You got any myths you want to roll out there, Scott?
Yeah, I'm trying to think on this one, how I want to say it. That's not really a myth. Yeah, I'll give you a myth. The better team always wins.
Wow, that is deep, Sensei. Can you explain?
Wait, hold on. Before you explain, who is the better team?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
I would tell you the Broncos are the better team.
They have a better quarterback.
I agree.
Yes, they have the best quarterback, so yes.
Yeah.
They have the better quarterback than everybody.
But listen, better teams lose games all the time, and even in the playoffs.
Why do better teams sometimes lose?
Execution, preparation, focus, determination.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Intangibles.
Listen, when Denver won their first Super Bowl, they're 12-point underdogs. So the whole world is sitting there saying that Green Bay had a better team.
So who is the superior coach in terms of preparation? Sean Payton or Sean McDermott?
I think Sean Payton.
I do too.
I do too.
McDermott's like McDummy.
He is McDummy. McDum's a lot. He is not a bright man, Jenny. They give him credit. I talked to a Buffalo friend last night, and they think that he's the reason the defense is so much better, the pass defense. They're all kind of caught up in their defense. They think their defense is like hot shizzle. But I point out, well, your run defense is god-awful. What do you... And he goes, oh, well, whatever. Listen, they're most vulnerable as we attack them with the Vikings. Just right up the middle, around the edges, running the ball. I mean, land attack, Tyler. By land, by foot, boots on the ground. I don't know if there's a myth around that. It's just the way it is.
Okay.
What'd you call him? Sean McDummy a lot?
Sean McDermott?
Sean McDummy?
Yeah.
Just call him Sean McDummy?
Yeah.
Listen,
are we all picking the Broncos right now? Are we all?
You've picked the Bills 100 times over in this game.
I said I was nervous about this game.
No, you officially took the Bills 100 times over.
No way.
You can't recover from your first 2 days of this week.
I came into the week undecided.
You were not undecided.
It was favoring the Bills.
You already placed your bet. Your slip is in.
Things could change.
You got the injury report?
I do have the injury report. It's crazy. We can get to that coming up. Scott, we do have some breaking news about Dante Moore. You can thank you for the Viking music. That's 15 minutes of Viking music. Dante Moore, do you guys know what he did? Yes or no? Say yes.
He's gone pro.
I knew what he did 5 days ago.
Okay, because he made an announcement seconds ago. Do you think he's going pro or staying in college?
He's absolutely going pro.
Scott?
Pro.
He is going back to school.
You got to be kidding me.
Swear to God, Adam Schefter.
Hold on. Has Dylan Raiola signed on the dotted line to go to Oregon?
How about that?
Said like that's a serious question. Is Dylan Raiola already? Is that signed? Is that a done deal?
I thought it was.
Wow.
Dante Moore.
He wants to be the number one.
I guess so.
Or he doesn't want to play for the
Jets.
Maybe.
So, not that there was a lot of debate about Fernando, but how about that? Dante Moore, who probably would have done no worse than going number 2 in the draft, is going back for another year with Dan Lanning in Oregon.
You know what's going to be fascinating this year?
How about that?
Could this be like the first draft ever with only one quarterback in the first round?
Oh, I'll be surprised if it isn't. Who's the other guy?
I don't know.
Who's the other dude?
Somebody probably gets taken late in the first round just because.
Why wouldn't Arch Manning come out right now?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why, when he sees the landscape that it is right now, why wouldn't he just be like, okay.
Because he doesn't want to play for the Jets?
Maybe.
Yeah.
No,
listen, his uncle, we always talk about John Elway here, but Eli Manning did a similar thing to Elway, didn't he?
Identical. Yeah. He didn't want to go to San Diego.
I could not believe that Dylan Raiola transferred to Oregon and he's coming back.
How about that? That's nuts.
One of those two is going to transfer again.
Of course. Well, it's not going to be Dante Moore.
Could be.
What, you think Dan Lanning's going to take Dylan Raiola over Dante Moore? He's just going to go right back to his guy.
Yeah, you would think.
I mean, they had unbelievable success up until they got spanked by Indiana.
You would think if he's loyal.
Yeah, I'd be stunned. I mean, Dylan Raiola, come on, give me a break. Anyways, crazy twist to a story that happened just moments while we're playing Viking music. That just happened. All right, quick break. We have more about Sean Payton. He was on one yesterday, fellas, and he got after our guy Luka. One more time against Luka. We'll hear it coming up. Hey, if you want to be at the first Broncos home playoff game in a decade, that's Saturday. Start the weekend off right. Nate and Andy at Jackson's. They have a Bud Light Football Friday show starting at 3. Giving away tickets to Broncos Bills. See you at Jackson's on Friday. I saw in the secondary market just to get in the door is like 500 buckaroonies, and then you kind of go from there. So that is one hell of a prize right there to have tickets for this game. That is awesome. And yeah, the playoff games are different in person. It's better. A lot of football is better on TV. A lot of it. Not playoff football, man. It's something else. You know what's ironic though? The Super Bowl is better on TV than in person because it's just it's just weird.
Yeah, Super Bowl's weird. It's just like it's a giant corporate thing.
Yeah, but home NFL playoff games, dude. I don't know if it gets much better than that. Seriously, and no offense to everything else, but there's just something different about it. So we've had some special moments here, and we'll see if this is another one coming up. Our guy Luka got it again. You want to hear Luka take it like a champ from Sean Payton? You guys ready for this?
You betcha.
He used football terminology, and I think that and his face set Sean Payton off.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. A healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
What do you know?
What do you know about attacking downhill?
What do you know about attacking Scott? What do you
know about typing on a keyboard, Sean?
What do you know, Sean? What do you know about making up a hamburger? What do you know, Scott?
Yeah, that's kind of crappy. He just doesn't like Luka.
Clearly.
My name is Luka.
I mean,
I come from a little shed.
Listen, we've all got a little bit of context for this here locally because we know that this has been going on all season between Sean and Luka.
Right.
Sean is getting crushed on the interwebs right now.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, getting crushed.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah, people are looking at this like, wow, what a D, what an a-hole. Everybody's calling him out. People from other markets, other cities, because they're just getting a little snippet of it. They have no clue. Not that it makes it any better because there's history. They just don't, we're not surprised because we've been watching this go on all season long.
Yeah, I was told that when Sean stepped off the podium, it kind of kept going with him and Luka.
Well, Luka actually said, I don't know if you saw his tweets. I'm not sure I believe it, but Luka actually tweeted that it actually was a playful exchange and they laughed about it after.
It's a weird relationship, man. It might be.
Is it an abusive relationship?
It's complicated.
It's okay. It's okay that he hit me. We laughed about it afterwards.
It's kind of like that. It's happened so often that it's like, oh, this is who we are. This is what we do. This is our thing. But yeah, I mean, it's like, well, that's a weird thing to have. But yeah, there were little smiles and whatever. I don't know, Scott.
I will say this. It is always a dangerous game to play when you try to use football vernacular with a coach.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, if you step up and say, hey, I noticed in 12 personnel you're doing X, Y, and Z. It's
right.
Good luck.
Okay, really? What's 12 personnel then?
Good luck.
Oh, we got 2 running backs? You think it's 2 running backs?
Right, exactly. You open yourself up.
Remember? But whether it was fun or not, this comes off with, hey, I played and I coached and you didn't.
That's right.
Don't even question me. And that's a bad look.
It is funny because, come on, man. If James Palmer, our pal, or another national guy asked that question, would Sean really say that? Please. Kay Adams threw out that question. If Kay Adams said, hey, Drake Greenlaw is great running downhill.
Maybe Luka should put on a wig. A little makeup and some wig. Bring some donuts.
Oh, my God. Or do you just give him a pass because this does seem to be their thing, the two of these guys?
See, I give them a pass because I know it's their thing. But I understand why nationally nobody's going to give him a pass.
Right. I guess that makes sense. Scott, is it wrong to use sports vernacular when talking to a coach?
Well,
I'll tell you this. You get away with questions to Malone and Adelman that nobody else in that room would get away with, bro. I'm just telling you. I've heard some of your questions over the years because you will ask very specific basketball type of things, which is great. But I can't imagine some of the other people getting away with that same thing.
See, I don't even notice if I do that. I don't mean to not do that, or I don't mean to do that. I'm not doing that to show anything. I'm trying to answer a question. I have no prepared questions to go in. I try to listen what the guy says, and it'll spark something. But you and I have been down in those pressers where a guy will all of a sudden start throwing out all these analytic numbers that only, deep coaches and analytic departments even know about. And I'm like, where does that come from?
I got to admit, when I hear one of the muggles throw out a football or basketball term, like something like running downhill or A gap, or you know what I'm saying, I cringe. As a muggle, I cringe about it because it's just like, boy, dude, are you a GM? Are you a scout? Are you like?
So is it key then for the muggles not to really study and then say, hey, it sure seemed like when you were running in the middle between the guard, left guard, and right guard, you guys were really struggling.
I don't know. I don't really have a great answer. Maybe the question was fine. And maybe if my cringiness at that is irrelevant. Maybe it's okay. All right. Was it all right what he asked? I mean, he was asking about Drake Greenlaw being back, being able to stop the run by running downhill, meaning inserting himself more at the line of scrimmage. I guess that's what he meant.
I don't see any particular issue with the question itself, but yes, football vernacular is going to put a coach on edge.
On edge. Period, right? Whoever, if you were to say it or Scott were to say it in basketball, it is different, right? I mean, there's a different amount of credibility that you bring to the question, correct? I mean, could Sean really look at somebody that looks like us, muggles, and take any of us seriously as athletes?
I told you the time we're hosting the Mike Shanahan show on Tuesdays, and Dave was in high school football, and so Mike comes on. And I think they had a tough loss. They lost their quarterback, and so they had to bring the backup that hadn't had a lot of stuff. And I asked him, I said, did you feel like when you had to go with your backup, did you guys have to go a little more vanilla on your offense? And Mike answered the question.
Yeah.
The next Saturday we're leaving, and I'm walking up to the gateway to the airplane, and I get right to the thing, and waiting right there at the opening of the airplane is Mike Shanahan.
Okay.
He goes, hey, Scott. Hey, Coach. He goes, vanilla? My offense is vanilla?
We hear it all.
I'm like, on one hand, it's the same thing that Luka did, but guess what Mike didn't do? He didn't embarrass me in the moment publicly.
Right.
But he said, vanilla? And I go, Coach, I couldn't think of another word, man. I didn't. That's mine. I didn't.
But if he didn't respect you, if he didn't have a relationship with you.
He would have laid you out.
Yeah.
He might have laid me out.
Right then and
there.
But,
I mean, Tyler, you know that offense as well as anybody. Could you imagine somebody asking about Mike making his offense vanilla?
Yeah, that's not going to go over well, Scotty.
But like you said,
I've always appreciated him for not embarrassing me on the radio.
Yeah, so he has respect for you. What does this say about Sean for Luka?
There you go.
And that's why
he's a dirty muggle. Can we start calling them muggles? Can we just start calling them dirty muggles?
Yeah.
I guess. It's a pretty, you know what's funny? It's a pretty mild muggle crowd out there for Sean Payton. We know all these guys. A couple of ladies
mild
out
dirty
there.
Muggles.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, is Luka a dirty muggle, a muggle, or a mild dirty muggle?
I'd call him a mild dirty muggle.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
I mean, if who are the dirty muggles in town? Kisla, is that a dirty muggle?
Kind of.
That's a dirty muggle.
Maybe Eric Goodman can be a dirty muggle sometimes.
DMac, dirty.
I have been. There have been moments for sure. You know,
what's Brandon?
Brandon's like
he's you take him home. He's your pal. Are you kidding me? He's your buddy.
He's a Papa Smurf.
What do they call the things in Willy Wonka? The short
ass
little
kissers.
Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, he's just like a little Oompa Loompa.
He's an Oompa Loompa.
Yeah,
he's gonna go get you a chocolate bar.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is. Like if Sean asked for a chocolate bar from BK, are you telling me he wouldn't go get it?
I got 2 in my bag. Which one do you want?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's PhD. You're on 92.5. Your home for NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have full pregame Denver Buffalo on Saturday starting at noon, live from number 38. Then a viewing party immediately following the show with amazing prizes. And this is all hosted by our guy, Andy Lindahl. And then you tune in for the rest of the games all weekend. So we got you loaded. Number 38, which is where we were last year. And this is on Altitude 92.5 and AM 950. And it was fun in the beginning with the Broncos and the Bills. You remember the deep pass to Troy Franklin and all that. And then I think we all left early that particular night. But that being said, we're hoping for a different result. So if you can't be at the game, you want to be out with a great crowd, we suggest number 38. We'll get back to the Broncos in a little bit. And Jeff Legwald, live from Dove Valley, coming up in 25 minutes. Scott, I don't know how updated it can get or what insight you can give us after really a tremendous win last night. Great win. The Nuggets seem to be, and we did talk about this last week too, because when we were looking at the schedule, we kind of circled this one like, oh, wow, 3 games in 4 nights and a back-to-back on the road. And now you throw in the Nuggets actually did get a win. Like, you didn't know that ahead of time, but now here we are today, and they did get a win. If you're Adelman and the Nuggets, based on all the information you have right now, are you just satisfied with last night and you say, okay, AG, Jamal, okay, we're cool. We're just going to do the same thing we did against the Sixers. 0 starters, and we're just going to see how we do against Dallas. Or do you say, Jamal, let's go. AG, let's go. Maybe the minutes are different, but you guys are good enough to play. Keep playing.
Well, the injury report that just came out, Christian Brown's out, obviously, and Nikola Jokic's out, and Cameron Johnson's out, and Val is out, but they didn't make the trip, so that's not a surprise. Here's the surprise. Well, this may not be a surprise. Jamal Murray, questionable.
Sure.
Aaron Gordon, probable, which is
so he's probably going.
Surprise also. Bruce Brown, questionable.
Oh, no. Brucey B, what's going on with him?
Well, might be the sickness thing again.
Holy cow.
Says
goodness.
right knee inflammation.
Well, there you go. So right knee.
He's got a little something, huh?
So I don't know. Listen, here's they hired the right guy. When we interviewed him 2 weeks ago, remember when we were in Toronto, and I asked him about being the high school coach, and does that help him like right now in this situation? Which when you're in high school coach, you ain't, not every high school coach gets to coach Kobe Bryant or LeBron James or Michael Jordan or all these guys. They're trying to figure out every Tuesday and Friday how to win a basketball game. I mean, they're coming up with schemes. They're watching film. They're sitting in little dingy offices. And I think that's what he's done and what he's doing. And on top of that, he's empowering guys that A, people may not have even known, or B, cared to know. So here's what I guarantee I'll see tonight.
Okay.
I bet they play their asses off.
I bet they do.
I mean,
we
are
right.
convinced.
I'm not betting against the Nuggets. No way, no how on a back-to-back.
We are assuming Jamal Murray's not going to play, right?
I'm assuming he's not going to play. I think it's heroic what he's already done.
We are assuming Bruce Brown is not going to play,
I would assume he's not going to play either.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's not going to play.
But now I feel like AG's going to play.
Why?
Well,
I mean, it does say he's probable, but I mean...
Because they would list him as questionable if he wasn't going to play.
I would just give him the night off, and I would just play whoever.
Well, that's a different question. Is that the right move?
That's what Scott? I would do, absolutely.
So if all this is happening, you tell AG. I guess we can just circle in on AG in light of everything else.
Because he's the only one.
Well, you're going to make him healthy. I mean, you got to listen, I don't think you want an 85% Aaron Gordon tonight, do you?
You don't think that's what we're getting already? You think he's at 100%?
No, I don't actually.
I don't either. He's another hero. He's another warrior, man. Tough dude.
But 85% off with the day in between, I like better than 85% you played last night. And I think you played at the top of your restriction minutes, right? I don't know, man. I have stopped to guess, and I'm just going to sit back and enjoy. Where I was fretting when I saw Joker holding his knee in Miami.
Yeah.
And then was it Valanciunas the next game? Was it Valanciunas in Toronto?
It was the next game. Yeah.
Yeah, got hurt his calf. I listen. I was in fret mode, and what David's been able to do is get these guys to play hard and give them a chance every night. And they're doing it at home. He said this, which is you don't hear coaches do this at home. Like we could talk about Sean Payton talking about fourth quarter or about home crowd advantage and stuff like that. Very rarely will you ever see a coach talk about a home game saying, hey, we just want to get into the fourth quarter, be in the game, and give ourselves a chance to win. That's how you win road games. You want to make it a game into the fourth quarter and then see if you can out-execute and steal the game. They're 5-1 since Joker's been out in what's the term they call it, games that are two-score games in the last 3 minutes. They're like 5-1 now.
Yeah, overall they're 5-3 with Joker out, but you're saying in those times 5-1.
All five of those minutes, all five of those wins have come because they've out-executed in close games in the last 3 minutes.
That is awesome. And when we wake up today, and the bottom line is, where do you sit in the standings? At the end of the day, where do you sit? They're tied for second in the West. So 8 games without Joker. They haven't moved. They were in second place when he got hurt. They're in second place now. Mm-hmm. So they have tread water very nicely. So how about that, everybody?
And you brought it up yesterday. All those teams around them are 6-4, 4-6, 5-5 in the last 10, and so you're going through a decimated part of your season with injuries and illness. And you're not losing ground, so that's a very big positive. They'll come out. Listen, this is the only thing I'll say tonight. They'll come out and ball tonight. Dave will come out and he'll be coaching his butt off, and somebody that we haven't talked much about will do something nice.
Well, do you think he kept Holmes and Strother out last night because of what he anticipates doing tonight? Do you think that's no? Okay.
I don't think you're worried about those guys, are you?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out why they didn't play. But
I think Deron was still playing a little scared and a little too close to the vest. And plus, for a guy his size, he's really not rebounded well.
You got any hope for him?
Rebound. And Strother just plays too soft right now. He's still playing a college basketball game where when he feels contact, he's falling down, throwing the ball up, and they don't know who you are. They're not going. You're not Shea Gilgeous. They're not going to give you that call. He's got to learn how to play through contact, and he hasn't willed himself to play through contact yet.
Tyler, go ahead. He didn't hear you.
I was just asking Scott, do you have any hope for Holmes or no?
Yeah, I mean he's an athletic guy that can really shoot the basketball. I think right now I see him more of a off the bench, give you 18, 20-minute kind of guy once in a while, Yeah. He's got some talent. He can really shoot the basketball. And he's a good kid. He listens and he tries hard. He's a guy that he's a coachable guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You tell him I need you to do this, he's going to try to do this. So he's got some positives. But he doesn't know how to play yet.
I'll tell you this, man, about watching this Nuggets team right now. It is as entertaining and interesting. Listen, I want the A-League Nuggets. I'm not saying they're boring or anything, but in a very, very weird, different, but equal way. I'm as entertained watching this version of the Nuggets, Scott, as any version I've ever watched. Swear to God. Mm-hmm. It's there was a minute there that I was entertained watching the Rockies last year because I thought, they got some get up and go where people don't really expect it, and then they just, whatever, and, enough with the Rockies. But this version of this Nuggets team and the emergence of, Pickett and Watson has been so freaking fun that the games all of a sudden, in a very different way, are incredibly entertaining to watch. Because you know what? You know what you get? You know what you get? You know you're getting full effort from whoever's out there. Like, they are not going through the paces. Like, this really matters to those guys. And sometimes you don't get that effort from any starters in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? During this time of the year.
You know what it's like? It's like you're coming home after a day at work and doing everything, and it's your birthday, and no one said happy birthday to you, and you're thinking everybody forgot about you, and all of a sudden you open the door, and there's a household of your best friends and presents galore, and you're like, oh, my gosh, where did this all come from?
You really do love me. You really do love me. That is kind of funny. Like, like Zeke Naji, you really do like me. I really do need to practice basketball. You know, I need to be. You're right. I do need to be prepared, Hunter Tyson. You're going to have some time.
You know what? The guys, and Zeke still gets into his head. He got into his own head a little bit last night. He missed a couple shots. You could see him all of a sudden close down, and he's got to get over that. Great players don't care about their last shot. They're thinking about their next shot. He hasn't got over that yet. That'll help him when he does, or if he does. But it still seems like those guys have got a collar off from around their neck, and they're being coached different. And when they miss a play or Zeke drops the ball, doesn't have the greatest hands in the world, the coach on the sideline's not rolling his eye and hitting the table and saying bad things.
Pretty cool.
Every young player who makes a mistake, first thing they do, what's the first thing a young player does when he makes a mistake? Looks to the sideline. First thing they always do. And if a coach is over there throwing his arms up and rolling, I'm like, good. And it's funny because I was watching that Houston game, and let's be honest, the quarterback was having some struggles there for a while. And you could tell it was bothering D'Amico, but all of a sudden, you know, he wasn't just demonstrating, throwing his headset down on the ground and cussing the guy out, was he? And then guess what? Late in the game, when you needed a nice throw, he came up with a big throw for 42 yards, didn't he?
Tyler, when you would struggle, would you look at the sideline?
No. I don't want to make eye contact with Mike Shanahan. God, no.
What would you look at?
I'll look anywhere but the sideline. I'll look at the other sideline.
Oh, my God.
I'll look at the Jumbotron.
But, Tyler, are you not saying to yourself, don't look over there, don't look over there, don't look over there, don't look
But
over
I can't
there.
help but look.
Sorry,
don't
Dad.
Don't do it. You look directly in his eyes.
It's so funny to hear that pro athletes will do the same thing like a 12-year-old kid will do. You know, it's pretty funny. Yeah. It's
the worst is not actually when you're on the field. You can avoid that. It's the third down sack. The third down sack. When you give up a sack on third down and you got to slowly trot your way off the field, and you see the coach coming like he's just on a beeline for you, and you're like, what geometry can I use here to go on a different angle that I'm going to avoid the path of the head coach that's walking directly for me?
If you screw up as a pro athlete, would you rather A, be chewed out, or B, have the coach look at you and just shake his head and say nothing?
I've told this story before, but it's the all-time most demoralizing thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. I've never had a more demoralizing thing. Josh McDaniels telling me all I want you to do is do your mother effing job. That was nothing. Okay? That's nothing. The most demoralizing thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. I'm playing in Washington Thursday Night Football. We're playing against the Giants. I give up a sack on third down like I just described. I'm walking to the sideline. I see Mike Shanahan on a beeline for me. I'm like, don't make eye contact. Don't look at him. I can't avoid it. He comes up nose to nose. Well, not nose to nose because he's about 8 inches shorter than me. But he comes up, chest to chest with me, looks in my eyes. I got no choice but to look in his eyes. He doesn't say a freaking word. Doesn't say a word.
That's worse.
Looks me in my soul, turns around and walks away. And I just wanted to cry.
Oh, wow. Scott, you feel the same?
I am torn. I'm like this. When I screwed up, I don't need anybody to tell me I screwed up because I know I did. I don't need you to be demonstrative on the sideline towards me, and most coaches I had weren't. But I also knew that the next day when we watched film, oh God, here comes that. Oh geez, here it is. Last 3 minutes of the second quarter. Oh, please don't see it. Don't see it. Don't see it. You know, man. You know when you screw up as a pro athlete. You either let it hold you down, or you just say, okay, hopefully, and as a bench guy like me, you're just hoping that you get another opportunity to get back in and try to do something positive.
Well, here's what's unique about these Nuggets. They know no matter what, sort of, I guess, they're all going to get a shot. So when I see like a game where Holmes and Strother don't get off the bench, it is kind of like, okay, well, I'll keep my eyes on it tonight too. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's interesting.
Listen, I still got hope for Strother because I think he's one of the few guys that could be a downhill playmaker for you. But I was watching him come off a screen, defender got in him, and instead of rubbing shoulder to shoulder on the screen, he gets knocked 4 feet off the screen.
Jeez.
And if you want to be a scorer, you can't do that. You got to get the physical nature into the game, and you can't be opposed. I mean, I'll look at Jamal like last night. Jamal Murray's guarding some bigger dudes last night. He was freaking battling defensively. And I think he struggles maybe with quicker guys face up, but he was battling a bigger guy in the post and putting his body on him. And I'm like, dude, he's really learned to play a physical game. And think about when this all mess started, how guys were double teaming him. He's kind of backing away from the double. How's he handled it the last handful of games? He's kind of understood the physical nature of the game, and somehow has gotten better through it. You know, so that's what Strother's got to do. You can take him out of your game too easy, and I think because of that, it's hard to play him right now.
We're back with another Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at ball is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit WilhiteWins.com. Jeff Legwald from Dove Valley coming up next.
Hey, Tyler Polumbus here for Phil Long Ford, the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. Guys, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I bought over 5 vehicles from Phil Long because I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to get you taken care of. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect your time, and you're going to get the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford because there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute, and they've already got the best prices. Don't drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Phil Long Ford also has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let him know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check him out online at phillongford.com.
So Sean Payton was trying to coach the fans again, by the way. Sean's trying to be very specific, and Jeff Legwall will join us in like 3 minutes. Like, he'll be here in a sec. But here's what Sean said, like, when you should cheer. This is kind of like, hey, we fixed the
I thought, hold on. I thought we had a myth that home field mattered at all.
Yeah, well, we're not going to worry about that now.
I mean, the myth was that this mattered.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did say...
We talk about earning seeds and trying to get all edges, and so it was the same way I felt, in that first year in 06 in New Orleans when we lost in Chicago in the championship game. There's some myths relative to the playoffs. Home field's important relative to the crowd noise, but just look at the weekend we just had. I don't know what the numbers were. I know our crowd will be fantastic. We've got to be ready to play our best game.
It's a myth.
It's just a myth.
All right. But if you just forget about what I just said, listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay. Don't listen to what I said then.
Right.
But also get the subtle flex of, when I was playing in Chicago in the championship game.
Dude, he does that all the time. He does stuff like
There's
that.
a slight flex involved.
He does it all the time. Yeah, here's what he wants the crowd to do now.
For years, we were conditioned to raise the noise level when they broke the huddle. The noise level needs to be loudest when they enter the huddle. Hey, can we do that collectively? 120? No, I don't need it. I just need it for half the snaps in the game, right? So, say 65 snaps, 10 seconds. That's a huge advantage.
So can I just say this, like
sure.
Taking the jokes out from the myth stuff and just talking about what he's talking about right there. From an offensive lineman's perspective, I get what he's saying. I've been in one game in particular that I will never forget. I was playing for Washington at the time. We're playing the Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving in Dallas. And it has never been louder. And that stadium's hit or miss. It's not always loud. But that day, it has never been louder. And there were 6, 7 times. I didn't even do that intentionally. There were 6 or 7 times that I'm going to the line of scrimmage and I'm smacking my right guard, Chris Chester. I'm hitting him. I'm like, dude, what is the play? I don't know the freaking play. What are we doing? So you're breaking the huddle and I'm walking up to the line, even to the point that you're in the middle of the cadence. You're like, dude, I don't know what we're doing. Is it a pass or is it a run?
That's a trip.
So that is true, that if it can be that loud in the huddle, it definitely affects things. But I'll say this just to counter it. If it was either or, and I do think sometimes it is an either or thing because I think it's hard to ask a crowd to sustain that type of noise from the huddle all the way through the snap of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
If it was either or as an offensive lineman, I would tell you, you're making my life more difficult at the line of scrimmage than in the huddle, because usually in the huddle, I've got time to make up for it. When I get up to the line, I can ask somebody. But at the line of scrimmage, I'm trying to hear who the mic is. I'm trying to hear, do we have a B? Do we have an A? Is it a slip or is it a scoop? We're trying to identify all these things. And then it comes down to the cadence itself. So not only do I potentially have the wrong mic identified, not only am I potentially going to the wrong dude, but now it comes down to the cadence, and the defensive lineman is getting off the ball before I'm getting off of it. So if it were either or, I would say it's still more effective at the line of scrimmage than in the huddle.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW, Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Well, Jeff, what about that? Quite the day with Sean. He was mythology class and coaching the crowd and ripping on Luka. He was getting it all in yesterday.
Yeah, and it's a full day.
Yeah.
It's the postseason,
Yeah.
You got to be ready.
Yeah, what about that, what he was trying to pass that message along? That's clearly what he was doing. He's definitely instructing through the media, who I think he detests, at least the local media, or he just puts up with, that, hey, crowd, close but not quite. Here's when we really need you the most.
Well, I guess I'm with Tyler on this. I think a play caller like Sean Payton is would say it's most effective if, when the play's going in. But I think every player I know would say, I can get the play from somebody else. I really need to hear the cadence or to know the cadence. So I think I'm with Tyler. I think the line of scrimmage is where you really get the good action. But he's of a mind where he would like the huddle to be a problem. So I think he'd in a perfect world he'd like both. But that's an awful lot of screaming for folks on a Saturday afternoon.
Jeff, you ain't been in this big of a playoff game in 10 years. What have you've been saving up a little bit, haven't you?
Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe everybody's ready just to, be like, I've covered a few Iron Bowls in my day and Tennessee, Florida, and those kinds of games where people just scream the whole time no matter what. So maybe he's looking for that.
Jeff, what is the best way to beat the best quarterback in the playoffs in Josh Allen?
Not let him have the ball, Tyler. I'm always a big proponent of don't give him the ball. I think that Jacksonville got exactly what they sort of asked for. I watched Tootin, their running back, the young guy from Virginia Tech. I watched him get 47 yards on 3 straight carries in the second quarter, and he touches the ball one more time in the entire game. And I think if the Broncos have sort of we're going to show everybody how, really smart and schematically gifted we are, I think that plays into the hands of McDermott, who has an undermanned defense, and the one thing they do well is disguise safeties and play shell coverage. And I think if you run the ball right at that, you win the game pretty handily. But we've not really seen that really, that vein of thinking from Sean Payton or the Broncos much this season.
You talk about doing that, then is the running game, and maybe it's looked like this all season, Jeff, but is the running game not going to just be handed straight up to RJ and anybody else up the middle, but it's also going to be the little quick swing passes and everything else behind the line of scrimmage, bubble screens, blah, 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 to see if you can incorporate that as also part of the running game? Is that what it's going to be to keep possession?
I think that's what he's done this year out of necessity, right. And he likes pushing the ball to the perimeter. And honestly, that's you look at Buffalo's metrics, they're like one of the 2 worst teams in the league defending the run outside the tackles. So they do not defend well outside against the run. It's just a lot of teams haven't been, or not too many teams have been trusting themselves to do that. I think if the Broncos challenge the perimeter on their defense, that's where they can make some stuff happen. And again, you just watch when Jacksonville did run the ball last week, they made it look easy. They just didn't do it enough, and for whatever reason. But again, you got a first-time head coach and very young coordinators with that team, in their first real playoff experience. And I think they didn't stick with what was working. I don't think they called the game that was in front of them. And I think that's the real danger when you play a guy like Josh Allen, because if you keep giving him chances, he's probably going to find a way to beat you with one of them. And I always think you want to limit the chances, and anything they can do to keep the ball out of his hands, I think, is a good thing.
Do you think this is a good matchup for the Broncos?
I don't think the Bills defensively are sort of at that playoff level. I think they scheme up things nice, Tyler, and I think they play with sort of that playoff experience they have. But I think from a talent perspective defensively, they're not where some of the other playoff teams are. So I think that's the good matchup for the Broncos, and they're battered. You look at their injury report; they got 14 guys on there.
That was crazy.
I'm not sure how the quarterback. I'm not sure how Josh Allen finishes the game last week. He's in the tent for a concussion. He smacks his throwing hand on a helmet, and then he has his knee wrenched in the pile. that's a pretty big 3-pack to then turn around and play on a short week. So I think they have an awful lot of things stacked against them if you're looking at it from a Bills perspective. But, that said, it also makes you play without pressure. And I think that's another little danger for the Broncos is you've got to find a way to play as comfortably and loose as possible in what will be the first playoff game, in a Bronco uniform for every player, or, the first home playoff game for all the guys on the roster in a Bronco uniform.
Andy Lindahl said that you had mentioned, Jeff, not only can you attack the Bills with the run game, which is kind of obvious, but specifically on the outside. Maybe you can talk about that, where they're the most vulnerable.
That's where teams have really carved them up. Is if all the, Tyler, you could speak to this better probably, but a lot of the pin and pull stuff and sort of the counters and things where you're getting the perimeter and turning the edge player in. Their teams have just crushed them this year with that, especially late this year. And if you look at the Jacksonville game, when they committed to it, they did it every time, and not just for 4 yards. They did it for 12, 8, 16. They just didn't commit to it.
Right.
Which has been some of the things we've talked about with Sean over the last couple seasons,
right.
that he'll get something going, but will he commit to it and run it? I want to ask you a question just off of this a little bit, because we talked about this yesterday. Denver's defense has been great all year, but I'm not sure what I saw in that Houston game. That was impressive. Is Houston a legit threat? I know their offense is kind of iffy, but that defense looked scary the other night.
Yeah, I mean, they've done what the Broncos – the only thing missing from the Bronco resume on defense this year is turnovers.
Right.
And those are so impactful in the postseason. I mean, the winning percentage of winning the turnover battle is like the OG of metrics. It just trumps everything. And it's even more in the playoffs. And I think that's what Houston does. Their sacks, Will Anderson's sack is a turnover. An interception is a touchdown. I mean, they're turning turnovers into impactful plays. And that's been the only thing missing from all of the really, really high-end stuff the Broncos have done on defense this year. And if they could, do what Benito did in the finale, knock the ball out a couple times on a couple of those sacks, things are totally different.
Did Luka Evans deserve to get the business from Sean yesterday, or was Sean being a bit of a bully?
It was more of a joke, I think, than was portrayed.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like a joke, and that stuff happens all the time. I know social media makes it look like it's a rare thing, or takes the tone of it out. But I always figure if you haven't been dressed down by the coach, you haven't done this job for very long.
Oh, that's fair too. All right, Jeff, thank you so much. Here we go. Haven't been here in 10 years. We go back to the scene of the crime, right, man? So it's good to have this week upon us. Thank you, Jeff.
You bet. See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW, Local 68, start with a job, end with a career. This is what I was talking about.
John, having Green Lombardi for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
So that's fun and light.
That was a ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the first time you heard that you would sit there and say, "Oh, that was it."
Oh, wow! what a knee slapper!
Got him.
That's like insane. Yeah. I'm not saying what Jeff is saying is wrong. In fact, I think Jeff.
Well, Luka said the same thing on Twitter for whatever it's worth.
I know, and it's been weird like that this year. We could do a full montage of Luka and Sean moments this year. Like, remember when Sean would spread the wealth a little bit Jeff got it a little bit. Kliss would get it maybe sometimes a little bit. I mean, it was like a variety of people.
It's really nice for everybody else that Luka has now become the whipping boy because everybody else now gets a free pass.
Kind of. No matter what I say, we got Luka on deck. It's PhD, no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
303-504-0925. Y'all talk about Von Miller saying he wants to come back to Denver on a vet minimum. He said this.
After the season, y'all make room for me over there with the Denver Broncos, man. I would love to be in that linebacker room and give Nick Benito all the knowledge that I got, everything that I got, for him to be the best version of himself. Like, it's stuff like that like, when you feel, like, loved and appreciated. Like, bro, I would love to be a Denver Bronco next season and, like, be in that linebacker room with him and Jonathan Cooper and contribute in any way that I can. Like, contribute in any
All right. No dumb question. Should the Broncos make a little room for the Vonster next year?
Go ahead, Scott.
On the surface, the answer should be yes. Can you get a DeMarcus Ware type season out of him? Be great. The difference is, I mean, he'd be like a fill-in guy on certain third downs and stuff. I don't know if he has the game. Well, he doesn't have the game he once had when he was here. So on the surface, my answer would be yes.
Von had 9 sacks this year. Does that surprise you?
Yes. That would be he'd be the leading sacker on the Buffalo Bills. He had 9 sacks. That's incredible.
That's more than Jonathan Cooper. Didn't Jonathan Cooper have 8?
Cooper had 8. Yeah. Von had 9 sacks, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
In very limited snaps.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yep. Pretty interesting.
That is interesting.
That actually slightly changes my opinion, because what I was going to say before I actually looked up the sack numbers was going to be like, is there any reason to just like mess with your memories of Von Miller? You know what I mean? Like we got great, incredible, nostalgic memories of Von Miller. And if he comes back and it's just like this thing that just kind of exists, is that a good thing or a bad thing for your memories?
What do you think?
I don't think you can mess up your memory base of Von Miller. I would like to think. But I do think that there is a casual segment of the fan base that's probably younger, the demographic that wasn't living through it, that they would look at it and be like, oh, that's the Vaughn that everybody talks about.
So
I know, I'm dancing. I'm dancing.
You are dancing.
I'm dancing.
You're dancing.
I'm dancing. I'm dancing.
It's a yes or no question.
Probably not.
All right. Let me go from
that. I say that all due respect to a dude that I don't have a ring without that dude.
No, of course. Everybody gets that. It's a tricky question. He's campaigning to come back, but like this is this team, not that team. And
yeah, but you probably get him for nothing. He loves Denver. I think he has a good relationship with the ownership. You probably get him for absolutely nothing. I mean, I bet he'd play just to play, but.
Well, how much do you think you're paying like Justin Strnad? I mean, like, I don't know. What are we paying any of these kind of backup dudes, right? Like, I don't know. It's a tough one, man.
He had 9 sacks last year, so he's still got maybe a little something in the tank. But that leads me to the next question.
Roster spots are hard, man. And there's, what do you get? Like 5 linebackers that play? Something like that? So 1 of 5? Okay, go ahead, Scott. Sorry, I interrupted.
He would have played this year. It's on the same vein as this right here. Talking about bringing Vaughn back. Did LeBron James stay a year too long?
Oh my God! Is there any doubt? My Lord. I mean,
has he affected his legacy?
Well, he's wearing jerseys with his own patch on them, which is weird. Is he? No, he's not ruining his thing, but he's not. Here's what he's not doing. He's not giving the Lakers a better chance to win this year. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Far better chance for the Lakers to win a game with him not playing this year.
I watched a video of Laker fans just eviscerating him outside of Staples Center.
Lakers fans?
Lakers fans.
Wow.
And I'm like, listen, I think his legacy is going to be his legacy, right? I mean, he's Hall of Famer and all that stuff. But, boy, I'm not sure he's done any justice. And this is exactly what Tyler said. For the people who didn't see LeBron in his prime, they're seeing this LeBron right now. They're going, why?
Well, there has to be.
For $50 million?
Let me argue against myself here for just a second, right? And at the end of we're talking about nostalgia, we're talking about memories, all those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just talk about it like a GM. Would Von Miller make me a better football team?
That's
okay?
That's the only thing that matters.
And when you're looking at it and you say, okay, is Von Miller better than Jonah Ellis as a backup Sam linebacker?
Oh man, Jonah Ellis pretty damn good.
Jonah Ellis got 2.5 sacks on the season.
Yeah, but he's impactful.
He's a good player. I'm not.
And Sean Payton has gone on, and the Broncos lead the league in sacks. But Sean Payton recently has talked at length that it's not the sacks that matter; it's how we rush and cage the quarterback that matters.
Okay, sacks still matter. I mean, they do.
I'm just telling you what the boss man said. You know.
Okay, is Von Miller going to be a more productive football player for the Denver Broncos than DeAndre Tillman?
You would like to think so. I would say yes, but I don't want to talk down to DeAndre Tillman, who's also been highly impactful in certain
it's
games.
It's not like, hey, Jonah, you're not a good football player. It's not, hey, DeAndre, you're not a good football player.
Yeah,
it's
somebody has to be off the field.
Is Von better or not? And I mean, he's probably not a better overall player, but like how Von describes himself, he's like, I've reached the point in my career where I'm no longer like driving the bucket. I'm no longer making shots all over the place. I'm a 3-point shooter. You know, like
specialist.
Like I'm a role player. I'm a
Right.
3-point shooter. Bring me in when you need me to make a bucket. You know, that's what he is, and he probably actually would provide more value than those guys in that specific role.
Saturday afternoon, you're leading 2013. 2.5 minutes to go. Wouldn't mind having a little Von Miller pressure coming in there as an extra rushers. I mean, that might be kind of nice, right?
God, I'm forgetting his name, which is terrible.
9 sacks is amazing to me. I didn't realize he had that many either.
I didn't either. Neil Smith came in for 2 years. They won 2 Super Bowls. I'm forgetting his name, which is terrible. Pass rusher, Dallas Cowboys, help me. Sorry, I'm having DeMarcus Ware. Sorry. DeMarcus Ware came in as kind of a specialist sort of player too, who couldn't go full go all the time, but was absolutely instrumental. I guess that's the question. If the Broncos come up a little short, would they be just missing a little something? And would Von Miller be that guy? Could he bring the spark that Neil Smith did, that DeMarcus Ware did? Could he be that guy? If the answer is yes, then I say hell yeah, bring him in. No doubt about it. But I think that's the question that has to be asked. Are the Broncos that close to a championship where they just need that one more thing that in their history has worked?
It's a pretty low-risk move.
I just don't think you can do it for nostalgic reasons. That's all.
That's why I wanted to go to the GM reasons.
Yeah.
You got to determine in training camp he can still play, and listen, he may not be playing, 35 snaps a game, but can he last 17 games at 20 snaps a game?
All right, well, that's a fun one for the offseason for sure.
Here's another no dumb question.
Sure.
Did the Ravens owner just turn into a big jerk, or has he always been a big jerk?
Yeah, he's coming across pretty arrogant in these pressers, isn't he?
You got to explain.
Yeah.
Well, which one are you talking about, Scott? Because there's a few good ones.
The first one, when they asked, had John Harbaugh, had the kicker made that kick and Baltimore had won that game, would John Harbaugh still be here? And his answer was, for one more week.
Yeah, and it was the way it was.
Wow.
It was the way he said it too.
That's a jerky ass.
All right, well, we have it. Go ahead, Dan, play it.
If Tyler Loop makes that field goal, is John Harbaugh still here coaching this team?
For a week.
For a week. Okay.
By the way, great question by that reporter. That's a hell of a question right there. That's cold-hearted right there. So things were really bad.
That's a disrespectful. A guy bled for your team and gave a lot to your community for 18 years. That is a very disrespectful answer
Okay.
by the
You know what that is? That is who really owns this team, bro? Is it me or you that really runs this team? Who owns it? That's ego right there.
And then he was asked, Dan, I'm guessing you probably haven't had time to pull it because I just sent it during the break, but there was another piece of audio that I just sent on the group text that they were asking how much influence will Lamar Jackson have in deciding the next head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be curious your guys' thoughts on his response on that one. I really would, because it was basically the answer was, I want his opinion, but he's got no power. I can't give my players power.
Man.
That's never going to happen.
And wants to keep his guys in their place. That is an egomaniac right there.
Is that a bad thing?
So to say it like that in public like that the guy's a turd. Steve Biscotti.
The way he said it, I agree.
But like if you could easily just say in public, hey, Lamar's an important part. We're always going to consult with our most important player.
You could have ended it on, we value Lamar's opinion greatly.
But no, he had to say, I'm the owner, they work for me. Yeah, I want to establish to everybody.
Also basically called out Lamar and told him that he better take a pay cut here or else their salary cap's not going to work.
That's this guy, man. Steve Biscotti, man. That's who this dude is.
I'll give him credit for this, though. He did take a shot at Jerry Jones, and he said he doesn't want to be that. Somebody asked him if they could see him owning this team in 15 years, and he said, nope. I've seen what that does to families during the transition.
Wow.
Probably talking about the Bolin family, I would guess.
Maybe.
He says, I've seen what happened to families, and I don't want to be Jerry Jones at 83.
Okay. I mean, I'll take his word at that, too, because everybody knows you can cash out an NFL team for $8 to $10 billion these days. So what he's telling you is, I'm going to give this the best run, and when it's my time to go, I'm going to go. But meanwhile, while I'm here, guess what? I'm here. I'm in charge, not that guy. Interesting dude, Steve Biscotti. All right, it's PhD. We come back. There is something significant that has changed with the Broncos and the Bills. We'll find out next. All right, CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And men, here we go. The new year's here. Improving your health, that's got to be one of your big resolutions if you got any. But when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, oh my gosh, who hasn't been sick here in the past couple of weeks? Well, when you're not seeing the positive things, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help with your resolution. Those symptoms are often the signs of low testosterone. So if you are just out of it and you want to get back in that game, hit up my pals at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Just takes a couple of minutes. 10 yes or no questions, and you go from there. After those results, if you say, okay, all right, this might be in my direction, make an appointment. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. Talk about the options, figure it out with the Colorado Medical License Provider. It's $99, T and PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So hit them up today, 720-440-7900. Don't go another year with low T. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Why has the point spread flipped? The point spread opened up with the Bills being a 1.5 favorite. The Broncos are now the overdogs at a 1.5. The over-under is 45.5. So 45.5 for the over-under. So we are talking about either like a 23-20 game or like a 23-27 game, something like that. With the favorite being now the Denver Broncos winning that close game. Why did that happen?
Well, I think we're using the word favorite pretty loosely in this particular circumstance, whether we were talking about the Bills or whether we were talking about the Broncos. 1.5 points in the NFL says this is a pick 'em. Like if you're betting on it, I mean, this is about as close to 50-50 odds as we can possibly give you, right? So it's not like they were saying either team was particularly better than the other team. We got to give an edge somewhere. Started with the Bills. The public now has started betting on the Broncos. That's flipped, but it's barely flipped, right? And so now it's just flipped in the other direction to the bare minimum of a pick 'em, but there's got to be something percentage-wise that's on the line. So I don't think it's a huge definitive statement either way based on how it started or how it ended. I don't even think it's a huge definitive statement that, wow, the far majority of the public is picking the Broncos, because if that was true, obviously there is more that's picking the Broncos, but if it was like the far majority, it would have flipped more than just to 1.5.
Scott, what do you think?
More money went one way, and so the thing flipped because everybody, Vegas, one thing they don't realize is they hedge their bets and their odds, and then they still make money on the VIG.
Okay. You don't think it was anything? For example, the what was the game? The Broncos were a 7-point favorite. The Chargers. The Broncos were a 7-point favorite, and while we were live on the air, the news came out about Herbert not playing, and it instantly went to 11.5, 7 to 11.5, and then it even got more as the game got closer. I think it hit 14 at some point.
Yeah, but that's a big flip, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Going from 1.5 to 1.5. All that is just literally this is the bare minimum. We have to be on one side, and now it's on the other side. So it's not like that particular circumstance where there was a huge swing from the betting public.
So you don't think anything significantly has changed? The Bills' injuries, other kind of analysis, nothing else that really matters. It's just where the money's gone.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying the injuries didn't factor into it, but I bet if you're, and again, I'm no longer a betting man, but if you were a betting man and you're looking at it and you say, hey, they're the number one seed, they're playing at home, and they were supposed to lose by 1.5, that doesn't add up. Like I feel like this is a good opportunity for me to jump on this.
It was only the second time in NFL history that a number one seed at home, where else would you be a number one seed, was an underdog.
And the last time they won the Super Bowl.
The last time was the 17-18 Eagles, and yes, they beat the Falcons in that particular round where they were 2.5-point dogs, and they went on and won the Super Bowl. So it's highly unusual. Highly unusual. So that has changed. Now, I'll tell you this. That Bills injury report is something else, guys. That is wild to look at. And we'll see what the updated is, Dan. As soon as we get it, we'll let you know. But 14 guys on the injury report? You know that you lost Shavers to an ACL, one receiver down, Gabe Davis another ACL down. You're hoping to get back Ed Oliver. Poyer's kind of a question mark. There's a lot of question marks out there, including multiple injuries to Josh Allen. Could the Bills, guys, is it more simplistic just to say the Bills are just too beat up for this one? I mean, look at the Chargers, man. They just couldn't get to that finish line. They tried by resting guys. They were wasted by the time they got to New England. Wasted. They just didn't have the juice. Could we be seeing another case, good for the Broncos, where the Bills have just run out of gas?
I think it's a scary thing to hope for.
Well, I'm just presenting what the evidence is.
And
maybe. It doesn't hurt that they had a absolute bloodbath with the Jaguars, a heavyweight fight.
Yeah,
big time.
It could for sure. I mean, listen, they don't have any receivers, and they just keep losing receivers. So that is a very, very thin room for them already. That's why they run the football a lot. However, until you were to tell me that Josh Allen had Justin Herbert type of injuries, then I might believe it. Josh Allen's on the injury report, but he's on the injury report with like 3 different tiny little things, a right finger, a knee, a foot. You know, he's full participant on Wednesday. I don't think Josh Allen is Justin Herbert type of banged up.
Dude, they got a new person on their injury report. Dan pulls it up. Shaq Thompson, their linebacker, who had a big interception against the Jags. He was limited today. He wasn't even on the injury report yesterday. I'm trying to see did anybody get better. Matt Prater. Matt Prater, who's dealing with the quad.
And Josh Allen.
Is better. And is Josh, he improved from limited to full. Okay. To your point right there. Still, look at that list, man. Wowzers. And by the way, they can list Josh whatever they want. We know he's banged up. We know that guy he's a warrior, and it's not going to stop
him. Is he like Herbert banged up, though? I don't think so.
I don't think he's...
I feel like you're just using like general football banged up terms with Josh Allen.
Well, listen, I want to stay in my lane, so I don't want anybody to be yelling at me like Sean Payton was. What do you know from injuries? What do you know from banged up?
I don't know. You talk about your ACL all the time.
It was a meniscus as well that really got me.
That's when it gets dangerous. You start comparing your rehab. You see, I'm just trying to give you evidence here.
I bounce back.
Compare your rehab of your ACL all the time to professional athletes.
It's taken DMac 43 years to rehab that MCL, ACL injury.
It has been acting up recently. I'm not going to lie. I was barely skiing. All right, guys. I think the injuries have something.
This weekend too.
It was like embarrassing how bad it was, but you know.
So did you ski and get sick, or get sick and still ski?
I was sick, and I was like, I spent all this money. Here I am. My wife's knee was bugging her. She didn't even want to come out. We're right across from the slopes. We had a good location, and I get up there, and it was cold. It was in the single digits on Saturday. Did you ski Saturday or Sunday?
I skied Sunday.
Sunday was a little bit warmer, and I was out there for like 2 hours. And I just could not believe how bad I was at skiing. It was like one of the more humbling moments I had. Yeah, it sucked. It was not good. Terrible weekend. Being sick. Because I was sick. That's what I'm blaming it on. Not being old or hurt. Being sick.
How much the mountain was open?
It was Winter Park. Actually, Mary Jane opened. Like, Mary Jane opened for the first time all year. And I ended up over in Mary Jane a little bit because that's, a fun place to go. But I went for a Mary Jane run, and I was like, okay, this is not this. I got to get out of here. And Mary Jane's got, does everybody know what that means? Like a Mary Jane run?
I do.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years since I did a Mary Jane run.
Well,
no, it hasn't. But that was good. And it wasn't your last dance either.
All right, so where are we going here? We're not putting that big a stake into the point spread flipping. Not that big of a deal. We don't really care about the Bills' injuries.
A flip of 1.5 to 1.5 doesn't feel like a big deal to me. No.
All right.
It's a pick 'em no matter how you look at it.
These injuries are having an impact on how I'm looking at things, though. They are. I didn't know the Bills were this beat up. This beat up? Sometimes, Scott, hey, man, like, the Nuggets took the Oklahoma City to 7 games, didn't they? 7 damn games. Look at that, right? Yep. 7 games. And guess why they really lost in Game 7? They were beat up. They were beat up. Were the Thunder really...
And they were on the road.
And they were on the road. Were the Thunder really that much better than a healthy Nuggets team? I don't know.
No. I'm not sure that Denver doesn't win if they're not healthy.
Correct. Fellas, the Bills better get healthy pretty damn quick. And I know there's a little bit of crying and moaning about short weeks and everything. I say boo-hoo to that. Win more games. Things are starting to look better and better for the Broncos on this one. Did you see the Broncos injury report? Did you see who's on that? It's 4 dudes. And one of them is Drew Sanders. Like, Drew Sanders, is practicing out of nowhere, but nobody's counting on Drew Sanders. And it was John Franklin Myers was on it as full. There are only 2 guys on the Broncos injury report that matter. Dre Greenlaw and Lucas Krull. And Lucas Krull hasn't been around. So it's really one dude. And we're expecting Dre Greenlaw to go, to play. Come on, guys. That's got to be some sort of significant difference between the two teams.
Hey, I've been feeling optimistic since Monday, so I mean, I don't need to change the narrative. I'm already feeling optimistic about this game.
Scott, does this help you in your mental state of frame?
Well, listen, you won 14 games and you had Dre Greenlaw for 5.
Oh, man. I think it was a little bit more than that, wasn't it? Not a lot, though. You might be right. It wasn't a ton.
I like him. I like the signing. I liked him. Was excited when he came back.
I mean, I don't think you're not better without Dre Greenlaw. I mean, nobody's making that argument.
I think it was 7 starts, and then that other game that he played like 10 snaps.
And that's been it the whole year.
I think so.
He got suspended a game, too. Okay, cool. And he's coming back. He'll be back. God, wouldn't that be insane if Drew Sanders was like came back and could play? Like Drew, we don't see him.
They haven't activated him yet. He just started his 21-day window.
All right, okay. All right, anyways, that's the story there. In terms of the rest of the NFL, there is a bunch of news going on, plus the latest from Dove Valley. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squints Tanner's got that next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up your phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about the Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, that includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they really believe in their product to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
What do you know about pressing buttons, Dan? What do you know about editing audio? Huh? What do you know? What do you people know out there?
Not a damn thing.
Hey, what do you know about appliances? Right? You think you know about appliances? Mountain High Appliance does, because that's what they do. They're Mountain High Appliance. Well, what do you know about dishwashers? Scott, what do you know about toasters? Tyler, what do you
they're all made to break.
What do you know about ovens?
I know Scott's got an iPad on his.
All right. So, listen, it's mountainhighappliance.com. What do you know, Dan? Let's football go.
All right, real quick, couple cuts here from Josh Allen yesterday, guys. Short one to start. Here he is on how he's feeling. We saw the injury report. He's beat up, but Josh says he's feeling fine.
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks. It's a Tuesday for us, but on a Wednesday type mindset. So, feel good.
Do you believe him? Do you think Josh Allen feels good?
No, that's the least like I feel good comment you could actually hear. He clearly doesn't feel good. My take, Tyler?
I mean, this is why, when you were mocking Tony Dungy for complaining about the NFL playoff setup with these short weeks, I'm like, I think he's got a point. That's a tough draw for the Bills. They get the short week, and they're going up against a rested team that's coming off a bye week. That's all stuff that makes me feel optimistic about the game.
Okay, Scott?
I think there's great players in every sport that has a way of willing their body, and it's one of those mind over matter type things. And I think he's trying to speak something to an existence.
Exactly.
So I bet for his, what would this be, his 19th game of the year, I think he probably feels as good as he'd expect.
Right.
And he's expecting himself to come out there and play great on Saturday.
But what, speak it into existence? Tell everybody with the most unconvincing voice ever that how I feel great, I feel better than I normally have. Nobody is buying that. But nor is anybody, thinking Josh Allen's going to be less than because of it. I will say,
Toradol's a hell of a drug, boys.
Sure. Get after Josh Allen, man. Listen, I'm not wishing on injury and don't play dirty and the whole thing, but, you can hit guys in football. Hit them. Put Mitch Trubisky in this game. Let's see what's what. Next story, Dan.
Oh, please.
Well, that's who their backup is. So let's go. You see Trubisky walk in, we're walking on to the next game. Next up, Dan.
All right, one more here from Josh. This is him talking about going up against the Broncos defense.
Yeah, they've got some absolute studs over there. Obviously, they rush the passer extremely well. Interior, they're, again, some big stout guys that can really push the pocket, and they can stop the run in the back end too. A guy like Pat Surtain, who was Defensive Player of the Year last year. He's an absolutely fantastic football player. So.
All right, where do you think the Broncos defense matches up the best against Josh Allen and the Bills offense? Where does the Broncos defense have the biggest advantage over the Bills offense?
A receiver and corner, but the problem is they use their tight end so much, and the Broncos aren't necessarily great in that. But sure.
Actually, we haven't been bad all year at all. This has probably been the best year we've had in a decade at covering tight ends. Go back and look at the big names that we had to cover this year and look at the limited damage that they had on us. We've been okay at covering tight ends.
Well, that's good news, too. Traditionally, it's been a struggle. But listen, what am I, afraid of, like Shakir against PS2? Keon Coleman, against Riley Moss or Jaquan McMillan? Or Jahdae Barron? No. I'm not afraid of that. But if Josh Allen has time, Scott, he can beat anybody. So I think that question is more pertinent, like, how will a big physical offensive line like the Bills do have? They do have a very good offensive line. How will the Broncos pass rush, Scott, fare against that?
Yeah, it'd be great to have Von Miller for this one game. If we're being real honest, that'd be kind of cool. Listen, the pass rush they banked on all year. When the pass rush has been great, even though they haven't got a lot of picks, they've been pretty good on the back end. Also, it's a symbiotic kind of relationship. If they're able to put pressure on Josh Allen, they win the game. If they aren't able to put pressure on Josh Allen, they're going to lose.
I don't mind our matchup. Josh Allen is Josh Allen, and that scares me, of course. I'm not naive to that at all. What did the Bills do well? They run the ball really well. They're number one in the NFL at rushing the football. So that's what they've been doing all season long. But guess what, boys? We have the number 2 rush defense in the NFL. So I would like to think even if they win in that department, it would be limited damage in the big picture. Like, it wouldn't be the type of damage that loses you a football game. It's 1 versus 2. Like, hopefully that's not some sort of extreme mismatch that favors the Buffalo Bills. And then, yeah, we should have have a very favorable matchup with our secondary versus the receivers. So it comes down to what it really is going to come down to. When we get in the red zone, can you stop Josh Allen's feet? That's the most dangerous part.
By the way, I do want to mention, coming off IR are 2 players for the Bills, and that's Curtis Samuel, the wide receiver, and Ed Oliver, the defensive lineman. And both were videoed today at Bills practice out there and about and jumping around and doing their thing. So that's a couple players they haven't had for a minute and are both back practicing today. So fair is fair, I suppose. Next up, Dan.
All right, guys, multiple teams have contacted Mike Tomlin to express interest in hiring him after he resigned as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, but he said he is not planning to coach next season, according to sources. He's been linked to a broadcasting move with Fox and is considered a favorite to land that job. He's kind of in a Sean Payton situation with New Orleans. Because Tomlin resigned while under contract, the Steelers retain his coaching rights through the end of the 2027 season. Pittsburgh could negotiate draft compensation if he returns to another NFL sideline. Do you guys agree with Tomlin's decision to take a year off, or do you think he should go right back into coaching?
I think Tomlin needs to retire forever. And I'm not taking a shot at Mike Tomlin. It's been a hell of a career, and he's going to go down as an all-time great. But the era of leaders of men has come and gone in the NFL.
Jeez, wow.
It's over. That's what the Pete Carroll, at least when you're trying to, I think you could probably still do it with younger guys, but when you're trying to recreate that type of success with a new organization, is that not what the Raiders just tried to do with Pete Carroll?
He's really old. He's literally the oldest guy in the NFL as a coach.
Okay, I got you.
How old is Mike Tomlin?
Mike's only 53.
53.
He's only 53. So age is not what I'm talking about here.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about is the style of coaching.
All right.
If you are not an innovative mind, the NFL is phasing you out. And that style of leadership is just no longer what the NFL is looking for.
Is Dan Campbell an innovative mind?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to think of just like
What about John Harbaugh? He actually met with the Giants today.
Yeah, isn't he a leader of men sort of dude?
Yeah. I think that's fair. I mean, he was a special teams guy when it all began. He was a special teams guy.
Hey, let's face it. Some dudes are just born to be head coaches, right? Dudes like Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, I'd make the argument even Dan Campbell. They were born for this role. But Sean Payton is born to be a head coach. Ain't no doubt about it. Certain level of arrogance, confidence, whatever that goes with that sort of thing. Vic Fangio, Wade Phillips weren't, right? So that to me is kind of like what it comes down to with Mike Tomlin. It's curious you say that you don't think he'll ever come back, or he shouldn't ever come back.
I just think it's really difficult to recreate culture-only franchises. I think you could create that as a new identity, but to recreate a culture-only franchise, meaning there's no offensive innovation, there's no defensive innovation, we are what we are, that's really difficult to do going from one team to another.
Has Sean Payton done that in Denver?
Well, I think Sean's more than a culture guy. I think Sean is an offensive mind.
All right, what do you guys got?
Well, there's a lot to break down there. I think culture is big, and I think you could find the ability to find a young whomever, a Davis Webb, and say go, or they just use him because we know his name, but somebody who you think could be innovative and be the next young star coming up. You look on the Rams staff, the 49ers staff, the Viking staff, young guys that are ready to take that next jump into coordinator, you could do it. And I think molding a culture is what Tomlin's probably best at. That being said, man, when you're somewhere 19 years, I saw a great thing from Greeny on ESPN talking about Tomlin where, like DMac was making fun of Pittsburgh losing 7 straight first-round games or
Yes.
whatever it was.
Yes.
Or not, was 7 or 9, whatever it was.
7.
Graney's thought was maybe he took teams that probably weren't good enough to even be in the playoffs, and he somehow got them to the playoffs. So there's a way to look at it that way also. I think he's a great coach. I've always liked him. But I still kind of go by the Al Davis book that when you're in someplace over 10 years, you lose a little bit of the voice. It's time to move on. So I hope he moves on. I hope he takes this year off. Maybe he'll be like Bill Cowher. Everybody thought for sure Bill Cowher would do TV for a couple of years.
It's
and then,
like 20 years later.
and then be it. And if
Right.
you remember, Cowher's name popped up for about 10 years in a row that he would leave, CBS and
Right.
and go and coach. And no, he's kind of been his career. And if Tomlin, someone will hook him up with Tomlin, and he'll probably be on TV next year and probably be pretty good at
Well,
it.
Dan said Fox, so my question is it time to put Terry Bradshaw out to pasture?
He might be. Replace one Pittsburgh legend with another.
I thought he was done. No,
Terry? No, they still trot him out week after week. It's painful.
No, but I thought this was the last year. Is that?
I don't know, obviously, but like it's well earned and deserved, and he is awful. I mean, I'm not a lot for the pregame, postgame shows, anyways, one way or the other. But holy cow, is Terry Bradshaw just done? He's almost as bad as Tony Romo.
Do you know? Because Scott was talking about Bill Cowher, I was just interested in this. Mike Tomlin still feels like a young man at 53. We would all say, right?
Yes,
I guarantee you.
Like could coach for a long time.
Yes.
Bill Cowher was only 49 when he was last the head coach.
Okay.
So it's only 4 years younger.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my point is, like, I understand why for the next decade people were talking about bringing him out because he was only 49 when it happened.
That's crazy. Mike Tomlin is 10 years younger than Sean Payton. A little perspective on that one. All right, you got one more, Dan? Or are we good?
lastly,
Well, listen, wait, but hold on. But when Payton left New Orleans, a lot of people assumed he was done too.
Well, he needed a mental health break. He needed to go sit at the card table at Coeur d'Alene and just watch the leaves fall off the trees, as he explained.
And oh, by the way, a guy that absolutely sucked on his TV stuff on Fox, he was horrible.
He was terrible. He was horrible.
He was bad.
And he was really into it. He wouldn't leave, according to all the stories. He'd get there early and stay late. They had to kick him out. And it's like, you're not all that good in the first place. He really wasn't that good on TV. It wasn't his bag. All right, what do you got, Dan?
Lastly, fellas, this happened during our show. Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced today he will return to school for the next college football season, foregoing a chance to be one of the top picks in this year's NFL draft. He gave up an opportunity to make nearly $50 million in guaranteed money by staying in college. Last year's number 2 pick, Travis Hunter, made $46.5 million fully guaranteed, a figure that is projected to increase this year. Moore told ESPN's SportsCenter that being prepared and doing what's best for his situation as a quarterback is what drove his decision. Do you guys think he made the right choice?
I do not want to play for the Jets.
Yeah, but look what the Peach Bowl did to that dude. The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Look what it did to him. Forced him to, let's put a pause on $50 million. Like, that's how that game went? Whoa.
Yeah, I can't comprehend this decision.
It's wild.
I can't understand it from any angle.
He's really young though. You know that. He's only 20 years old.
Okay, cool. You got $50 million guaranteed.
I gotcha. I'll take a red shirt.
And I'm sure you can go back to school and become a better quarterback. That's probably true.
Yeah.
At the risk of getting hurt and
exactly
getting none of that.
By the way, how does he know that there won't be 3 or 4 better quarterbacks next year? Right? Like, I don't know. There's no guarantee he's still like the top quarterback next year. You don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if anything like this has ever happened with this amount of money. I mean, Herbert turned down. He was going to be a top 10 pick, but he wasn't going to be number 2. Was Leinart going to be 1 or 2? I don't think so. He was going to be up there. Who's Andrew Luck. He was he would have been there had he gone. So I guess Andrew Luck did the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems insane to me financially. Absolutely insane, Scott. Well, I'm hesitating because how much money is he getting paid to be at Oregon?
Not 50.
I get it. It's not 50, but how much do you think it is?
Probably between 5 and 6.
Okay.
Well,
Maybe that's
is it any difference than what Manning's doing in Texas? I mean, would he not be probably a top 5 pick this year?
He might be now. Yeah. Yeah, maybe right now he would be. Actually, he'd probably be number 2. If Arch Manning declared right now, he probably would get scooped up by the Jets, but you got to go to the Jets. But listen, it's easy for us to say because it's somebody else's money. Money's not a big deal, but it's not like Arch Manning or his family's been suffering for money. So maybe there are other things that mean more, and he certainly isn't ready to be in the NFL. That's true too. But Dante Moore, he was locked down, guys, at number 2.
Yeah.
That was it. The end. It was 1-2. And some people had him going above Mendoza. I think that's crazy, but there were some people that speculated he could make that leap.
I don't get it. It's wild.
It's an amazing day when 20-year-olds are turning down $50 million.
I'll tell you what's going to be an interesting concept, though, is what Dylan Raiola is about to do. And
I know. How crazy is that?
He's going to go to Oregon, and I guess he's already talked about this, and he said he's okay with going there and backing it up more for a year because he could redshirt, right? So that's an interesting concept for a young player. I got some experience in. I'm going to transfer. I could sit out, and I'm not losing any eligibility out of this thing.
Hey, did you catch where they're considering moving the redshirt games played to 9?
Dude, just
wow.
So just make it 5 years of eligibility.
Why don't they just do that? Why don't you get to college, you have 5 years of eligibility. See ya. Play for 5 years. I mean, how many guys have done that already? 9 games? That's a whole season.
Just make it 5 years.
Right. This college sports. All right, we'll take a quick break. It's PhD on 9825. Well, Scotty, you ready for a Nikola Jokic update?
Sure.
Coming from Shams. Shams. All right, Dan, go ahead and roll up news on Nikola Jokic.
Nikola Jokic, he's been out for a couple of weeks. Usually, Nikola's kind of an Iron Man. When can we expect to see him?
A big development here. Nikola Jokic has resumed on-court workouts for Denver, and he's right on schedule, if not a little bit ahead of schedule, of making his return to the lineup by the end of this month. That's about that 4-week initial early timetable that they had. The Nuggets are optimistic Nikola Jokic will be able to return by that late January mark. He's making great progress, rapid progress. If he is able to make it back by late January, it would also give him a window to be eligible for the postseason awards, MVP, All-NBA team. So progress for Nikola Jokic.
Good news here for Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
Now we should note that actually a couple of guys, including Jokic, did not go on this trip, right, Scott? They did stay back in Denver. And I wonder if this is one of the reasons right here.
Well, I did see, and again, once you make it public, there's all the workouts we get to see and all the rehab that we don't. I mean, all the workouts and rehabs we don't get to see. But now all of a sudden, when you're back on the court, remember we were talking about that with Gordon and Christian. We were watching them get out on the floor. I don't know if you noticed that last home game, Milwaukee, Cam Newton came out for the first time that I remember in a while and was doing a full shooting cycle all around the
Cam
floor
Johnson.
as well.
Cam Johnson, right?
Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
What did I say, Cam Newton?
That would be.
Yeah, he had a funny hat on, and he kept hitting the brim of his hat whenever he'd shoot it. No, Cam Johnson. Was out there making a public appearance, going around the court shooting the basketball also.
Hey, weren't we originally talking about this, like, going to mid-February to, like, the All-Star break?
We were, because we were just putting some math together, because there's like something like 5 or 6 games between the end of January and the All-Star break. But that doesn't mean that's the way they were thinking about it. I mean, the late January has always been the target. And I think by our logic, we were like, oh, geez, why even bother with these 3-4 games, whatever, just take it all off.
Right.
But now I don't think so at all. Listen, he won't go to the All-Star game no matter what. Right? I mean, even though he's voted in and everything, even if he's playing games, he could easily just use the excuse, I need the rest. I'm assuming. But I think it's cool that as long as it makes sense, I think it's cool that he'd be back and not miss games and would still qualify for all the stuff there, Scott. I think that'd be awesome.
Well, and Tyler, what do you do when you assume?
Well, you make a smart person out of DMac.
Thank you.
The NBA does not hold kindly of, even if you're hurt, unless you've been operated or in a cast, of not making it to the All-Star game.
All right, well, whatever. Where's the All-Star game this year?
I have no idea.
Okay, so whatever. I mean, if Jokic has to get on a plane,
that's a great question, Darren. I really don't know.
If he has to get on a plane, he has to get on a plane. I mean, whatever. If he's ready to go, he's going to play. Obviously. He's not on this trip, but it's really cool to know he's back here in Denver working out.
Intuit Dome.
That's Intuit Dome. That's in
Los Angeles.
Clippers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The Wall, all that stuff. Hey, another trip to Los Angeles. That'd be something unique. So this to me feels like good, solid news, but it does feel like this is what we were expecting, Scott. Something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, we've talked about it. I think he's the kind of guy that, because he doesn't miss a lot of games, was going to probably rehab as much as he could. And I told you when I watched him walk up on the steps to get on the airplane in Miami, and I mean it was put your right foot up, drag your left foot, bring your right foot up, drag all the way up the steps. I went, oh my gosh! And then I saw him in Toronto. Saw him in the gym with the trainers, the weight staff. The exercise guy, and then I saw him the next day as I'm sitting ready to go for the game, sitting there waiting down the lobby, and he's walking around a little bit. I went, ooh, that's not the same guy that walked up the steps. So, and I think Shams reported, didn't he, about a week after, that he was working out 2-3 times a day, and I think that's probably pretty verifiable. But they did leave people behind. They left, I think, a strength coach behind. They left a a couple of the trainers that can take care of him, a workout guy as far as on-court workout guy too, I believe. So, yeah, I can see where they're up at it. And like I said, you had Cam Johnson the other day going around the whole beam with the coach, shooting and stuff and moving, catching head fakes, step sides. So he's got to be getting close too.
Getting there.
The one that I'm most leery about is Christian.
Yeah, what is going on there?
Well, it's a ligament in the ankle, and Tyler may know about it more than me.
So, hey, are we back with Christian like week to week rather than a day-to-day, game-to-game sort of deal?
Well, I think we're at least game to game, and if you want to say week to week, maybe. I think he and they were surprised that he didn't. When he got back, he wasn't back, and I said
he
on
wasn't
the
really
broadcast,
ready.
I mean, he missed 2 or 3 layups that he didn't even get. I don't even know if he got the ball over the rim, and you can see him just going full speed and then planting and jumping, and he had no lift. And David even talked about it. Was it before last night's game in the pregame? Talking about just the explosion. I think it surprised all of us that he just didn't have the explosion that he's used to. So, more caution on that and see if they can get that back and better and stronger.
All right, tonight, got a little taste of we probably don't know what to expect for tonight, right? It's a late game. Why are you guys so late tonight? What network is killing us tonight?
Well, it's somebody. It's somebody.
I mean, the game's on altitude, so that's what I'll be watching. Yeah. But there's some reason, right? Like
ESPN.
It's an ESPN thing. It's an ESPN thing.
Woo! I mean, the game's starting here at 8:40 here.
That is brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Be another 3:30 walking in the door night.
Yeah, man. It's something else. Oh, so you guys are not staying over either. Well, the next game is till Saturday, right? So.
Right.
And then that's a back-to-back, by the way, a home back-to-back at least. But
yeah, Saturday,
Sunday, and we'll see who the hardy people are that get the Broncos playoff game and then the Nuggets game on Saturday night. Like who's out there, man? Who wants it in terms of Denver sports fans? But
I'll bet you there's a crew.
Oh, there'll be people. There'll be people in Broncos jerseys. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But that's
there'll be a crew.
That's that schedule. Yep. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. There'll be more media coming out today from the Broncos. We'll hear from the coordinators. What do you expect to hear from Vance Joseph about Josh Allen, and what kind of game plan do you think they'll cook up for Josh Allen?
Well, you're going to hear nothing but respect and admiration for the best quarterback in the NFL, or in the playoffs, I should say. So I don't expect to hear anything other than just incredibly complimentary words from Vance Joseph. Nor do I expect him to give away much of the game plan, but I think it's a fascinating matchup. Bills run the ball well. We stop the run well. Bills can struggle at times in the passing department, despite how talented Josh Allen is, because the receivers are so banged up and it's so thin. I think this is a decent matchup that the Broncos can keep Josh Allen and the Bills to 20 points or less, and if you do that, you win the football game.
How is the Bills' offensive line?
They're a pretty good group, but they've had their moments this year where they've looked very, very human. I like the 2 tackles in particular, and Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown, both very good football players, but I've seen Spencer Brown get destroyed a couple times this season, which has been out of character for him.
Okay, on what?
Hey, let me ask one question real fast on there. Has Denver defensively, Tyler, applied very often like the spy game on a quarterback?
I think that's something that you utilize in situations. It's not like it's not a game plan wide deal, right? Like it's not something you do over the entirety of a football game, but in specific situations, it can be helpful. I also think that it's not the answer that most people think it is, because most times you're putting a middle linebacker as a spy on a quarterback that is a better athlete than you anyways. Like when you try to do that with Lamar Jackson, good luck. Oftentimes you're better off just using other types of defensive coverage.
Josh Allen tends to run more, though, in short yardage and red zone situations anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you need a spy for that. It's just, the defense that you're calling.
I'm not overly concerned about Josh Allen running around in the open field, but I am concerned about him in the red zone.
How do you stop that? Nobody's figured it out this entire year.
Yeah, not a great answer for it.
Right. Theoretically, how do you stop it? Theoretically.
I don't have a great answer for you. I mean, other than theoretically, it's no different than stopping a running back, right? But the one difference is there is a big difference. It makes it 11-on-11 football, so they've got a hat for a hat. Usually the quarterback doesn't count. It's usually 10 versus 11, and it's 11-on-11, so they've got a hat. When you load up that box, they've got another hat that can block that dude. So it just makes life much more difficult for you.
All right, Scotty. Oh, what you got?
You got to be disciplined on your pass lanes, right, or in your rush lanes. Are they disciplined to do that?
Yep. Which when you do that oftentimes comes at the expense of allowing your pass rushers to do what they do best and try to get sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, you're in Dallas. What's your favorite thing about Dallas?
Well, the hotel's nice, although I didn't sleep good. Good food here also. The weather's fairly nice and calm.
There you go.
What do I like about Dallas? Well, when I was drinking, I loved the West End.
How many stories or sentences have started with when I was drinking? And it's like some other story that we go to, but
it's like a whole nother lifetime.
You know
what I'm talking about, Tyler.
Oh,
right?
well, when you get sober, it's all your stories.
Yeah.
So
I have no stories over the last 3 years of sobriety.
Well, you just said
but
you
I got
went
a lot of stories before that.
You just said you went skiing.
I did go skiing.
You went skiing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no snow. It was warm. I took my jacket off.
Where'd you go? Oh, where'd you go?
Keystone.
Oh, that's nice. Short ride. How's the traffic?
It took me 3 hours to get home.
Okay.
About normal.
Yeah. You just got to suck it up there
Yep.
on a Sunday. Cooper Flagg, is he special?
Yeah.
We know that now.
Pretty,
we're good.
He's pretty well. He's pretty good. And didn't what's the guy in Carolina that we're going to see? Are they in Sunday?
I think that's
Charlotte
Sunday.
comes-
I think that's Sunday for Charlotte.
What's the guy's name?
Con Knipple.
Knipple.
Yeah.
That dude's special too.
Cooper
now.
Flagg's old Duke teammate.
Hell of a name.
Yeah,
Great
it
name.
is.
Both those two.
Great name.
Both those two guys got a chance to be 1 and 2 on Rookie of the Year.
Do you guys know about the Flying Knipple brothers?
I do not.
Talk to us.
Okay, so Con Knipple, like his dad and his uncles, they were like Gus Macker stars.
Okay.
And
street basketball.
Exactly, and they were known as the Flying Knipple brothers. But the thing about the elder generation of Knipple brothers and then the current Knipples is that all of their names start with the letter K. They got that whole thing going for them. So let's see.
You can kind of appreciate that, can't you?
So absolutely, as a Kreckman, I absolutely can.
Kubiak say hello too.
Exactly. So right now, let's see, because they all went to Wisconsin Evangelical Lutheran Synod in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Con Knipple of the Hornets, he is the oldest of 5 brothers. In order of birth, they are Cager, Kinston, Cash, and Kid.
All with a K.
Yes.
So we're doing Cash with the K.
His father is also Con. His uncles are Clint, Clay, and Cole. And they were the Flying Knipple brothers in the Gus Macker.
That's a lot of pressure on those 5 kids to keep that going, isn't it?
And they're all good, too.
I did not know there was another Clay spelled with a K outside of Clay Kubiak.
Do you think one
Clay
of those
Thompson.
Clint, Klein, and Clay, right?
Yeah.
Do you think one of those brothers will be a rebel and just name one of his kids John?
Steve.
Nah, it's too close.
It won't be John. It'll be Kajon. Kajon. They're gonna have to start just putting the Cascot.
Cager, by the way, he's class of 2027, so he's a junior in high school. Cager is currently 6'9", 205.
Wow.
4-star
Yeah,
prospect.
one of the little brothers is a really good player.
Yeah.
I saw.
Because
I
think Shire's getting another one of them already. I know that.
But do you guys remember how big Gus Macker was at one time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a big,
awesome.
big deal.
Monster, wasn't it?
I've played it a couple times. That was a long time ago. That might have been back in my Buffalo days, frankly. That was in Denver, though, right? Gus Macker was here in Denver.
Yeah, they brought a Gus Macker. They brought a Gus Macker in Denver and did it out in Ball Arena's parking lot.
It was 3-on-3, right?
Yeah, began in 1974, according to Wikipedia.
Is it done? Is the Gus Macker, is that over?
I don't hear about any of them. I played
No.
an NFL Air It Out once. We had fun in that.
I did that one too. There was all that. There was like a whole like thing, like stuff like that. Like, hey, average people, go do this stuff. And we did. And then now we
had
stopped.
a good time.
Yeah. And, it didn't do anything. Like, I can't tell you how we did with Gus Macker.
There's still a GusMacker.com. I think I do believe the tournament still exists.
That's cool.
Do you remember TJ Rubley?
Oh, yeah. I
played against him in a couple of those. He was like in the Denver circuit for, I never found out why. Just remember him being a Rams quarterback.
TJ Rubley, he's a coach over at Kingdom Sports right now.
Well, go ask.
His son, I believe, is the quarterback at Regis High School.
Dude, really?
Yeah.
Do you remember a TJ Rubley when we called their game a Rubley?
I'd have to go back and look at my
Boy,
game
we
notes.
had a great game between, what was it, Pine Creek and Regis?
Maybe it's a nephew, but there's a relation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was when we had our classy lamp.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, Wes.
Yeah, buddy.
Derek West, his older brother, right? I think is the AD over there. So he was saying hello to all of us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let me get back into the game notes. I'll figure that one out. I am elite at.
You don't get rid of game notes, do you? I imagine do you have them all filed?
Yeah, I mean they're all in a file on my computer.
All right.
But yeah.
Luke Rubley.
Yeah. There it is.
Yep.
Good name, Luke Rubley.
A good player too.
I played. Have you ever done any kind of post flag, whatever? I don't know, just something to.
No, like people ask me to do that, and I'm like,
'Cause
I'm
I know
not sure
Scott's
what
answer.
advantage you think you're getting by getting a broken down former offensive lineman to play flag football.
Well, it's for the most people, because I ended up doing it with Reggie Rivers for a while. He just liked going out there running and just trying to have fun.
I actually could see it being fun. You want to put together a team? I'll do it with you.
Right. But here's where I got kind of, for the most part, people think it's cool. But then there's a couple of jackasses that, like one guy's talking mess to him. You're too afraid. You're saying something to Rod Woodson or something. I'm just going, guy, we don't even know who you are. We all remember what you're talking, because there's a time where Rod Woodson for the Steelers, he's a kick returner, and Reggie's on special teams. And Reggie ran down and talked trash to him for not coming out. And I guess Reggie talked about it. I remember reading about it in the paper the next day. This is just in high school, where everybody's like, what'd you say to Rod Woodson? He's like, why don't you bring it out? And I guess Rod said, well, you think you are something? He goes, well, I'm not going to find out if you don't bring it out. And so we were all laughing, and this guy's mouthing off to him. I'm like, bro. So no, I don't think it would be fun, Tyler, because there's always going to be a guy or two that makes it not fun anymore. And I know Scott's dealt with that.
Also,
That's
why I don't
Scott
play
doesn't
pickup
do it.
basketball. Yeah, not for me.
Isn't that just sports in general? There's always somebody to make it a bad time.
Yeah, I guess.
Pickleball.
But,
I'll do some pickleball at the risk of ticking off Vic Lombardi. I'll play a little pickleball.
Okay.
I'm down for that. It's an individual sport.
I would imagine you're a real pain in the ass at pickleball. Like if you go to the net, how is anybody getting the ball past you?
That's a problem. You don't want to serve and volley, baby.
Yeah, you gotta hope to just like hit a rocket at you and just hope it just hits you in the stomach and that you miss the thing.
Here's what I've learned about pickleball, and it goes counter to everything that I represent. The harder you hit it, it's not better.
It's very true.
You got to hit it with some technique and some softness. I just try to smash that.
See, but what I'm saying is going up against somebody the size of you when you go to the net, that would be my play, is I would just try and hit the damn ball into you.
You become a wall.
Because you're not going to hit it by you. You're
too
dangly. What is your wingspan? Like 17 feet?
Well, they say it's supposed to be your height, right? So I think it's 6'8".
Okay.
I think.
All right. You don't have like Elvis Dumerville arms or anything like that?
As a matter of fact, I have really short arms, but I've got broad shoulders, so it makes up for it.
Was that on your draft profile?
Oh, absolutely. Do you not know this story?
Do you have that?
I was about to say I had to get out of here, and I do, but I'll tell this story really quick.
Okay.
When I went to the combine, I did register as the shortest arms of any tackle at the combine.
No way.
32 inches. I'll never forget it.
Okay.
Most tackles are 36 and some change. So I'm like minus 4 inches, right? That's a big deal.
Sure.
In the bedroom, and never mind. That's a big deal for offensive tackles. So that almost right there made me undraftable. Seriously, it did. The fact that I had short arms. Joe Thomas also had short arms, by the way. The announcers, when I was doing some event, they called me T-Rex. Come on. They're like, look at this T-Rex out there with short arms.
That had to be a Mayock thing. That had to be Mayock. Who else would that be?
I don't remember, but they did call me a T-Rex.
Like I don't walk by you and go, that guy's got short arms. Look at him.
For my height, they are abnormal.
But they don't strike like Elvis had really long
arms.
Elvis
could touch the
Yeah,
ground.
man. It was like you could just look at him and go, what is the deal with the arms? You know what I mean? Like I don't walk by you and go, God, that guy.
Right. Boys, I do got to go. Have a great show.
Tyler Polumbus, everybody. Listen to him every day, noon to 3, right here. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche, and, of course, the NFL playoffs. The Nuggets face Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight, live in Dallas. Tune in at 7 o'clock for pregame coverage, powered by Ramos Law. We have so much to do with you on this fine radio show today. We are going to talk to our buddy Nick Kosminer today here on the program, check in with him on the Broncos. It was coordinator day today down there at Dove Valley. So, yes, Vance Joseph, Joe Lombardi, the Rizman, etc., everybody getting an opportunity to be able to talk to the media ahead of the Broncos and the Buffalo Bills. So, make sure that you guys lock it in here because we'll have that audio coming up for you in a little bit. We'll dive into all of that today here on the show. Andy, we begin with the Denver Nuggets. Just 5-3 without Nikola Jokic. No problem. No joker, no issue whatsoever. You just keep rolling. Yeah, no problem whatsoever. You're still within striking distance of Oklahoma City. They're awesome.
I know, it's crazy. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say because I feel bad. I was going to come in here and give you confession time. So part of me last night, how much time was left in that game? Call it mid-fourth quarter.
Okay.
Whatever, right? Where you're still kind of like, are they going to win this or are they not going to win it? Are we going to get the run? Because I think they'd had the run and then, look, credit the Pelicans. They're not great, but they kept, they kind of were doing to the Nuggets what Nuggets were doing to other teams. They just keep playing.
They have a good coach.
Yeah.
They really do. And they got, they're terrible. They're flat out no denying it. They're terrible. And it's an organization that's in a weird spot right now. But they play hard.
They do. But I got to a point last night where I was just, and I felt bad for feeling this way because I should probably be having a little more fun with it. And I am for the most part. But there was just a part of me at one point where I'm like, can I just have my good old Nuggets back? Can I just have my rotation back? Can I, you know what I mean? Can we just get back to, I miss you. I'm done. I kind of want Joker and Val. This has been fun. And I'm really happy for all the guys that have shown that they're NBA players.
But you weirdly want to watch the three-time MVP.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think everybody has felt
I'd like a
that.
Valanciunas back in my life. I'd like of course, the Joker goes without saying. The Joker. So, yeah, I don't know. I just kind of hit that wall last night where I'm like, where everyone's just kind of in their normal roles, and I'm not worried about, are you going to lose another game that I feel like you could win and da-da-da. But again, look, it's been great for Payton Watson. It's been great for a lot of guys. I think it's been great for Zeke Naji. I think it's been great, obviously, for Jalen Pickett. It's been great. But, it's also like a nice vacation. I'd like to go home and sit in my comfy spot and just get back to the routine.
Okay, so you want to be worn into your comfortable groove on the couch.
I'd like my team whole again.
Sure.
And I'd like to watch my Nuggets. Because, again, I was wondering last night, I'm like, who are they going to play tonight, man? Because Jamal, look, I give Jamal credit. I think Hanslick said it after the game, or maybe Demps did, but one of them said in the postgame coverage, it did look like maybe Jamal's sickness was going to catch up to the conditioning at certain points, but then Jamal found a way to be Jamal in the fourth quarter.
God, he was phenomenal last night.
He went back into, guiding the team the way he needs to.
He was great last night. He was so damn good. Man, that dude, and the pass that he made at the end of the game to Aaron Gordon, what the Pelicans were doing on that possession, I'll never understand. Just let a bunch of clock run down and then leave Aaron Gordon alone underneath the bucket. But a hell of a pass by Jamal to basically put that game away right there. By the way, what is the latest injury update for tonight?
God, I can't imagine they're playing many guys, are they?
Second night of a back-to-back down there in Dallas. Yeah, no, the injuries have absolutely piled up on this team. We know that. It would be fun to be able to get through all of this and get them back and ready to go. But, like, don't we got to take a minute, though, to celebrate? Like, you're 5-3 without Jokic.
Yeah, we really should.
You're staying right there in the West.
And again, good for them. That's why I was telling myself you should quit complaining about this. It's good for these guys. They're winning. It's fun. Again, I do root for the bench guys. I think it's great that
of course.
That all the end of the bench is showing this is why we're in the NBA.
Payton Watson is averaging 25, 7, and 3 in 8 games without Joker.
How soon? I feel like we need more time. There's a bigger topic there I know you want to get into.
I do. I want to spend a lot of time on the Payton Watson conversation today here on the show because I believe we are getting a new and different glimpse at what the ceiling could look like with this guy. And what does that mean for the Nuggets? What does that mean for him? Because you need all parties to kind of dance on this whole thing together when it comes to his future with this organization. And really, I talk about his future beyond this year, but also his future this year. And what do lineups and rotations and shot distribution, what does it all look like going forward with this guy? If Payton Watson is just a dude as a 6'8" wing that just knocks down mid-range jumpers off the bounce? What? Wait, what? He just casually he hits them now. What do you make, 3 or 4 of them last night?
Yeah,
including the fadeaway that turned out to be the game-winning bucket last night. Like we've seen glimpses where it's like I think Payton Watson might have the ability to be a good NBA 3-level scorer, and now you can declare Payton Watson is a good NBA 3-level scorer. Flat out. Like end of the sentence right there. He's just good at it.
Yeah, and you may have to actually start, even with Joker and the full crew back.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ignore him. You're going to have to think about some defensive assignments there if he keeps with this. See, again,
He's your best shot-blocking wing.
Key for all this is going to be everybody keeping their confidence and their aggressiveness once the whole crew's back together.
They're calling Jamal questionable for tonight with the left ankle sprain illness. AG is probable. Bruce Brown is questionable. He has a case of the right knee inflammation. CB is going to be out again tonight, and obviously Joker and Cam and Jonas Valanciunas. So there's your injury update going into tonight's matchup against the Dallas Mavericks, which we will have for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We got so much to do here on this program. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, what did the Denver Broncos organization learn about moving on from a legendary head coach many years ago, and what lessons does the rest of the NFL need to heed? I got an interesting list for you when we come back here, Andy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show, getting you set for the Broncos and the Bills on Saturday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Nikola Jokic, he's been out for a couple of weeks. Usually Nikola's kind of an Iron Man. When can we expect to see him?
A big development here. Nikola Jokic has resumed on-court workouts for Denver, and he's right on schedule, if not a little bit ahead of schedule, of making his return to the lineup by the end of this month. That's about that 4-week initial early timetable that they had. The Nuggets are optimistic Nikola Jokic will be able to return by that late January mark. He's making great progress, rapid progress. If he is able to make it back by late January, it would also give him a window to be eligible for the postseason awards, MVP, All-NBA team. So progress for Nikola Jokic.
Good news here for Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
That was Shams today on NBA Today. Andy, it's the least surprising news that we could have possibly imagined. Nikola Jokic is going to return on the early end of the window to come back from his hyperextended knee. Yeah, I'm not surprised in the slightest bit.
No, he's well.
The man is made of Serbian oak.
Not only that, he was already walking 2 days after the thing. And
yeah.
You just tell it really, again, and what I love the most is I hope this drops all the narratives the guy doesn't like playing basketball, because he seems absolutely miserable not getting to play basketball.
Does that narrative still exist?
I don't know, but if it does, time to be done.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's, you know, there's no milk in it. There's no, well, I'll be extra cautious or anything like that. The moment that that the doctors clear him, I bet if you asked him, he'd be like, I'll play tonight.
Yeah, let me go try.
Yeah, because he's nuts like that. You know, it's got to get cleared by the doctors, obviously, and the team's going to be the team will be more cautious than anybody else. He himself, he'll just go.
Oh, I'm sure he'd have had him tape it up, icing, and he'd have gone 2 days after it happened.
Tape an aspirin to it.
That's right.
That's right. Nuggets tonight in Dallas. Listen to it at 7:30. Berto's got your pregame at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, which is also your home for the NFL playoffs. We have full pregame. Denver Buffalo Saturday starting at noon, live from number 38, and then a viewing party immediately following the show with awesome prizes to give away, hosted by Andy Lindahl. Then tune in for the rest of the game all weekend, rest of the games all weekend, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. Your home for the NFL playoffs is right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. Don't forget about them either. They're fantastic. All right, Andy. As you know, Mike Tomlin is out in Pittsburgh. John Harbaugh is out in Baltimore, okay? Tomlin 19 seasons, John Harbaugh 18 seasons. I've got a really interesting list that I saw today about the difficulty in replacing legendary head coaches.
Okay.
Like what are the Steelers and Baltimore kind of in for? Because history would suggest a really good chance that you hire a stinker.
Yeah.
It's been known to happen. Now,
happened here.
It definitely did. So go back to 2008, all right? The Shanahan era ends.
Right.
From 1995 to 2008, 14 seasons as the head coach of the Broncos, and Josh McDaniels was fired without even completing his second season.
You're right. Yeah.
Didn't even make it to the end. Remember the Studesville era?
That's right.
The very end of the season.
Last 3 games.
Yep. And the cheating scandal in London and the losing and the suck and all of it. And the organization had to get the hell out of there. And they hired John Fox, and things went pretty damn well after that. All right, here's the rest of the list, okay? 2010. The Titans fired Jeff Fisher after 17 seasons. Do you realize Fisher did 17 years in Tennessee?
No, but yeah, I mean,
sweet
he was
stash.
an Oiler coach, and then the Titans, and
Jeff Fisher 17 seasons. Mike Munchak fired 3 years later.
Gosh, and Munchak wasn't really all that bad. Didn't he get him to the playoffs at least once?
Great O-line coach, but obviously they didn't match it. Eagles after Andy Reid. Do you remember who the Eagles coach was after Andy Reid? 12 seasons.
No, Chip Kelly. There we go.
Chip Kelly.
Because he had that, they signed all those All-Stars, right?
Fired after 3 years. That didn't go well.
That didn't go well at all.
Tom Coughlin, 12 seasons with the Giants, fired in 2015.
Boy, who was right after him? Help me out.
Ben McAdoo.
Oh, my gosh. Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's who replaced Coughlin?
Ben McAdoo, who looked like a man in a disguise. Ben
and then
McAdoo.
Shermer replaced McAdoo?
I believe so, yes. Fired after 2 seasons. The Bengals, here's a debatable how successful has it been, although they played in a Super Bowl. Marvin Lewis after 16 years. Zach Taylor still the head coach of the Bengals 7 years later.
Yeah, I roll my eyes as you literally just saw just because they're too cheap to get rid of the guy, right?
Yes.
I mean, look, I don't
you would think
Zach,
after a year like this.
Right. I don't think Zach Taylor's yet to have him ready for September. That's what I don't get.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you've got some pretty good tools to work with there. So
Mike McCarthy, 13 seasons with the Packers, done in 2018. Matt LaFleur, still their head coach 7 years later.
yeah, and they've actually had he got 2 MVP seasons out of Rodgers, if you remember.
Yep.
But again, he just craps everything in the playoffs. But frankly, so did McCarthy. Other than 1 Super Bowl run.
This is what I would say to Packer fans. Careful what you wish for.
No,
man.
you're right.
You're not going
right.
to do. You're not going to do better than Matt LaFleur.
I'm with you, but I also understand that I told you he's a little bit of their George Karl, where it's a great season.
And you know what? Like this, like take the game against Chicago for example. Like after they lost Micah Parsons, you looked at it and you're like, well, they're not a threat,
right?
And if you would have just been like, well, the Packers lost in a road game in the wild card round, you'd have been like, well, yeah, that sounds right. Like their defense just isn't the same. But you have to look at how that game went.
You were up.
You had a lead with 4 minutes to go. You can't lose that game. You
No,
can't lose
really
that
can't.
game.
Well, and again, you've got a running back you could have leaned on that you don't. But anyway.
Sean Payton, 15 years in New Orleans. Dennis Allen got 3 years and got canned. And they're already on to Kellen Moore. Didn't go great for Dennis Allen. He's now the defensive coordinator of the Bears, who just beat the Packers. Pete Carroll, 14 seasons in Seattle. Mike McDonald's working out pretty good so far.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Year number 2, the guy managed to get that team to a number 1 seed. Isn't it funny when you think about the 2 teams involved in the Russell Wilson trade are the respective number 1 seeds in the NFC and AFC this year between Seattle and Denver?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And frankly, I'm not sure the trade had anything to impact that. I mean, Seattle got some nice players, but it's not like they found their quarterback of the future.
They didn't find their quarterback of the future, but they did get Cross, their left tackle, who they just gave massive money to. And Witherspoon's one of the stars on one of the best defenses in the NFL. I think they have 4 starters on their team currently from that trade.
Okay.
That's
But
pretty good.
You had to go switch the coach out.
Yes.
Yeah. You had to go get new blood.
Yes.
As the Raiders showed us why.
Get Pete Carroll out of there and get him a good coach.
As did the Broncos.
I mean, all the Noah Fant, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, that didn't really work out.
Drew Lock's a
for
backup
Seattle.
there, right? Didn't go back to be a backup.
What the win for Seattle was just they didn't have Russell Wilson
Yeah,
anymore.
and they didn't pay the contract. They're not the one living with the dead money.
Yeah. What Denver did, far greater degree of
No,
difficulty.
they did not win the trade.
No.
Seattle won the trade.
Yes.
I just think it's funny how so quickly we turn around and here we are and all that's forgotten. Okay, where do we go with, I think ultimately you got to say that Jimmy
One more.
Johnson replacing Tom Landry. Is that on the list?
One more. Bill Belichick to Gerard Mayo.
Ugh.
Maybe the worst.
Well.
Canned after 1 year?
But here's what I think is kind of funny is, God, that's a weird one for me, Nate, because as soon as Tom Brady left, Bill Belichick wasn't Belichick anymore. Like, he couldn't even have the Shanahan-style success where he's just going 500.
When he had
making the playoffs a little bit.
When he had Joe Judge and Matt Patricia as his
He doesn't even
co-offensive
want to have
coordinators.
coordinators. He didn't even really know what he's doing.
What was he doing? What happened to that guy? Seriously, what happened? He's one of the most brilliant football minds of our lifetime. And because of ego and a lack of willingness to have any dissenting voice around him, I'll surround myself with all of the Michael Lombardi and my kids and every other numbskull that I've ever run across that never said a single disagreeing word to me. And look at what happened to him. Now he's just he's a cautionary tale. He's a punchline and a cautionary tale all wrapped up into one.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's why I give Mike Shanahan credit. He certainly didn't repeat his success without Elway, but the guy made the playoffs. Guy had intriguing teams. Guy still ran a good offense.
Guy had a coaching tree that went on to be. It still is the class in the NFL, basically.
It is. So he did not go as far down as Belichick. It is startling post Brady what has gone on with that guy.
It's insanity.
And again, it shows that some of these coaches, and I think McCarthy's kind of one of them too.
I mean, Andy, and you say post Brady, like it was starting when he was still with Brady.
No, you're right.
And Tom just Tom and Gronk and his players were solving a lot of his issues.
You can't forget that you got the cheat code. Unfortunately, you did.
Yeah, he did.
Did Tomlin have a little of that with
I will say this. By the way, I didn't even catch the part where like Roethlisberger earlier this year was just like, it's time for a change. Everybody turned on Ryan Clark, turned on all the great ex-Steelers, James Harrison. They all turned on Tomlin this year, getting booed at home. It became clear to everybody it's over, man.
It is funny that we had this whole big thing about Baltimore and Pittsburgh last game of the year. It's the Sunday night game, and neither coach kept his job 2 weeks later.
It's insane. Yeah, it is absolutely wild that was how it all ended up. I will say this. I think whoever gets the next gig in Baltimore has a far greater chance to succeed than Pittsburgh. And I say that because you get a 2-time MVP quarterback.
Yeah, everybody keeps talking about how attractive the Pittsburgh job is, and I realize the Raiders' job
is it just because you get to keep it for a long time?
So they're having this debate on Get Up today.
Okay.
And largely it's because, everybody admitted because Pittsburgh has shown great patience with ownership, has shown great patience with their coaches.
Yeah.
But their coaches have been good. Their coaches have had success pretty quickly.
Right.
Like Pittsburgh's not had to ride out 5 years of bad or 3 years of bad to really see what kind of patience they're going to have.
I mean, Cowher had losing years, but again, like, you're right. It never turfed out.
No. He never really had a full reset.
Exactly, which is kind of crazy that Zach Taylor still has his gig in Cincinnati, but as you pointed out, cheap ownership.
Yeah. Mike Brown's about winning affordably.
Right. Very much so.
A lot of times those two don't go together.
Exactly.
So what about the Raider job? Do you see the cap hell they're in? I realize you've got the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
That's about all that should be attracting you to that job. You got cap problems. You got old players. I don't think Max Crosby's forgotten everything that went on with him not getting to play.
That dude, I'm going to be surprised if he's a Raider next year. I really will be. I will be surprised if he still hangs around.
All right, listen. We got about 1,000 texts, and I get it. So does Nate. Yes, he's got a young girlfriend, but she just showed up post-Patriots. She was not there for the demise of the Brady situation, talking about Belichick.
Oh, no, she
showed up for this weird college stint.
Yeah,
she was not in the picture. He was still sitting on that rattan furniture drafting people with the dog.
No, Belichick, like him losing it is like, I think Jordan Hudson's responsible for a lot of things.
Carolina, whatever.
Right. But him being a suck football coach, that's on him.
Yeah.
I'm looking directly at him and his necessity to only have sycophants around him.
Well, what's sad, what you're describing is also what really got Shanny the last 3 years of his run.
But Andy, I think there's a difference between like, I'm comfortable around these guys and I'm willing to take people that aren't qualified to have these jobs
That's fair.
And put them in these spots only because I like these guys.
You're right.
That's nuts.
Yeah, you're right.
That's called digging. And some of that also is just like my ego is so massive that I am infallible and well, Matt Patricia watches a lot of offensive film, so let's have that guy call
you're
plays.
Right. And Shanahan never did anything as ridiculous as that. But I also remember, and look, I loved Mike. I loved as intimidating as the man was, he was a good cover. He was respectful. You know what I mean? But boy, when he was starting to switch defensive coordinators, like we change underwear, I'm like, bro, what are we doing? And one time it's 3-4, now it's 4-3 and 3-4 and 4-3. And I was around enough football guys going, you can't just switch from one to the other. You got to have the right personnel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You have to know
it's
what
so
you
funny
are.
because it feels like everybody just kind of goes 3-4 now. Whatever. I don't know, man. This is just
Broncos will see a 4-3 on Saturday.
Well, there you go.
There you
maybe
go.
maybe they'll have a little success against it.
Who on this Buffalo defense worries you?
Worry maybe the guy that is sneaky. Let's not forget about him is Nick Bosa. He's just played a
Joey too.
Which one is it? Is it Joey?
Joey.
The Bosa.
Nick's on the Niners.
Nick's hurt.
Yes, he's hurt.
Joey
Bosa led the NFL. Didn't he lead the NFL in forced fumbles this year?
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. All I know is that's a guy that knows your personnel.
Yep.
As far as your offensive lineman.
He's played a lot of games against the
just,
Broncos.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys.
He's also been injured for a lot of games against the Broncos.
He has, but that's just a guy that,
Yeah.
he knows a little what to do against you.
Yep. Joey Bosa is one that I kind of circle in this game, and outside of that, it's Tre'Davious White, who I think is the best defensive player on that Bills team, and we saw his impact last week against Jacksonville. And when you start talking about if they can disguise coverages and if they can confuse Bo Nix a time or two and a ball gets tipped, that's the kind of guy that can go out and make a play. Yeah, I wonder about that one. By the way, Kosmider made an interesting comp on the Not Another Bucking podcast this week.
Okay.
For who could be an offensive breakout player for the Broncos in this game against Buffalo on Saturday afternoon. I will be honest, Andy, I hadn't even considered this guy in this game. Will he have a massive performance against the Buffalo Bills? I'll tell you who that name is and why he is such a threat. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, do you remember this name? Parker Washington. Parker Washington.
I don't. Should I?
6 catches for $145 and a tutty.
Okay, now was he the Jacksonville receiver that ate up Denver?
When the Jags came in and beat the Broncos back on the 21st of December. Last week against the Buffalo Bills, Parker Washington, 7 catches, 107 yards, and a tutty against Buffalo in a 27-24 loss. Parker Washington, 5'10", 204 pounds. Slot guy, speedster, small, quick, dangerous.
With punt returning skills, because I remember them mentioning that during the broadcast when the Broncos and Jags played.
Just got a chance to be a Marvin Mims game?
Hey, Nate, listen. Every week I go and hoping it's a Marvin Mims game.
I know it's a triggering question for you.
Well, I just don't, I'm not saying that Marvin Mims needs to be your all-star. I just think, and we did see a bigger role a year ago, I don't understand why the role just hasn't expanded more than it has. You know what I mean? He's another one of those players. Sean just has his guys, and I just have to accept it. And Mims just really isn't one of his guys, and I won't be surprised if they let him walk when this is all over.
Yeah. Which would be insane because he's really good. But he, for whatever reason, didn't really take off this year. Now, maybe some of it had to do with the emergence of Troy Franklin, the emergence of Pat Bryant.
He had a concussion that kept him out a few games.
He dealt with some of that. Obviously, he had a very good punt returning season. He's always, he's one of the best punt returners in the entire game. So, but we really didn't see a huge offensive game this year out of Marvin Mims. In terms of receiving yardage, his best game was the Giants game. When he had 6 catches for 85 yards. He had 6 catches for a very nice 69 against the Bengals earlier this season. He had a touchdown catch this year. That's it. 1 touchdown catch.
He also was...
His long run of the year was 16 yards.
He's been targeted on a few Bover throws that you like to mention.
Those have also...
Bover throws.
Happened as well, but for the most part, his role never really took off this season. Is it possible that in a one game, as Sean Payton likes to say, find a roadmap situation to be able to beat the Buffalo Bills? You just got to beat them once. Just got to have the right game plan for it once. Then Marvin Mims could emerge and have his best game of the season.
I mean, I hope.
Yeah.
I hope. But look, Troy Franklin didn't do too much last year. He caught that long touchdown pass from Bo in the playoff game.
Sure did. Jim Nantz was pumped.
Yeah.
The Broncos! Sure was. Wait, do the Andy one now.
The Broncos!
I think I might like the Andy one more now.
The Broncos! Again, all I hear is a South Park episode in it whenever I hear it.
Cartman version?
Something. I don't know. Nah, I feel like I sound like one of the villagers that they seem to have, just the random people that show up in town from time to time. Look, I hope so, Nate. I don't know. What are the chances that both Jaleel McLaughlin and Marvin Mims both were to have great
get the ball
games?
and have a great game.
You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, all of a sudden these guys are being featured, and where has it been all year? I doubt that both guys show up. So if one of them could show up, I think I'd just take that at this point.
Sure.
And the way Jaleel tests the edge, I guess I'd have to probably go Jaleel because, again, with all the numbers that we've read and we've told you about, that Buffalo defense struggles with rushers on the edges.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'd probably lean that way. But, yeah, I'd love to see. Here's what is funny. I don't think either Marvin Mims or Jaleel McLaughlin are the stature, are the perfect or the kind of the prototype height weight he wants out of either position. I think Sean likes big, tall receivers, thus Marvin's problem. And I don't think Jaleel, I think he likes at least 200-plus pound backs. I don't think he's quite as worried about your height. but you better have enough cheeseburgers to get you over 200 pounds, or he just doesn't feel like he's got to feature you a lot.
The season high in carries for Jaleel McLaughlin was 7. So it again, like this is a game that to me, when I look at what the matchup is and the Broncos' ability, hopefully to be able to exploit Buffalo's weaknesses on the edges and get outside and run the football and use their speed and their ability to be able to use a speedster, hopefully getting open deep down the field or at least in the intermediate part of the field. I would like this to be a big Jaleel McLaughlin and Marvin Mims game. But these would not be the first time that we have said these things, and we've been waiting for Sean Payton to be able to pull that off, and it just has not happened as of yet. So still we sit and we wait. Hey, we're back with another Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords all day, 20 minutes past the hour. Your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willhitewins.com. Another very cool event coming up Saturday, April 18th, Andy. The Rapids will take on Inter Miami at Empower Field, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Colorado Rapids club, which is very, very exciting. Tickets are on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Joining us right now to discuss U.S. Soccer Hall of Famer, Rapids legend, U.S. men's national team legend, our pal Marcelo Balboa. Cello, what's up, dude?
What's going on, boys? How are you?
Wait, are you Mr. Rapid? Maybe I shouldn't ask you, but I feel like Marcelo, everybody I know, Mark Stout, Corey Lopez, Nate Kreckman, I could go, Connor McGahee, like everybody I know cannot quit talking about what a great guy you are. I feel like you might be Mr. Rapid.
You know what? I was brought up to be very respectful and to love what I do. And when I came to Colorado, I knew this was going to be my home until I retired, till I passed away, and you guys throw my ashes up in the mountains. So yeah, you know what? I'll take that as a compliment that I'm Mr. Rapid. Sure, I'd like to be Rapid Man for a game.
Well,
that'd be fun.
Your hair's too long to be Rapid Man. You can't be. You need the pompadour with the swirl and everything like that.
All right, well, we can do that too, but it's under a big mask head, so you'll never know what's there. You know what I mean? How much fun would that be?
Would you ever consider chopping off your glorious locks? It's one of your signatures, man.
You know what? I would. But you know how it is, for the right price.
Okay. All right. Well, an opportunity to be Rapid Man for one game. Maybe that's what it would be.
There it is.
All right, Cello. Rapids and Inter Miami, Saturday, April 18th.
Yeah, baby.
Out at Mile High. Now, you played a lot of games at Mile High in your day, and I went to a lot of those games, and it was always interesting to see, a new, burgeoning MLS club playing at a gigantic NFL stadium. But we're expecting, coming up for a 30th anniversary match, this place is going to be absolutely pumping, man. Like, how different do you expect it to be, the atmosphere around this game, and especially given the opponent?
Listen, one, to be able to get the best player in the world here to Denver is going to be fantastic. So I'm going to make this very clear. If you've never seen Messi play in person, in live, in stadium, you must go to this game, because I've been fortunate enough. I've called a few of his games. I've gone to games where he's played in, and to watch the best player in the world do the things he does and to see him in person is absolutely, it's like seeing Michael Jordan. Let's just be straight up and honest. So I expect it to be sold out. Listen, we got 65,000, I think it was our second year on 4th of July, and people loved it. This is a soccer town, especially now with the Rapids and the Summit. People love it. That's why they brought the Summit here. So at the end of the day, when you get an opportunity to see the best player in the world, and we're going to get him one time.
Yep.
There's no, well, maybe next year. That doesn't exist. You will get him on April 18th, along with a bunch of alumni, because I know they're inviting a bunch of alumni this week. It's going to be a fantastic 30th anniversary. So yeah, man, it's something you can't pass up.
you are going to have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets for the Rapids and Inter Miami, the 30th anniversary match out at Mile High. We're gonna tell you how you can win those tickets right at the end of this conversation. Cello, the 30th anniversary of the Colorado Rapids, and like Andy said, like you are Mr. Rapids, man. Like that is you embody everything that this franchise is about. What does that 30th anniversary mean to you? Because like not every MLS club that came in 30 years ago is still going strong.
Listen, when we came to this league in '96, we were told very clearly, you will do anything and everything to help this league succeed. There will be money for 3 years. After 3 years, we can no longer guarantee that this league will be around. Okay, that's the speech when I left Mexico. That's what they told us. But we, as national team players and other players, had this dream of having a league, having an opportunity to have our grandchildren, other kids, an opportunity to do something that we've been able to do for so many years. So this 30-year anniversary is about the fans. It's about this franchise. It's about the players who took, listen, we had players the first year who took a salary cut. They were making $120 to come play $80,000 to come play in Major League Soccer and help this league start. So we are 30 years plus strong, and it is freaking awesome. We are not a threat to anybody. We're doing our own thing. We have our own stadiums, our own facilities, Dick's Sporting Goods Park, and it is going to be a celebration, and we're fortunate enough to get Inter Miami on that day.
And by the way, Cello, it's a new era of Rapid soccer this upcoming season. What are your expectations for the club?
Listen, my expectations every year are for this team to fight for a championship, be it U.S. Open Cup, be it the Leagues Cup, be it the Western Conference, whatever it is. I want and I need to feel that. And when you get a new coach and you feel this buzz around the club, they're still trying to bring in some players. So yeah, you know what? I think every year our expectations are to how well can we do? How many finals can we get into? And can we bring home a trophy? I mean, a legit trophy. Listen, Rocky Mountain Cup is awesome, and I love that it's a rivalry, you know what I mean? But holding a U.S. Open Cup, holding a MLS Cup, Leagues Cup, those are the trophies that, as players, we have to fight for.
Rapids, Inter Miami, Messi coming to town Saturday, April 18th at Empower Field. 30th anniversary of the Colorado Rapids. Tickets are on sale tomorrow. USMNT legend Marcelo Balboa, Rapids legend, Mr. Rapids, but not Rapids man, Marcelo Balboa.
Not
Cello.
yet.
Yeah, not yet. Not as of yet. Cello, man, great stuff. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, dude.
Thanks, brother. Anytime, guys. Have a good day.
All right, great to have Marcelo Balboa with us right there. You want to win tickets to this match, Rapids and Inter Miami on Saturday, April 18th. Oh, I got a fun trivia question. You can text
Because of course you would.
Text your answer to 303-504-0925. One lucky listener that texts in the correct answer is going to win a pair of tickets for this game. We'll draw a winner. But here it is. This is a fun one. Andy, in 2000, we're going way back here.
In the year 2000.
Marcelo Balboa of the Colorado Rapids scored the MLS goal of the year. It's still the greatest goal in Rapids history. It's one of the great goals in MLS history. Bicycle kick off the cross. Gorgeous. What team did Marcelo Balboa score that goal against? 303-504-0925. Text your answer in along with your first and last name, and we will draw a winner at the end of the next segment. Again, 2000 MLS goal of the year. Marcelo Balboa in his sweet striped Rapids jersey scored the MLS goal of the year. What team did he do it against? 303-504-0925. Text your answer in. We'll draw a winner, and you will pick up a pair of tickets for the Rapids and Inter Miami Saturday, April 18th in Power Field. Rapids 30th anniversary tickets officially on sale tomorrow, but win them right now. Again, Cello's 2000 MLS goal of the year. What team did he score it against? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, if you want to be at the first Broncos home playoff game in a decade, well, then start your weekend off right with Nate and Andy at Jackson's Lodo. We will be live for a special Bud Light Football Friday starting at 3 o'clock, and we'll be giving away tickets to Broncos Bills. So we will see you at Jackson's on Friday.
We need to put a bulletin out.
So we learned something today.
You know what? I'm going to send it to you. How about that? So you can just look at it.
There's developing
situation.
Breaking news regarding the Friday edition of K&L out at Jackson's Lodo on a Bud Light Football Friday. We didn't know about this, but we were informed of something.
I've got spies everywhere.
There's somebody on the inside
with the Bills backers
to a very niche community. People in Denver that really like the Buffalo Bills has informed us
that basically the Bills backers that like to hang at Jackson's,
they back the Bills.
They sent out a notice to their people that we're going to be down there from 3 to 6 and that you could win some tickets.
Yes.
So now look, we're trying to give our Bud Light tickets away on Friday to Bronco fans.
We would like to reward a loyal Bronco fan listener.
But we don't control that, nor does Bud Light.
We have no control over it. It's a drawing.
Yes. Now, if you've not been to one of these,
like the NBA draft lottery, Andy, there's never any shenanigans.
There never isn't. But see, this is why Bud Light runs it. Like, we don't have control of this.
We
the
don't.
Bud Light folks hand out raffle tickets.
This is
either Nate or I will announce it as to who's the winner, but that's about as far as it goes as our involvement.
Yes.
Other than us giving you the rallying cry to get there. But we're telling you, the Bills backers are telling people to get down there early during the show, which frankly we appreciate because we like crowds no matter what, even if we're going to get heckled. But we need our Bronco fans out there in full force so you win these tickets and not a Bills fan.
Of what we understand, many Bills fans will be at Jackson's on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, and we just look like the game itself. We need you to show up.
You must represent
and rep at Jackson's on Friday.
And cheer especially loud when they're in the huddle. When you see those Bills fans huddling, that's when you yell the loudest.
Now, and you know what? When their food's delivered, boo them. Just boo them.
Just boo them.
I don't know why.
Your order sucks.
Hey, I get some wings. Of course you are. Well, the Jackson's has good wings. I want their Mile High burrito. They better not have taken that. I am spending all week.
According to
now
this,
you're waiting all day for Sunday night. I'm waiting all day for Friday
afternoon.
Burrito.
According to this post, Altitude Sports, this is from the Colorado Bills backers, Altitude Sports will broadcast live from Jackson's this Friday, 3 to 6.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff.
I don't know what that means.
They mentioned that we're giving stuff away.
Anyway, all are invited, so let's show up in full force and drown out the Broncos base with a sea of Bills backers, red, white, and blue.
And then they're hanging there all night, I guess, because they got whoever shows up out of town.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock. You know, like when the maid man shows up, they go have meatballs like in the movies. That's where they're having meatballs.
So there's going to be, there's going to be a lot of anybody coming from Western New York.
Yep.
There's going to be, we know there's a lot of Bills fans in Wyoming.
Yep.
Josh Allen country.
Yep.
So they will be coming out
Allen.
as well. So Broncos fans, if you want to win tickets from Bud Light during the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Friday afternoon at Jackson's and Lodo, you should be there. Represent.
Let's go
all
like
we ask.
Old school 90s rock the vote stuff at MTV where you just get a bunch of people to show up.
Rock the vote.
Yeah, I don't know.
It works.
Just get in there.
It's good.
Get in there.
Yes.
We need you.
Yes. So head on out this Friday at 3 o'clock and join us. We would really appreciate that. Hey, Andy, do you remember where the Super Bowl is this year?
Yeah, I believe it's Levi's Stadium.
Levi's Stadium,
where I got my last prostate check.
The Blue Jean Palace.
Yeah.
Blue
Jean baby.
Do you remember that the Broncos?
Who?
Who's that? I'm sorry. Who now?
The Broncos.
Do you remember that they played a preseason game at Levi Stadium this year?
I'll be honest with you. No, I didn't.
They did. They did.
Yeah, they did.
They did. They played a preseason game.
Wasn't that like the first
It was
one?
the opener.
Yeah.
And they defeated the Niners. I think it was like 30-9 or whatever. They didn't look real good, but
No.
you know, whatever. It's
They-
preseason.
Was it?
Got the dub.
A little bit of a
Okay.
vortex of things to come.
Did they ever look awesome?
Did they ever? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did, were ever like, man, outside of Green Bay?
Do you remember after that game, when it was time for Sean Payton to talk to the media, and Sean wasn't just feeling the afterglow of of preseason triumph.
What? He wasn't thrilled.
No, he wasn't thrilled. In fact, Sean he had a lot of feedback to give everybody. Here's a piece of audio. This is from August when the Broncos played at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, the site of Super Bowl 60.
You know, this is the first road trip for us, and, you know, I've got 14 things written down that I'm pissed off about that have nothing to do with the game. And so that's part of the debrief, too. And so the willingness of the player, employee, all of us to accept and make those corrections, I think, are important.
Yep.
He was mad about travel logistics, sideline issues. He was mad at players, at employees.
Buses.
14 items on the list, Andy.
Yeah.
He was cantankerous.
You know what that is? That's almost double the myths he pointed out to us yesterday.
Yeah. Now, I will say this, okay? He's 2 wins away from being back in that building. All right? Whatever those 14 items were clearly cleaned up because this thing's been going pretty damn well. There was an 11-game win streak this year. There's a number 1 seed in the AFC. Sean Payton has been able to maneuver and put together a plan, a roadmap for every single week to have more points than the other guys did. And that's legitimately all he cares about. He has talked about this team as having Super Bowl expectations from the moment they got going in OTAs this year, and he's 2 wins away from it. Here's my question is, and degree of difficulty ramps up in the postseason, but does Sean Payton have the deft touch to be able to finish this thing, or chewed out a reporter again yesterday for no good reason? Is he squeezing it too tight? Is there an expiration date on the obsessive compulsion towards the minutia and the details for Sean Payton and the 2025 Broncos?
That's a good question. You know what? I'd be a little more ramped up worried about it if they'd done a little more over the bye week. I do like the bye week schedule I think he gave them.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, I just felt like whatever it was, the Broncos did not have that charge, that energy I expected against, and no pun intended by that, against the Chargers at the end of the year.
And the
You know what I
Chiefs
mean?
as well. They finished on fumes.
Yeah, man. They just didn't look like, for a team that could seize the moment. And
Right.
they did. They won both games. They didn't lose. But it certainly was. You'd have thought they'd made more of a statement against teams not playing their starters those last 2 weeks than they did, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. I need to lay out. It's so funny because you were gone the day after Christmas, so you and I we haven't even rehashed the Chiefs game, and why would we? It was a terribly boring game that, frankly, I was a little upset I even dedicated some of my Christmas festivity night to. But
Nuggets game was fun.
The Nuggets game was fun, and I was glad I made it home for the end of that. But I'm just saying that, again, you would have thought that the defense had a really good game, and yet the whole thing just kind of felt like a big lump of coal because I just kept expecting, I guess I expected 10 sacks out of a defense that was facing a guy that just got with the team 2 days earlier.
Right.
All that kind of stuff. But the offense, and let's just keep it real, the offense is what we're talking about these last couple of weeks because the Broncos defense, they scored the only touchdown against the Chargers. So I think that's part of the reason why it feels like Sean's maybe gripping, why Sean's grumpy. Now, frankly, even if they'd have won 45-2 over the Chargers, I think Sean would still be this way because I think old school coaches like him, this is how they get started the playoffs. I don't think there's an expiration on it. Well, I don't know that it affects the defense, Nate, But I do think the offense is feeling Sean's desire to not have 2 more, 3 more, whatever it may be, crummy offensive showings on national TV.
That's the thing that I'm a little bit concerned about with this team, okay? Is like this team is really, I mean, 11 one-score victories this year. And the Chiefs game is one of them. And ultimately it was, how do we punch in a touchdown and put this thing out of reach against a terrible Chiefs offense? Well, you get the Chiefs to jump offside, to get Chris Jones to have a neutral zone infraction with 2 minutes to go in that game. And Sean just he managed that game. It sounds absurd, but perfectly, okay? Because Sean's superpower, and I'll repeat it again and again and again, is not losing. That's his superpower.
The teams he shouldn't lose to.
Exactly. He's very good at being able to do that part of the job. So again, like his ability to be able to take a team that is very good, but certainly has its flaws. Cosmiter, who we'll talk to coming up at 4:40 today, I think the way that he put it in his piece today, an offense that can be explosive or erratic depending on the possession. Perfect. A defense that can shut anybody down, but can't produce turnovers. Yeah, these are the kind of the disparities that this team exists in right now, and Sean Payton has done an unbelievable job to be able to get this team to this place, to carry them along to this place where they could be the number 1 seed. This method of winning, how sustainable is it? That's what we learned. That's what we learned starting on Saturday, just how much this thing has a shelf life.
All right. I'll tell you what. I got a question for you after the break.
Okay.
For what you just said right there, I would ask you, is there a reason? And I think there is a reason. But is there a reason, and this main reason, this is crafting a tease.
Listen to this tease.
How about this?
Here we go.
Is this reason the reason why the Bills are a team the Broncos should beat, thus holding up your superpower?
Okay, we'll find out. That was good.
Like Cuba steak, you're going to find out the reason after the break.
You got there eventually. Spring, who is our ticket winner for the Rapids and Inter Miami on Saturday, April 18th? Because, of course, everybody remembers that in 2000 when Marcelo Balboa scored the MLS goal of the year on a sick bicycle kick, he, of course, scored it against the Columbus Crew. The hated Columbus Crew. Spring, a lot of our listeners texted in answers, but only one of them could be the winner, and that winner is Mark Springer?
Tony Mancuso.
Tony Mancuso.
Tony!
Hey, Tony Mancuso. Way to go, Tony. Tony is going to be there. Mancuso and Inter Miami will all be in the house for the Rapids' 30th anniversary, Saturday, April 18th at Empower Field. Way to go, Tony Mancuso. Andy teased something. I already forgot what it is.
There's a reason why the Bills are a team the Broncos should beat.
Okay.
So will this reason be enough for Sean's superpower to hold up?
There it is. We will do that.
And Spring will return with the reason by who mistake. How about that?
When we come back. Okay.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's time to talk about the old erectile dysfunction again. If this is something that's plaguing you, if you've had a problem with it, if you think about getting something done about it, well, it's the new year. It's time to set goals and then go meet those goals. And this is a real easy goal to have handled. If you want to go and get it solved, frankly, get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See what they can do for you. Maybe you feel like you've tried everything. You've got caught ordering whatever's been online late at night, the pills and the herbals and all that, and maybe nothing's done it for you. But if you get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got treatments that'll work for you. They've got treatments that work when those pills and herbals fail, and treatment with success rates well over 90%. Some that'll even have you ready to go an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. And since it's the new year, have a resolution already checked off your list. If this is one of the things, getting rid of your ED early on in that year, because you know what? It's going to give you a better quality of life moving forward for the rest of 2026. So go ahead and schedule the consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit, $99. You'll get a T and a PSA test and a consultation with a Colorado licensed medical provider. If advised, you'll take a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. So nothing to lose but the ED. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Get after it today. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Vance Joseph spoke to the media today. We will hear reaction from VJ coming up here in just a moment as we are rolling with you today until 6 o'clock. Obviously, we got the Nuggets and the Dallas Mavericks right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Second night of a back-to-back for the Nuggets. So we shall see how they look after yet another tightrope victory last night on the road against the Pelicans, as Jamal went for 35 and PWat went for 31. Pretty nice victory last night for your Denver Nuggets. Nick Kosmider coming up at 4:40, by the way. We'll check in with our dude Nick about all things going on down at Broncos today. Andy, you teased the reason.
Yeah, I did. All right.
You had already forgotten.
No, I know the reason. I learned how to play that song.
Okay.
It's one of the first things I learned how to play on guitar that actually was a little bit finger challenging on the fretboard.
Okay.
I don't know why it makes me giggle, but it does. And I could see you singing it to your wife, I guess, and holding hands. So, because you're a lovely couple.
I don't know that tune.
You literally don't know the song?
I legitimately...
I promise you do. You just didn't know that's what it was.
I legitimately don't think I've ever heard
It was
that
one of
song.
those early 2000 songs that no matter where you were, Nate, you could have been waiting in the Comedy Works to do whatever you got to do, and somehow it would come on. It was just like one of those songs. It was like Two Princes, where just no matter where you go, the damn thing's finding you. That's what it was.
Wrong.
See? You know. Yeah, exactly. Anyway,
you want to talk spin doctors? I'll spin doctor with you all day.
You will spin doctor it. All right. This Bills team just got the injury report.
Okay.
15 guys are on their injury report.
They sure got a lot of guys on that injury report.
I mean, a lot of guys that are hurt with injuries that you know they're going to play through because it's the playoffs, but it does not mean by any stretch at all that this team's coming in here healthy out on a 4 or 5 day, 6 days rest, I guess, ultimately is what it'll be for them. Short week, already beat up. The Broncos have been hanging out for 2 weeks. 2 weeks waiting to get this sucker done. Is that the reason, as you said, the superpower is Sean Payton for the 2 years since he's had his guy, since he's had Bo Nix, and really even a couple times with Russell Wilson, he did not lose games that he should not lose. That's how he's accrued the record that he's accrued here. Because let's be honest, especially his first year, team wasn't all that great. So there weren't a lot of All-Pro or Pro Bowl nods. So are they just so beat up? Is that the reason the Broncos should not lose to the Buffalo Bills? Is that the reason that Sean can maybe stick to some of what you're talking about and play his game plan? Or does Josh Allen just simply breathing and being on the field usurp all that?
Wasn't this one of his myths from yesterday?
I don't care about his myths. I know he's in cantankerous playoff week mode.
We only uncovered 3 of them yesterday. I know.
We got to find out today if 3 more were revealed.
Did Kosmider get any more today?
We'll have to ask him. We'll have to ask him.
Going full Nicolas Cage and being able to crack the code today. We'll find out from Kosmider coming up today at 4:40 here on the show. The health of Buffalo, like losing again, being down 2. You lost 2 receivers to an ACL last week.
Yeah,
that is absolutely wild. That's what that team is dealing with right now. Like you're right about that part of it, Andy. Like it's a super banged up team right now. The Broncos are healthy. The Broncos are healthy. Like the health advantage, the rest advantage, the home field advantage. All of those go in Denver's direction. Now, postseason experience, better quarterback, etc. Like obviously that all of those things are going to the Buffalo Bills. But but that stuff, like Andy, you just have to be better than them 1 week.
Yeah.
Find the roadmap to victory, so to speak. In fact, of all the people that really buy into Sean's ability to be able to not blow the games he should win, and in this case, the injury advantage is on his side. I want to play a cut from something that Bo Nix said after the Green Bay game about the ability of this team to find the path to victory, whatever that vision may be from Sean Payton, week in and week out. Listen, this is Bo Nix, the guy that turns around and yells at Sean to wake up during the Charger game, that has all of those, and yet kind of sounds to me like Bo Nix, he's a subscriber.
I was able to learn in college that you're not going to win the game in one play. You're not going to win the game in one quarter. You got to piece it all together. And it may look ugly at times, but it really doesn't matter. And there's always a way to win the game. There's always a way at the end to win a game. There's always a way at the beginning. So you have to figure that out. And as a team, I think that's just what makes really good teams. Together, they figure out the way, and they just go out there and do it.
Yeah, and I like it because they have not just been a machine start to finish at any game this year, really.
No.
I mean, the closest thing probably would have been Dallas.
Yep.
But I want to remind people they didn't get off to the best start against Green Bay. R.J. Harvey fumbles. I think Bo Nix threw a pick at one time.
No, they were down 2 scores in the second half.
They had to come back from some. They had to come back from some adversity, and they did it. And of course, we all remember the adversity they came back from against the Eagles and the Giants. All right, how many drives? How many drives do you think they need to put together to get this one locked away? And when I say drives, I'm talking scores. You could upgrade it to touchdowns if you want to. I think minimum 2 touchdown drives, and I think you probably need 4 scoring drives over the balance of the game.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 or 5. I think that's what it's going to take to be able to win this game. Now, if you're talking about, okay, well, 2 touchdowns and 3 field goals, you scored 23 points.
Sure.
Spot this defense, 23 points at home against Josh Allen. Is there a roadmap to a playoff victory by doing that? I think there is.
Especially if you're scoring early and holding, like if you can get the 10-0 lead, the 10-3 lead, something like that. Look, this defense, you want to talk about superpowers? This defense has got to find its superpower in the red zone again. You cannot let the Bills have touchdowns if they get down there. Because again, I'd like to believe the Broncos, I know Mike Kliss tweeted that he believes that the Broncos are probably going to go on a little bit of a run causing turnovers, because that's sometimes what good defenses do, so I can understand the sentiment there. But this defense, you and I have talked about it, they don't cause turnovers. They don't let you score in the red zone even when you get down there. That's been their reason for what they've been this year. So they've got to get back to that. They cannot let Josh Allen do what Trevor Lawrence did to them. And that is, what did they go 4 for 4 in the red zone? Scoring touchdowns and all that? The Jaguars were very good, elite against the Broncos in the red zone. Cannot let Buffalo be elite, or you're not going to win.
There's also, Vance Joseph, I don't think he coaches the ball punching technique as hard as other DCs do in the NFL. I think that Vance Joseph coaches technique. I think he coaches sound tackling, and the Broncos are a very good tackling defense. A very good tackling defense, and I think that's kind of what he hangs his hat on a little bit. You think of a defense like Chicago's, for example, where every time somebody is going for a tackle, they're trying to punch the football out. I think Green Bay was a little bit similar to that, and you saw the Broncos be able to take advantage of that, of are you trying to stop me right now? Are you trying to get me down? Or are you trying to rip the football out, and I'll have an opportunity to be able to break this tackle? Now, again, there's other ways to rip off big turnover streaks. There's just simply, get to the quarterback, hit him, and have the ball come out. It's hard to do against this guy. This guy's actually pretty good at that part.
Repeat the stat again. Not a turnover since when?
22.
Not a turnover in the playoffs for the Bills since 22.
Right. Exactly. Since 22.
By the way, do you think you talked about how they don't turn people over, and you know what? I think some of that, when it comes to the interceptions, they're in so much man coverage sometimes. I wonder if guys know, if I take a chance and whiff, we've seen it happen. I think, who did you mention? I'm forgetting. Washington, the receiver. They went for a pick, didn't get it, and down the sideline he goes.
Yep, get him to the ground.
You cannot have something like that happen. So I think that's one of the reasons why maybe they don't pick off the ball as much. They know that they've got to play the ball. They've got to get the tackle done. They've got to make sure that the PBU can happen, whatever. And if you whiff on a pick 6 attempt, it could go bad the other way. It feels like Nick Benito's been much more intentional about trying to tackle the football, as we've talked about Von Miller talking about in the past. I hope that continues.
Yep.
I mean, what a beautiful punch strip. The old Lawrence Taylor karate chop to get the ball out against Trey Lance. More of that, please.
Yep. Absolutely. By the way, 14 head coaches have won at least 2 Super Bowls in their football life. Sean Payton is trying to become 15 this year, right? The longest that any of them went between the first championship and the second championship was 6 years. Right. Payton is trying to do it in 16.
That's an interesting stat because I would guess a lot of those guys, remnants of the other team, you want it, and by team I mean the core of your team, I should say. A lot of the same players probably still there in that time. Maybe not a complete flip of the cast.
And the guy that did it was Tom Landry, 71 to 77. I mean, back then, like guys
Nobody
stayed on the
left.
same team.
You weren't allowed to.
Exactly. Longest gap between any two Super Bowls for a head coach, that was Belichick, 10 years. But that was the third and fourth championship with the Patriots. Remember, he won 3 titles in the early 2000s and then 3 in the late 2010s.
All right, so that's fascinating. Can you possibly find out the longest between Super Bowls for players? Because I bet you John Elway's up there with that one.
Like Super Bowl appearances?
Yeah, although now I think about it, his last appearance was the 89 season, 1990.
Yeah.
And then his next one didn't happen until it would have been the 98 Super Bowl 97 season. That's 8-9 years, something like that.
Yeah, between appearances, right.
God, it feels like it was so much longer than that, too.
I mean, Brady had been to, 2 of those Super Bowls, and he lost to the Giants in there before they finally got it in 14 and beat Seattle. So that's, well, I tell you what, remind me of that Super Bowl week.
All right.
Craft a tease on that one, and I'll be able to figure that one out for you, I assure you. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic covering the Broncos. Were any myths uncovered? What is everybody's health status? Vance Joseph talking today about how to stop Josh Allen. We'll check in with what's going on with the Broncos with our buddy Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com. That's coming up on the other side. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Make sure you sign up to bid, by the way, at roller.bid/altitude. Right now, Planet Open Box Auction that is available for you to be able to bid starts to close tomorrow afternoon. Go and scan through this thing. You can find some really, really cool stuff, electronics and whatnot that is open for auction right now. I'm looking at a pair of Klipsch floor speakers. Klipsch floor speakers usually retail at $300. These are new speakers, $80. $80 right now. Go ahead and go to roller.bid and check out this auction. All kinds of great items available for you to be able to bid on right now. So go to roller.bid and check it out, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. One lucky listener that signs up to bid with Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude will be entered to win a pair of tickets February 11th, catered KSE Sweet Nuggets Grizzlies at Ball Arena. Make that be you. Go to roller.bid/altitude right now. All right, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic out there covering the Broncos today. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, let's start here. Great piece today on Sean Payton. Myths are his big thing this week. Myths and, I don't know, not thinking that linebackers can attack downhill or
no, not
something.
thinking Luka was a linebacker.
Okay.
He didn't think Luka could. Nick, could you attack downhill? You're a pretty good sized guy.
Yeah, I mean, gravity will take me downhill automatically. So that's the direction that I'm stumbling most of the time. So that'd be the closest thing that I could get to it.
Yeah. How is Sean doing right now? Andy and I were discussing this before. Does he have the deft touch, or is he gonna squeeze this thing into oblivion like Chris Farley and his pretty new pet?
Yeah, it's a really interesting subplot of all this, right? Because you work to get here, you work to get the number one seed. And have this opportunity to kind of have this game at home and all those other things. But with that comes like this kind of pressure to it, like intrinsically, like you are not supposed to lose as the one seed in the first game. And yet here you are, you have a guy like Josh Allen who just kicked you out of the playoffs last year. And that I'm sure comes with like this, whether you want to address it or not, this pressure on top of just everything else. So, I think it was interesting that when we went there Friday last week before they had an opponent, like that was about as open and candid of a press conference as Sean's given this year, almost 30 minutes. I thought really insightful on a lot of stuff, including where they were at offensively and kind of what that's going to need to look like in the playoffs. Yesterday, obviously, a little bit different, and we did not talk to him today. Had the coordinators today, so he'll be back on the podium tomorrow. But I sense a team that is relaxed overall. I mean, I think they're confident in what they can do, and a lot of the talk this week has been about, listen, when you have been in 11, when you have won 11 one-score games, and when you have won 14 games overall despite trailing at some point in 11 of those, like you're going to feel confident about all kinds of different situations that you can fall into in this game. And, so I think that's kind of the overarching theme for this team as they go into this week.
All right. I mean, I keep getting reports that the team overall is in pretty good spirits. How about Bo? I mean, look, what I worry about is Sean winding Bo up and getting Bo wound too tight. And I'll be honest with you, Nick, some of that comes from my experience with Peyton Manning where, I think I've had a lot of guys tell me Peyton would try to watch every single play he could, and the bigger the game, the more tape he would watch, to the point where sometimes guys thought he just locked himself up mentally trying to look, and because he remembered defensive formations and all the other stuff that anybody could do to him. I don't think Bo's quite that bad, but I don't think their personalities are far off. Are you worried about Peyton specifically winding Bo up too much?
Well, I think anytime you have a quarterback with limited experience, because I don't. Is experience a myth, as Sean Payton said? I think perhaps in some areas it is, but I don't think it is with having a quarterback who is, trying to kind of define himself on this stage. And with Bo Nix and Sean Payton, I think it's been sort of this like growing evolution of their relationship. You guys mentioned, I heard you was in my story about how he, we all saw it, the CBS broadcast showing him in week 18 kind of yelling at Sean to wake up. They've talked a little bit about that relationship as time's gone on, but there's also been times like after the Green Bay game where I thought Bo was very introspective about what he appreciates about that relationship and how they're on the same page. I don't worry about him winding him up too tight. I think the one fear that you have when you have had this much time to plan and to prep is that you just download too much information. Like that can be kind of, I think, the sin of a situation like this when you have all this time. And Troy Franklin, I talked to him the other day about what's made them good kind of in these fourth quarters, the reason that they have more game-winning drives than any team in the league this year. And it's like, in those moments, you get to play the hits. And when you look at Bo Nix, again, there's the game-winning drive. There's also the fact that when the Broncos are down, when they're trailing at any point in a game, he is like the best quarterback, third best quarterback in the league, efficiency-wise. His touchdown to interception ratio is like 17-2, which is like double as good as anybody else in the league. So like, how do you get in a situation versus when they're ahead? You look at when they're ahead. I mean, he's 24th in EPA, 30th in the league in average yards per attempt. They just kind of play tighter, and I think you have to allow this guy to play a little bit more free within the confines of your game plan, because that is when he has been at his best this year, and that's the kind of Bo Nix that you're going to need in order to win a game like this.
Yeah, an aggressive game plan. It certainly suited him against Green Bay, and they're going to have to score points to beat the Buffalo Bills. Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos in the NFL for TheAthletic.com. He also hosts his own podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast, which you should check out. All right, Nick, they're going to run the ball against a very porous Buffalo defense. Jaleel McLaughlin. Is there a chance that Jaleel McLaughlin, who I believe is season high 7 carries, can be a big part of the game plan this week, or will Sean Payton stick to the tried and true when it comes to his formula?
Well, I think he's going to have to be, a larger swath of the game plan than he's been so far. I mean, going back and watching that game between the Jaguars and the Bills, I don't know how you get a situation where Tootin runs for 3 explosive runs in a row on a drive in which you easily score a touchdown, and then you turn around and only hand him the ball once the rest of the game. And it wasn't just him, like Etienne, the way that he was running. They had 154 rushing yards, and yet you felt like they left so much on the table in that regard, because that is a way for you to attack Buffalo, particularly on the edges. I think Joey Bosa, if he's going to be out there, I think that's a guy right now at this stage in his career that you can attack on the ground a little bit. Obviously, we've discussed that they're banged up in a way that the Broncos aren't. You have to be committed to it, and I think where they're especially vulnerable, Buffalo, is kind of outside the tackles, and that's where we've seen Jaleel McLaughlin kind of do his thing the last couple weeks. So I absolutely think that he's got to be a big part of this game plan for them.
Don't worry about us, Nick. This is the healthiest show in studio in the app. You want to come on by? You want to swing on by and see if you can survive not getting sick?
What have you've been sick for like a month and a half, Andy?
Dude, I'm going on like 2 months, and then Nate had like the super plague over the weekend, but somehow he's already shaken that off.
Good to go.
It's all that IPA that he likes to drink. All right, defensively, what do they got to do this year? They weren't able to do at least in the second half last year to get this thing done.
The second half of last year's game?
Playoff game, yeah.
Yeah. I think, Vic said something that I was listening to, I think this morning when I was dropping my son off at school, where he was like, this is a game where you're going to understand within the first 3 or 4 times that Buffalo runs the ball of whether Denver is going to be different. They're going to have a different kind of success in that fast of the game than they did last year. Like the Broncos made a big turn as a run defense last year and then showed up to the playoffs and gave up 210 rushing yards. Like they have to be so much better in that regard, and I think they can. It's why you got Talanoa Hufanga. It's why you got Dre Greenlaw, who limited the last 2 days in practice, but everything that you're hearing around the facility certainly makes it seem like he's going to be up and ready for this game. Obviously Jacksonville's one of the best run defenses in the league, if not the best, and they really bottled up Cook, but part of me thinks that that was as much Buffalo not really having it together as it was what Jacksonville was doing, and is Cook going to be able to bounce back from that in 1 week and put together something closer to what he did against the Broncos last year? We'll see. I think that's going to be a huge part of the game, but I just think they'll be in closer contact throughout the game. Like I just don't see them. When Ty Johnson caught that 4th down touchdown pass, they kind of let go of the rope. Not in any way that they quit, like we kind of saw the Steelers do the other night against the Texans, but it was more just like, we're in Buffalo. We've not had these kind of comebacks. There just wasn't anything that they could really pull from to say like we're still in this. I just don't see them losing contact with the Bills in this game. And I think that overall gives you more confidence about what they're going to do defensively.
Our buddy Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos for TheAthletic.com. In terms of receiving weapons for Denver, Courtland Sutton has essentially been the one consistent all season long. I mean, if you're going to argue for a second most consistent, you would probably say Pat Bryant. Troy Franklin has had very good games, but those have been, sprinkled in with some where he wasn't successfully catching the football, and drops have been an issue, and drops were an issue in the playoff game a year ago. When you look around this Denver offense, in terms of Bo Nix, when he has to make a play, who do you expect to really make an impact in this game, Nick?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think just in general, like when I start looking at this game, like this to me, the Broncos receiving room as a whole just has to play well in this game.
Yeah.
When you look at Green Bay and the game they were able to have there, I thought it was notable that Joe Lombardi made it a point to say a couple days later when he talked to us was that was one of the best like full-on receiving games, receiver room games that I've been a part of. It was, making contested catches, not having any drops, blocking well in the run game. They just were really solid in that game, and that's what they're going to have to be against the Bills. It wasn't the case last year. Among the litany of issues they had was they were charged with 4 drops. Oof. I think it was more than that. Honestly, going back and having watched that game again the other day, could have easily been charged with 6. And so they just have to be better. And again, like I don't necessarily think you can point to any one guy because that's just not how it's been, right? Like it's been anybody at any time, and at times that gives them, I think, an advantage. It makes them a little bit more challenging to defend, but you're going to have some of these critical moments. You mentioned Bryant, like third down, slant, middle of the field. Like he's been a guy that lately Bo Nix has really relied on. So it wouldn't surprise me if he was a guy that kind of stepped up in some of those critical moments and had a big game. I talked to him a little bit on Tuesday, and he just said he's, I'm so excited for this week and this opportunity. And he's like, you can feel the energy being different in here. That group really has to come along. And whatever they're going to do against Sutton, like you're still going to have him be a part of the game. It can't just be like, hey, they're tilting coverage that way. And we know that Buffalo likes to roll coverage. They like to disguise quite a bit, but you've got to be able to find a way to get Cortland Sutton involved. And I think early, he said that before, you get going a little bit early. He tends to I think, have games go better for him when that's the case. And so that'd be something I'd look forward to.
Along those lines, you mentioned Sean McDermott, his ability to be able to disguise coverage. It gave Trevor Lawrence problems last week. What lessons can Bo Nix learn from Trevor Lawrence's performance last weekend?
That sometimes I think you have to change the sight lines. I thought they kind of got a little bit too predictable, Jacksonville did, in the way that they really just kind of stayed in the traditional drop back game. I mean, I mentioned they had gone away from the run, I think, in a way that they'll look back on and say, man, we really had an opportunity to kind of keep pounding them in that way. But I think one of the things that you can do to mitigate some of that is when you have stuff come out of the pocket, the defense has to show its hand a little bit more. When you can change the geometry for them a little bit, then you can kind of start to see where some of the holes are, some of the spaces are, and then again, being willing to run the ball. Like that's going to have to be a part of it for Bo Nix. Speaking of things that happen early, he has said, like, if I get a couple of those big runs early, it's kind of like a guy stepping up to the free throw line, a score that can get going that way early, and then now all of a sudden you feel like you're in the rhythm of a game a little bit more. So that would be a thing I'd say too, is like, hey, early on, you're trying to get positive gains on early downs. Test what they're doing a little bit by taking the ball down and running, and just kind of giving yourself a better look at how they're trying to disguise things.
Yeah, 10 scrambles last 2 games for Bo Nix. Make it a weapon this week against the Buffalo Bills. Guys, read Nick's coverage. TheAthletic.com. Subscribe and get his stuff. Plus follow him on Twitter as well. Best in the biz. Nick Kosminer. Great stuff, dude. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right, Broncos-Bills coming up on Saturday at 2:30. You can watch that game out at number 38. We get a full pregame, Denver-Buffalo, Saturday starting at noon here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live at number 38, and then a viewing party immediately following the game with Andy. Awesome prizes to give away, and then tune in for all of the games right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Will Vance Joseph's numerous coaching interviews be a capital D distraction? Find out next in the High Five here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We start hour number 3 with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL as we head into divisional playoff weekend, starting with and highlighted by the Broncos and the Bills on Saturday at 2:30. Mark Springer, let's do football news.
Let's do it. And if you guys are wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you can bake it when you are ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. So the Broncos injury report is identical to what it was yesterday. John Franklin Myers full, Greenlaw, Kroll, Sanders limited. Matt Prater for the Bills, full participant in practice today. Their kicker kicked in full.
Okay.
Today. Josh Allen. Who's that?
Josh Allen?
Yeah, he was limited yesterday with foot, knee, and right finger injuries. He was full in practice today.
Yeah, I think yesterday they went walkthrough yesterday, did Buffalo. I think today was their practice that they're going to get in this week as much as you can this time of year.
Vance Joseph today was asked, how close is Josh Allen to being someone that can beat you all by himself?
He's a special player, obviously. It's certain guys in this league that can take over games, and he's one of those guys. But we knew to win the championship here, it was going to go through Patrick and Lamar and Josh, and Joe Burrow. That's the AFC side, unfortunately. That's where we live. So we knew we got to face one of those guys eventually. So watching Pittsburgh and Baltimore last week, I was cheering for Pittsburgh because I knew that Lamar can wreck your dreams, and so can Josh. So that's part of it. If you're going to win the AFC side, it's going through those 4 guys, and it's our turn.
Ooh, Vance might have just got off the old Aaron Rodgers Christmas card list with that comment, huh? He ain't wrong, but I'm just saying. Why? I'm really disappointed how that answer started, by the way. I thought we might get round 2.
I really thought Spring was going to say Vance Joseph was asked about Josh Allen, and he said...
Josh Allen? He's a special player, obviously.
Yeah.
This is why VJ is ready for his next head coaching gig, Andy.
He's dropped the give me a second to figure out my answer.
He doesn't do it anymore.
Or he's heard enough of this show the last 3 years. He was aware of the tick now, and he's never going to do it again.
It was
I blame you.
Press conference crutch, and he got rid of it, and he's making declarative statements, and I think that he is prepared and ready to be the head coach in the NFL again.
DeMarcus?
The most
we still got to get down to the bottom of where was that Walker? Who was that?
I think that was Walker.
By the way, DeMarcus Walker was on a practice. I saw a list of guys on practice squads that the contract
is he on
ended.
The Bears?
I think he was, but the reality is he was out there to be had.
DeMarcus Walker?
Green?
Yes.
Okay.
Virgil Green?
Virgil Green, tight ends coach at Nevada.
Now, you know what? I will say I appreciate the full name there because if you just said Virgil, we would have been like, what, who?
Oh, hey. Ted DiBiase's old buddy?
Chris?
Chris?
Yeah, see which Chris?
We don't know
that
which
might have
Chris.
been Harris.
Probably.
I don't know, though.
Okay.
Well, how many other Chris? We haven't had a lot of Chris's here lately either.
J.J. Watt?
Yeah, baby.
Can't mistake that one.
Why was there a whistle?
Yeah, what was somebody still running practice out there while Vance was talking?
What I love is every time we've heard Sean, by the way, if there's not construction we heard the jugs machine, we may have to wander out there just to see what all in the hell is going on when they're trying to do these pressers. It's like he's just in the middle of everything.
And he's annoyed. You can be assured of that.
Well, next year he's going to have a Taj Mahal of an office, so it's not going to matter.
Shaq Thompson, by the way, popped as limited in practice today for the Bills with a neck injury.
That ain't good.
Outside linebacker Shaq Thompson.
Do you think he got it like I did, like trying to look too quick at the dinner line and then just pop the old neck wrong?
Ah! I wonder if he didn't align himself properly before a sneeze.
Well, that happens.
That can mess up the neck. Sammy Sosa went on the DL for that one time. You got to make sure you straighten out. You got to focus when it's sneeze time. Otherwise, you're limited on a Wednesday practice. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right. Vance Joseph is and has been, really more has been, last week, interviewing for head coaching positions across the NFL.
It's a hot candidate.
Nick Kosmider asked him this today. How much prep for your coaching interviews, VJ, were done in the offseason, knowing that it was likely the Broncos would be as good or even better than last year, and you'd be in a position to interview for a lot of these jobs. Here's Vance today.
Honestly, guys, it wasn't much prep. This is probably my third or fourth time going through the process, and it was more of a conversation for me, and what you learn in the process is the prep's overrated, and having a book is overrated. It's more of a conversation. It's the right fit, but most of all, you realize that winning helps. So my focus was the Broncos the entire time and winning games, and whatever happens, happens. But you have to win to gain respect for those jobs. The off-season work, I haven't done in 4 or 5 years, to be honest. And again, it's more of a conversation, about what they need and what I can bring, and that's pretty much it.
That's a great answer by Vance Joseph. That's a very head coachy kind of answer right there. My focus is on this team. I'm just out there having conversations, okay? My focus is on the Denver Broncos and what is happening right now in front of me, and whatever happens down the road. That's a very good answer right there by VJ.
Yeah, and he's done quite a few of these.
He's studied.
So
he's well done on that.
But I think he also said the most important thing, it's about the fit. By the way, Spring, didn't you send us the tweet about, I don't remember what book has it, but Vance Joseph
Bet
apparently
Online.
is, what is it, plus 225 odds to be the Arizona head coach?
He's the favorite to be the Cardinals coach.
Yeah, it's not surprising. Again, you got an ownership that trusts you right there.
That's true.
Goes
but is
a
that
long
the
way.
ownership you want to take your second swing with, Nate?
He knows that group. He has a familiarity with that group, and so again, it's about fit. Maybe they are the team between Cliff Kingsbury and Gannon and everybody of just consistently picking the wrong coach. But if he knows that group and he trusts that group, that can go a really long way.
He rolling with Kyler Murray, though. Where are the Cardinals going to pick? Where'd they end up?
Third, I believe. I believe they have the third pick in the draft. And Kyler Murray,
class?
very well.
By the way,
could
the
be
Oregon
gone.
kid's staying home. So.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, based on the way that he played the other night, he probably should.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. And I would remember.
I don't remember the last time I saw a quarterback torpedo their own draft status worse than he did.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
Yeah. When your first pass is a pick six.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for.
Oof.
By the way, you're the only team in the division you'd be going to that didn't make the playoffs.
I know. That part of that gig is tough. But you know what? I mean, Andy, when Sean Payton showed up here, it was, oh man, you're going to Mahomes and Carr and Herbert. You're going to a brutal division and look at everything else. And now look at the Broncos, AFC West champions. Okay, you can look at it today and say, Sean McVay, first off, who's the Rams quarterback going to be in 2 years when the Cardinals are ready to be good? We have no idea who that is going to be. They're well, situated in the draft, but we don't know what that's going to be now going forward here for the Rams. The Niners, they're an annual year to year. What are they going to be? Unbelievable coaching job by Kyle Shanahan this year, but quarterback injuries have befallen them before and given them all kinds of problems. It looks like McDonald's ready to win for a long time. The point here being is that you look at it and you go, that division looks brutal. Looked brutal when Sean Payton showed up here, and now he's the AFC West champion.
Fair enough, but this ownership group did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Without a doubt.
Not to take credit away from Sean or anybody else. When you got the kind of money that they have to go get who you want, I'm not sure the Bidwells have the kind of money to give you that same
but nobody else in the NFL does this side of Dave Tepper in Carolina. You want to go work for that guy? That's just it. They're all gajillionaires. So, yes, you get an advantage here with the Broncos, but, nobody else is going to give that to you.
All right, he mentioned Lamar Jackson being the wrecker of dreams. Is that a little, hey, Baltimore, huh?
I would imagine he would love to have that job.
Would you rather go Arizona or Baltimore?
Baltimore.
I'd be taking Baltimore.
Yeah, without a question. Baltimore. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about the other AFC divisional round game. Should the Broncos win, they will play one of these two teams, the Patriots or the Texans. For the Patriots, injury news, cornerback Christian Gonzalez, who was in concussion protocol, was limited in practice today, as was tight end Hunter Henry. He has a knee injury. Nico Collins did not practice for the Texans.
How's his
today.
head, man?
He's in a concussion.
Bounced
got
off the turf.
Blasted.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the turf did the blasting. But
Yes.
still, that was a high fall.
Yeah, that was a blasting by the ground, so you got to worry about that one a little bit. All right, Andy, who would you rather see in an AFC championship game, New England or Houston?
You know, as crazy as it sounds, I think probably New England.
Mm-hmm.
That's a complete team.
Yep.
But I told you, I don't know that you want another Duke it out fest with that Houston defense again. And I just think there's going to be some nastiness because you knocked out Stroud.
The two best units left in the entire postseason are the Houston defense and the Denver defense.
Yeah.
And that's that. It's a complete coin flip if you play those guys again. I agree. It's Houston.
No, I'm with you, but boy, Stroud was really bad.
He was.
I don't know what is going on with Stroud not being able to throw near a guy sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, dude.
Yep.
And Drake May's dealing, but I just think May.
Young
You'd
quarterback.
have two young quarterbacks of the same class tasting their first AFC championship.
Young quarterback, road playoff game, outstanding Denver defense. Again, if I had to pick a unit to avoid, it's that Texans defense.
No, I'm with
Those
you.
dudes they're so fast. They are violent, man. That's just a tough group to go up against.
You need 2 weeks before you play it again.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
I'm going to do this one next. Let's talk Pittsburgh Steelers. They have requested an interview for their now vacant head coaching position with Rams defensive coordinator.
Chris
I read
Shula.
ahead there. Chris Shula.
Yeah, he's a hot name
because he's the grandson of Don Shula, and he's the Rams DC. He's the favorite for the odds makers to be the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chris Shula. Their owner, Art Rooney II, talked to the media today. He was asked, is this going to be a complete and total rebuild for the Steelers? Here's Art.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a rebuild. I mean, it's a new coach, so there will be changes, and we'll have to all get comfortable with kind of the plan. So, whether you call it a rebuild or not, I don't like that word that much. We'll try to compete day one if we can.
You need to rebuild.
Yeah, it's tough to rebuild with where they're picking, but you're going to have to rebuild.
You do.
You'll probably be ready to rebuild after this year.
Yes, you need to like legitimately. They need to lose games. They need to get a high draft pick. They got to find a quarterback.
You shop PWat?
They have to. The purgatory that they have been existing in. Yeah, probably. That's what I legitimately think. That's what they should be looking at it as. And again, you can. Some of this comes down to semantics, right? An owner is going to stand there and go, I don't believe in rebuilding.
Yeah, because you don't want people to. Well, then I'll re-up my season tickets when you're done rebuilding.
Yeah, but smart people inside your building should be looking at him and going, no, we need to do this. Okay, like clearly the status quo has not worked. They have lost what 9-7, whatever the number is, consecutive playoff games. You guys got to stop doing this. It flat out is not working. You need to be bad for a little while. You need high draft picks. You got to get bad, and you got to build this thing back up. There's no perfect fix when you have a 42-year-old quarterback. All right. And finally, Spring.
You guys touched on this briefly. Dante Moore will return to Oregon next season.
Good move. Yeah, good move. Yeah, go. You're going to make money when you go back to Oregon, and you can repair the image, repair the draft stock a little bit. Good move by Dante Moore.
And it was said, it's been reported. Nate, I think you had an interesting story there, Spring, earlier, where they said there was a story out there that a lot of NFL teams are kind of encouraging most of this draft class. Stay in school. We don't have time to develop you.
Yeah, exactly. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Wednesday afternoon. Andy.
Nate.
Mark Jackson. Vance Johnson. Ricky Nattiel.
The three amigos.
Does Denver have a Nuevo Tres Amigos? You better believe they do, and I'll tell you who they are next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Pelicans have 9 wins on the year. They have not been able to close out games. High right side is Murray. Murray gets double teamed, throws out of it, over to Payton Watson. Watson fadeaway jump shot. Good! 116 to 114. Denver leads it by 2.
31 last night for Payton Watson. Nuggets get that victory on the road against the Pelicans. PWat now 25-7-3 since Jokic went out. Nuggets are 5-3 over the 8 games without Nikola Jokic. They are in Dallas tonight to play the Mavericks. 7:30 ESPN game. You can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, the three amigos, Mark Jackson, Vance Johnson, Ricky Natil. I got a new three amigos, my friend. You ready for this? Payton Watson, Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji.
All right.
1, 2, 3 amigos all. And I have got a great number for you, courtesy of our friend Dan Hyatt. All right? 8 games now the Nuggets have played without Nikola Jokic. Do you know how many points per game Nikola Jokic was averaging this year?
In the 20s?
29.6.
Okay.
29.6 points per game, Joker's scoring average.
Is that a career high?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
And last year might have been higher, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But either way, 29.6. Remember that number, okay? Payton Watson, before the Jokic injury, 10.7 points per game. Since Jokic injury, 24.6. Jalen Pickett, Jokic healthy, 3.1. Jokic out, 11.8.
Wow.
Zeke Naji, Jokic healthy, 2.1. Jokic injured, 10.9. All combined, Watson, Pickett, and Naji, the three amigos, are combining to average 47.3 points per game between the three of them. That is an improvement of 31.4 points since Jokic went out. Oh, we're going to miss that 29.6 points per game. Well, guess what? The three amigos have got you covered. Watson, Pickett, and Naji have all upped their production enough that the Nuggets have not missed the scoring average of Nikola Jokic. Thus, they are 5-3 without Joker in there.
Nate Kreckman says Nuggets don't need Nikola Jokic. So you want him traded? Shop him now?
He would bring a hell of a haul.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
You get about 3 NBA teams for Nikola Jokic right now. The new three amigos, PWat, Jalen Pickett, and Zeke Naji, have all been absolutely fantastic. And again, they were all good again last night.
All right, let's dive back into this. You sent a little, well, maybe you tweeted it. I don't know if you sent us the message or I saw you tweet it, but either way. You do wonder, because, look, Jokic is coming back. We had the audio from Shams. If you want to play it again, I suppose we could.
Let's play that audio
just
really
so everybody
quick.
Hears it.
Spring, in case anybody had not heard, this was Shams earlier today on the NBA Today on ESPN. This was his report on Nikola Jokic.
A big development here. Nikola Jokic has resumed on-court workouts for Denver, and he's right on schedule, if not a little bit ahead of schedule, of making his return to the lineup by the end of this month. That's about that 4-week initial early timetable that they had. The Nuggets are optimistic Nikola Jokic will be able to return by that late January mark. He's making great progress, rapid progress. If he is able to make it back by late January, it would also give him a window to be eligible for the postseason awards, MVP, All-NBA team. So progress for Nikola Jokic.
Good news here for Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets.
Good news indeed.
Yeah,
now,
end of
again,
the month.
The easy joke would be that Nikola's seeing all this, is rushing back, and it's a joke because obviously you want Nikola back, and that's just Nikola. But the guy that's probably feeling a little bit of pressure is the guy you mentioned last night in Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
Whereas all of a sudden Payton Watson's become this dude, and it's not, again, Cam Johnson was playing good basketball at the time of his injury. And he still does add something to this Nuggets lineup, but all of a sudden you're getting a version of Payton Watson that I didn't think existed, that's for sure.
25, 7, and 3.
And it's gone to a next level.
Yeah.
Do you think the trade deadline gets interesting for the Nuggets? Could Cam Johnson be a guy shopped? Could they look to move a couple of these guys? Could you still try to recraft the bench and get them more? I mean, what do you think this means big picture for roster building?
Okay, this is a great question. For this trade deadline, I don't believe it means a single thing.
Because you're just going to ride this out.
You've got a really good team. You've got a ton of good players. Guess what? If you want to win an NBA championship and knock off Oklahoma City, this is the only way to do it. It's just by having a whole bunch of guys. Yeah, because what I tweeted last night was, I'm becoming more and more open to the idea of PWat pulling a Wally Pipp on Cam Johnson. And I just mean it in this way. Of Watson getting a bigger role, more minutes, and if you want to put PWat in the starting lineup, I'm for it. Okay, I think he's earned it.
Sure.
I think with his play, he is earning it. That sucks for Cam Johnson, but Payton Watson is showing us that his ceiling might be higher than Cam's. Now, again, there's strengths in everybody's game, but like right now, PWat is he already had the defensive thing that he had. He's the best shot blocking wing on your team. He's a good on ball defender. He can fight over screens. He's good at that part of it with his length and his athleticism. He's shooting 52% right now on corner threes. We've talked about those numbers as well. He's knocking down mid-range shots off the dribble. Like he's showing the ability to be able to score from everywhere. His turnovers are up a little bit, but number one, it's because he's playing more minutes and he's got a bigger role. And another thing is, like taller ball handlers just turn the ball over more.
Well, and it's the ball's finding him.
Exactly. And so if you're the Denver Nuggets right now, you're seeing all this with PWat in the Western Conference Player of the Week, and it's just like, okay, there is a ceiling that is being realized right now by a player in real time, and this guy is becoming such a weapon on this basketball team. Like, I don't want to go back to a world where PWat is scoring 10 points a game. I just think he should have the ball in his hands more often, and that means earning the right to be on the floor more with Nikola Jokic, okay? That's the, to quote Troy Aikman, the cherry on the pie here with this team, Andy, is like when you get to play more minutes with Joker, that's how you win on this team, all right? Because now you're going to get the best shots, okay? You're going to get the best looks, and that was always like one of the things where you wondered, like, is the development of a PWat, of a Zeke Naji, of a Jalen Pickett, some of these guys, like their inability to get on the floor with Joker, is that making it tougher on them on this team? And I think playing with Valanciunas has helped because he's got a Joker-style game, but also like right now, it's just like these guys are earning the right to be out there with him.
They are. The other great thing about it, though, is you could actually see a second unit now where you send a Hardaway in, you send a Valanciunas in with the three you just talked about, your new Trey Amigos. I mean, you actually have a full second unit you could go play if you can keep this up.
I think a part of this, too, is like, okay, like think about the stagger opportunities that this now gives you. Like you can go, if you brought Cam off the bench, you could do the mid first quarter substitution thing. Okay. Bruce goes in for Jamal. Cam goes in for PWat. You can go back to those couple of guys at the end of the quarter. You can then have them anchor a second unit once again where they're out on the floor. Now they're out there with Cam. Now they're playing with Bruce. Jalen Pickett, matchup dependent, is also going to be a weapon to be able to use as well. Like just the amount of different things that then gives you. Like David Adelman's got to solve these problems, but I think right now in real time he is solving those issues. When you see that this team is 5-3 without Jokic, like how do you maintain the green light once everyone is healthy? I get where that's a question, but like my answer to that is Nikola Jokic, because Nikola Jokic gives everybody the green light.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the players.
Yeah.
You just have to stay aggressive. And what's been good about this is that you've slowly reinserted an Aaron Gordon Jamal Murray, I don't know what's going on with Christian. I know you were worried about the ankle the first day that he came back, and he just doesn't. He never looked right, and maybe they're just deciding, all right, we don't need to rush him. I hope there wasn't a re-injury, but whatever. Look, they've continued to kind of figure out themselves. I like being a star, and
at
least of this version of the Nuggets, and I like scoring, so let's keep doing it. And Jamal last night, you saw it last night. Come on. Get aggressive. Come get the ball. He was showing Pickett late in the game. You've got the move. Go. Don't wait for me.
Yeah.
You don't need me. Go do it. Right?
Lineups against the Thunder with Christian Brown, Payton Watson, and Aaron Gordon on the floor together, like that you're starting to counter all of their massive size and physicality. You're starting to be able to get to that place with that group out there.
Well, and look, you still got Houston, you got San Antonio,
the
you got
West.
Minnesota. We don't even talk about. Man, the West is so just loaded.
It is.
You're going to have one wave after another, as you said. I'm just excited to see it all whole again, and hopefully see it all mesh.
Interesting quote last night. Michael Porter Jr. was at the game. MPJ was there. Brooklyn is playing in New Orleans tonight. They had an off night last night, but they were already in New Orleans. So Nuggets super fan MPJ goes down to the Smoothie King Center and sits courtside and watches that game, which I thought was pretty cool. And it was fun to see everybody go and see Mike and everything else like that. During the game, our buddy Vic went and talked to MPJ last night, and Mike started talking about this version of the Nuggets and watching guys that he has spent so much time in the practice gym with start to see it realized on the floor.
How much of an adjustment has it been? I mean, we saw what you did against the Nuggets. Brooklyn beat the Nuggets earlier this season. For you, are you adjusted personally?
Yeah, it's still an adjustment. I mean, I've only been in New York for a few months, but it's part of the NBA, and I'm enjoying this part of my journey. But a lot of memories with this group, this Nuggets group, but it's good to see so many guys thriving. Pickett, PWat, see Hunter out there, see Zeke out there. These are guys I spent so much time with. I love, seeing them do their thing.
Yeah, I was going to ask you in practice. You practiced against the likes of Zeke, Najee. You practiced against Pickett. Did you know that they had this in them?
Yeah, I saw it a lot. I saw Zeke, how much he worked in the offseason in L.A. We spent some time working out together. I would shoot a lot with Hunter. Pick, I knew he would do his thing. So as unfortunate as the injuries were with, CB and Joker, I think in the long run for this group, it might be good to give some of these other guys some confidence. It really shows how deep the group is. So it's really cool to see those guys get their opportunity.
And look, you're talking to a guy that, frankly, found his own similar opportunity, but he had to get traded off the team to really do it.
It's kind of one of the things, and this is one of the things I wonder about. This goes into the beyond this year conversation. When Payton Watson's a restricted free agent at the end of this year, I think he loves Denver. He's made it clear his appreciation of being here, but also, is there a world where PWat looks at MPJ and thinks I could be an all-star elsewhere?
Yeah. I can be the dude.
Yeah, because no matter what, Payton Watson and Mike learned it here, is the third option is the highest you will ever climb on this team. And that's not a bad thing. You play with two unbelievable talents in Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon is thrilled to be a part of all of that. Payton Watson's 23. He's a guy that is just starting to scratch the surface on how good of an NBA player he could be. Could he potentially look at it and say, looks like it's going pretty good for Mike?
Yeah.
Maybe I want to do this elsewhere. Maybe I want to have the ball in my hands.
Okay, but let's look at the reverse. And I don't disagree with you. Ultimately, that may be what it be. Because, look, everybody, I still wonder about Val. Does Val still want to be the dude? Is Val really okay with his limited minutes? Or is Val still going to want to return to Lithuania and go actually play and be the guy?
I mean, one of the things I wonder about is if PWat is going to be back, that I think that means Valanciunas would have to be gone.
Well, and it may just be by his own doing anyway.
You got to free up dollars.
Yeah. But doesn't it tell you something about what Denver's become? That Bruce Brown just a year ago was the guy showing up to Nuggets games, especially when he was not with the team or whatever and rooting for the team, and showed up during the playoffs, and now he's a Nugget again and didn't care what the money was, just told his agent, as he told us in the offseason on media day, I just want it back there. Just get me back there.
But that's also easier to say after you've made the 45.
No, you're absolutely right, but I'm just saying I do think it speaks to what Denver's created and how special the group feels they are with each other, that Mike would take a day. That guy doesn't need to go watch a basketball game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was shocked by it. shocked by it. You know, it was funny because someone texted in earlier and said, did he get traded there? And quite honestly, before I turned the sound up and heard Marlowe say that the Nets are in town to play the Pelicans tonight, I was like, yeah, did he get traded? Why the heck is he there? I could not believe that somebody would just go watch a Nuggets game on their off night because, again, he could have just said, hey, let's go meet up in the French Quarter. So, I mean, they were getting out of town, but
they're all staying in the same hotel, too.
Well, there you go. So I'm just saying,
I
do think it speaks to what the Nuggets have going and a credit because it's a far cry from what it used to be.
What do you make of this? Okay. At BetMGM, the Broncos are a 1-point favorite.
Okay.
It's so funny. I think it's FanDuel. It's Denver 1.5. DraftKings. It's Buffalo 1.5. The lines are all over the place. But
they all keep changing.
Yes. But what threw me was when I started looking at Super Bowl odds at BetMGM. Okay. Denver is a 1-point favorite over the Bills, but on the Super Bowl odds, the Bills are plus 550, the Broncos are plus 750. So according to the Super Bowl odds, Buffalo is more likely to win the Super Bowl, even though by the slimmest of margins, Denver is favored to win the game on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't.
Because you can't be any slimmer than 1 point.
I think it just says that as far as the ultimate long road,
nobody knows.
People feel like Denver might get by Buffalo, and probably the injuries that we talked about earlier factor in.
Yeah.
But overall, let's be honest about it. Everything you're reading says they trust Bo Nix of all the quarterbacks the least. Is that fair as far as winning the Super Bowl?
If you have Brock Purdy is
he lower than Bo?
Is it plus right now by the Super Bowl odds of the 8 teams that are left? Niners the longest shot at 20-1, Bears at 14-1, Houston is plus 850, Denver plus 750, New England 6-1, Buffalo plus 550, Rams at 320, and Seattle at 300 as the favorite.
I'm not shocked. Give me the 3 again. I'm shocked that the Niners are so low, but that talks about how people don't love the injuries they suffer. But I thought Brock Purdy played really, really well, losing all his guys. Then there was Stroud. Who was the other quarterback?
Caleb Williams. Chicago.
Yeah, that's a little wild. But look, at some point, Caleb can't just only do it in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Although, in fairness, some people could probably say that about the Broncos.
Say the same thing. Yeah,
I don't know.
Absolutely about Bo Nix and the Broncos. Yeah, it's. I mean, here ultimately what this all tells you is this game's a complete coin flip.
Yeah, nobody knows.
It's a complete coin flip. Buffalo wants it to be a coin flip. Denver wants it to be a coin. I mean, sure, both teams want to be able to win by 3 touchdowns, but that's not just what this game is going to be. These teams exist in that space where, you know, the Broncos excel at being able to make the play to get off the field, and the Bills excel at being able to make the play to stay on the field.
This also tells me, like, if this game were in Buffalo, then everybody'd be doubting the Broncos again. And if Josh Allen were to somehow leave this game, the Broncos would they'd be like the Herbert effect from that last game.
If you want to win tickets for Broncos-Bills on Saturday, we're giving a pair away on Saturday, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light.
No, Friday.
Friday, excuse me. Well, the game's Saturday, but we're giving them away on Friday. Bud Light Football Friday. Show starts at 3 o'clock. We'll be live at Jackson's Lodo, right across from Coors Field. You all know exactly where it is. Well, we'll be there live from 3 to 6 at Jackson's. Bud Light Football Friday. Start at 3 o'clock. Get in there. Get signed up to be able to win tickets. We'll give them away. I'm assuming late in the show.
Yeah, it's in the 5 o'clock hour.
Okay.
So you got time to get there. Get on down there. Bud Light kind of runs when the promotion happens, but I would imagine with a big crowd that, we've got our show. Get on down there, join the show, all that.
So come hang out with us on Friday afternoon, 3 to 6 at Jackson's Lodo, Kreckman and Lindahl. Let's go right to Dallas, where we will have pregame coverage at 7 o'clock, tip-off at 7:30, Nuggets and the Mavs. Voice of the Nuggets, our buddy Jason Kosmiski, is with us right now. Kos, the unlikely Nikola Jokic list tour continues. They're now 5-3 without the Joker. They beat the Pelicans last night. Payton Watson is playing like an all-star. Jalen Pickett and Zeke Naji are both great. What are you enjoying most about this current run that, quite frankly, we thought might be miserable? Do we have Kos?
Yeah, we'll go ahead. I don't know what's going on there, but we'll, yeah.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Do we got Kos?
Today.
We're good. I think we're good.
That was dynamite. Sibilance. Okay. Kos.
Yo, I'm sorry.
Dude. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Tonight. Yeah, my bad.
I was more worried about.
All good,
Well,
man.
I'm running my own board over here because the engineer's not here right now.
Well,
so I
I'll just put it to you this way: you've got a great job with the crowd noise. Is what we've got.
You
in the
did that very
background.
well.
Is that what I got going on? Okay,
Some
hang
of
on,
that
let me
was
see if I can-
interesting as well.
Yes.
So,
I think there we go. I can fix that one.
there we go.
As long as you didn't do as long as you're down there, why don't you?
Yeah,
mind?
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So yes. So
you didn't go Philly guy on us.
So as long as you weren't doing that, Kos, the Nuggets' current run of success, 5 wins in 8 games without Jokic.
How they doing that?
How
Nate?
they doing it, man?
Man, I don't know. It's like termites holding hands around here. I mean, you have like a handful of dudes that didn't even make the road trip. They're just finding ways to win. I mean, they're completely undersized every single night they go out there. And, a couple occasions they actually out-rebounded their opponent. Teams are trying to go big on them to try and exploit that. And for whatever reason, I don't know how they're doing it, but they just find a way to win. I think the formula here, fellas, is stay competitive until the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And then kind of like in the last 5 or 6 minutes, kind of rely on you guys being a team for a long time and then maybe get a little bit lucky down the road. I mean, I think there's a lot to that.
Yeah, it's a basketball Broncos formula almost right here.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
We don't
So
need
true.
that extra heart attack in our life. All right, I'm curious, guys, because you're around the guys. We keep wondering, is this newfound confidence? And Nate feels like we've got a new three amigos with Pickett, with Watson, and with Najee. Do you feel like all of these guys are going to be able to carry that confidence in the return of Nikola Jokic and the rest of the crew? Are they going to still try to be these guys, which is just as, go be aggressive and get your shot? Will they still be able to do that once everybody's whole again?
That's a tough ask because now what they know is they're 20 minutes or more guys, right?
Yeah.
So you're allowed to make more mistakes over that period of time. Now, if you only play 9, 10, 11, 12 minutes a game, if you make mistakes, then that thing blooms out. But here's the way I look at it. To me, it's like whatever you want to call it, a mutual fund, a bank account. All you're doing right now, and I'm so pleasantly surprised that they're winning while doing this, is you're just kind of putting money into the bank here. Because if that day ever comes when you are 100% healthy, and by the way, Denver's original starting 5, they are 8-2 on the season. So let's think that one through. They've only played 10 games together. But once you get fully healthy, all these guys with all this experience, did anybody ever expect Deron Holmes to share the floor with Jalen Pickett and Julian Strother in meaningful minutes? I mean, so at some point, that's got to pay you back, right? I mean, you got to get payoff on that. And that's what I think it is now. And on top of that, probably more than anything, it's now Adelman's not scared. Trust is a huge thing with NBA coaches. And when it comes down to it, if it comes down to it, when the Nuggets are healthy, he's not going to be scared to call on a Jalen Pickett of the world, And he's going to have a lot more confidence in doing that. So in a weird way, this is all a giant bonus for the Nuggets. You just got to fight through all these injuries and whatever we call it, the process, survival mode, whatever this is right now, in order to get there.
Yeah, and they play a really banged-up team in the Dallas Mavericks there tonight.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, that certainly does, although Denver is on the second night of a back-to-back. Payton Watson, all the potential in the world. It looks like that ceiling just keeps rising with this guy and what he is currently doing. What have you seen here in this last stretch where he's averaging 25 a night over the last 8 games? Like, what have you seen in the level up from Payton Watson?
Well, it's amazing, right, Nate? Because you, as a Denver Nugget front office guy, you had a decision to make on whether you want to give the rookie contract extension to Christian Braun or Payton Watson. That's the nuts and bolts of it. And if we're going off of last year, that was a no-brainer.
Yep.
But now you start kind of thinking like, damn, you know what I mean? So he's just. I think he just looked around as like, man, if it's not Jamal scoring out here, who's going to help this guy out, before Aaron Gordon came back? And I just think, here's a guy like when you don't get that extension or whatever, they're all human beings. So you can do one of two things. You can go to the dark side and be all mad, or you can play show me basketball, and I'm going to show you why you were wrong. And that's what he's doing. I mean, obviously his light is a lot more greener now than it's been in games past. But here's a young man taking advantage of not only his livelihood, but of the opportunity that has been given to him. And even though he's still out of control in a lot of situations, the guy has probably exceeded all of our expectations on what we thought he could do as a basketball player in Denver.
It's been unbelievable to watch. It's been so much fun. Kaz, keep up the great work, man. I know it feels like you've been on the road forever, but keep up the good work, dude, and have a great call tonight. 7:30 tip with Jason Kosmiski. Thanks, Kaz.
All right, I'll get back to my engineering duties. Thanks, boys.
All right, there he goes. Back on the board goes Kaz. All right, Andy. Top 10 rushing offenses in the NFL by EPA per play this season. 2 of Denver's 3 losses came against teams in the top 10, that being Indianapolis and the Chargers. Broncos were 5-0 this year against the bottom 10. Now, they've got victories against teams in the top 10. There's no doubt about that. They did beat the Chargers. They did beat the Giants. They did beat the Bengals, all of that. But right now, what is your level of confidence in this defense to not have a repeat of a year ago where they gave up 210 to James Cook and Josh Allen and company and to shut them down on the ground? Because that, especially given their injuries at wide receiver, that has to be Buffalo's game plan.
I think they could be successful for this reason. Buffalo doesn't have any receivers, okay? And I don't know that Josh Allen wants to do a lot of the running. That guy is beat up,
right?
Okay? Again, he's got all sorts of injuries that he's listed with.
I think he wants to run in the red zone. I don't think he wants to run much outside of that.
Well, and a couple good shots to the chest,
right?
He's going to not be psyched about that. And don't forget, the guy had to go get checked for a concussion at one point too. I don't think Buffalo wants to tempt that fate if they can avoid it. So I think it does allow the Broncos to maybe load up against the run a little bit more than they typically would, because again, what receiver is going to scare you so much?
Right.
They can really go ahead with, till they get burned, they can go full man coverage if they want to.
Yeah, PS2 can handle Khalil Shakir.
Yeah.
He's a good player, but like he's not Surtain. He's
So
not
I
on that
think
level.
it does allow them to get after it if they want to in the run game. And if Dre Greenlaw's back, and again, he was limited today, but that seems to, everything we keep hearing, it sounds like he's on par to be part of this thing if they need to.
Yeah.
They could make life really hard for Buffalo to run against them versus last year.
The 2 really good running teams that Denver faced this year, the Colts got them, and the Omari and Hampton Chargers with Justin Herbert in there got them early on in the season. They were also more healthy on their offensive line, like Joe All played in that game. That was a very different kind of Chargers team that year. That to me is maybe the biggest question that I have in this game is like, okay, like how stout is this thing when it just comes down to just pure physicality for Denver to be able to deal with?
We've got 2 more days to talk about it, and we will. My concerns, I will lay out. We will talk as we get closer to the game. To me, the key is going to be the offense cannot allow a Pittsburgh-style, nothing we can do is going to matter.
Right.
Cave in.
Right.
Which I don't think this team has.
I don't
frankly.
think they will. I don't think they'll make so many mistakes that becomes an issue. This is Kosmider said it last hour, and I totally agree with him. This game doesn't have big gap written all over it. This thing's going to